The following is a 9-hour-long compilation of iceberg analysis and creepy narrative videos that I wrote and put together for you all to enjoy. This compilation covers a very wide range of topics, from zoology and marine biology to astronomy to creepypastas and the internet to mythology and history, as well as true crime. And as such, there is some disturbing material within, so if you're sensitive to things like graphic injuries and infections or child abuse or intimate violence, this one might not be for you. But for all those of you who are watching all the way through, I think that it's going to give you some good scares. I think you're going to have some laughs, and for the most devoted of you, I think you might even cry. So, without further ado, let's get into it. Oh, actually, you might notice the presence of a certain something throughout the entire compilation, but I think it'll make itself more apparent as we near the end. Just a quick warning, if you're put off by gross medical footage or don't like the idea of worms, spiders, ants, anything like that coming out of this general area of the human body, this video is not for you. But for the rest of you who are really excited by those things, get ready in 3, 2... Do you guys remember those scholastic fairs where they would sell the books? Elementary school, maybe middle school. I don't know what some of your deals were. But I was looking through my parents' house the other day, and I found my favorite book of all time. Where's the title? Mini Monsters. Brought me back to this wonderful time in my life where I knew the names of every single insect. Anywhere I went on vacation, I knew those insects too. So, in celebration of that time, to reawaken it and to bring some of that magic to you, I've done a lot of research and put this Disturbing Bugs and Parasites Iceberg together. We're just going to go through it. 2 rules. Viruses actually don't count, bacteria neither, because those are technically not living animals. And I am including spiders as bugs, even though it's a bit of a stretch. Scorpions too. Okay, starting with Tier 1. Silverfish. Silverfish are a species of wingless insects that are considered household pets. You've probably seen some of these skittering along your bathtub. When you turn the light on, it runs away. That's because they are solely nocturnal and extremely annoying for that fact, and the fact that they love to eat paper. Anything you have, your tax slips gone, rare collectibles, trading cards, say goodbye to those. They're also quite agile, just generally extremely annoying to catch. The death's head moth is a species of moth that has become famous, or rather infamous, for its unique thorax marking, which some people have rightfully compared to the human skull. I mean, I mainly put this on the list because of Silence of the Lambs, and if you do not get that reference, you need to watch that movie right after you're finished watching this video. Harvestman bugs. Harvestman bugs, better known by their adult film star name, Daddy Longlegs. They are a species of spider-like arachnids, not technically spiders, which fossil records indicate may be as old as 400 million years. They're actually quite beneficial, not harmful. They just look a little creepy, but their fangs are too small to bite humans, but they can eat a ton of other troublesome stuff that spiders do, like fungus, worms, other insects, and bird droppings. Yum yum. Bed bugs are gross, and if you've ever actually had to deal with them, you probably think they belong on Tier 6. They tend to hang out in only the darkest spaces, wall cracks, and of course your mattress. And they can survive without feeding for 2 months, so they've got that going in their favor. The reason they're not in Tier 6 is because at worst their bite can result in just a little bit of soreness and maybe blistering. But really, when they all get together and that infestation gets going, it is just nasty. Okay, fire ants. Wow, love this one. More aggressive than regular ants, and they're known to inject a venom called solenopsin through their stingers. Not their fangs, actually, which is interesting. They sting. Solenopsin is powerful enough to kill small animals and can also be very painful to humans, which I know because my cousin and I thought it would be a great idea to just plunge our hand right into a fire ant hill when we were 8 years old, and solenopsin. That'll get you. Trust me. In my opinion, if you have never had a tick, you probably need to go out into the woods a little bit more in life. They are parasitic arachnids that latch onto a host's skin and feed on the blood for as long as they can. They can unfortunately spread diseases, Lyme's disease being the most infamous, and also, if left unattended, they can just balloon into these grotesque monstrosities. It's not good at all. I think there's something unnerving about animals that almost perfectly mimic other animals, which is why the ant mimic spider is on here. I mean, imagine if you were an ant and you saw this thing. It looks almost exactly like an ant, except it has those 2 extra limbs. This is like the perfect uncanny valley horror movie for ants. I wonder if they ever sneak into ant colonies and just wreak havoc. Also, look at those jaws. They are just disproportionately bigger than an average spider's in the worst way. Lice are similar to ticks. They're parasitic and feed on human blood. They're just insects instead of arachnids. Huge difference. They can commonly be found inhabiting the human head, and people used to make fun of me all the time because of my hair. You know, it's a little unkempt, so me having hair lice was the rumor. Tons of bad memories. Lice also cannot be mentioned without mentioning pubic lice, otherwise known as crabs, which is a form of lice that inhabits the hair in the knotty bits. From lice to the louse fly. This is another parasitic insect that feeds on blood. This time it just happens to fly, which is marvelous. Fortunately, they don't feed on humans, but they are known to invade barns in large numbers and feed on horses. Once a louse fly invasion is afoot, they are incredibly difficult to deal with, and they can severely impact the mental health of your horse if you have one, or any of your other barn animals if you have them. So it is important to notice the signs of a louse fly invasion and quickly call someone. The giant water bug, or toe biter, earns its nickname from its tendency to inflict a painful, though thankfully non-venomous, bite to people's feet while they wade through water. They have incredibly large pincer-like rostrums, which they use to inflict the bite, and they can walk, fly, or swim just about anywhere, but being freshwater insects, they spend most of their time in ponds. Also, we of course must look at a picture of how they give birth, because that is the worst thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Trapdoor spiders are another uncanny valley animal because, I mean, imagine to other spiders, they have their fangs pointed downwards from their head instead of right on their face pointing each other like this. Must be really creepy. Cool. They're most famous for these trapdoor-like mechanics that they construct under the earth instead of webs to catch their prey. And once they get them, they just inject them with that paralyzing toxin. You know how it is. The giraffe weevil is an animal that is, hate to be honest, only on here for how it looks. I mean, I'm sorry, but that is just the OG sad boy of the bug community if I've ever seen one. It's a true Tim Burton character. I mean, it's not large or venomous or anything, but if it was giant, believe me, it would get a tier of its own underneath all of the other tiers. That neck, man, is just something else. Of course, we have to look at some pictures of the giraffe weevil mating because this video is all about self-punishment. Ringworm. Ringworm is a parasitic fungus. Most people have probably had it. I know I had it when I was a kid. It was the first parasite I ever got. Yippee! So I thought it was the complete shit and just started showing it off at school. I know Mr. Popular over here. It's a mild annoyance, but it is very contagious. Luckily, though, it does not harm anything besides your reputation for the rest of your school career. Okay, tier 2. We're going to see a lot of giants in this tier, starting with the rock scorpion. This is the largest scorpion in the world, measuring in at a modest 9 inches. Still longer than my whole hand, so definitely. I just see the missed potential for a joke there, but this is an educational program, so we're not delving into that. Fortunately, its venom is very weak, sensation being less painful than the average bee sting, so I guess Indiana Jones was right. Next up, we have the largest spider in the world, the Goliath bird eater. Measuring in at 11 inches, this one is big enough to be confused for a small cat, and is in fact recommended as a pet for veteran bug owners. Like most tarantulas, its venom isn't potent to humans, but it would hurt like a wasp sting, so just a little bit worse than the rock scorpion. Flesh flies. How wonderful. As the name implies, the flesh fly just loves laying its eggs under some animal's skin by flying in through open wounds. Not humans, although we'll definitely be touching on some flies that love laying their eggs in humans later, so don't worry on that front. Eating food infected with flesh fly larvae can result in some severe illnesses, so watch what you eat. The praying mantis is oh so benign and endangered, but I just had to put it on because those forelegs are so gorgeous. Its method of capturing prey is famous, and it may have the most otherworldly appearance of the entire bug community, which is saying a lot. But I am going to ruin the praying mantis forever for you right now by telling you that its closest relative is the cockroach. The toad bug. Like spiders, they deliver a powerful toxin. In the toad bug's case, it can both paralyze and melt the flesh of its victims. Amazing. They live along muddy water banks and have a nasty bite similar to the giant water bug. They also share the giant water bug's method of childbirth, which is still terrifying. The Titan beetle, one of the world's largest beetles at 17 inches. Its only contestant is the Hercules beetle. However, the Hercules beetle does cheat with that harmless horn on its head, making up a significant half of its length, whereas the Titan beetle's not harmless at all mandibles are capable of slicing through pencil wood and human flesh. The African giant millipede can grow up to 1 foot in length, and like the Goliath bird-eater spider, can be kept as a pet if you are a literal freak. Also, I learned during my research that millipedes are actually arthropods, so they're more closely related to crabs than flies and ants, but I mean, honestly, if you saw this thing, you would immediately assume it's an insect, so it's staying on. Sorry. The Amazonian giant centipede can also grow up to 1 foot in length, but it can definitely not be kept as a pet. I don't know what it is. Centipedes are always a lot scarier than millipedes. I mean, it could be the appearance, but it could also be this Wikipedia passage about the Amazonian giant centipede that reads as follows. It is a carnivore that feeds on any other animal it can overpower and kill. It is capable of overpowering not only other invertebrates such as large insects, spiders, millipedes, scorpions, and even tarantulas, but also small vertebrates including small lizards, frogs up to 95 millimeters or 3.5 inches long, snakes up to 25 centimeters or 10 inches long, sparrow-sized birds, mice, and bats. Amazing. The scorpion fly. Like the giraffe weevil, this one is just another weird looker, but I promise it's the last one. To be fair though, they mate with their little scorpion-looking tails, which is just disturbing in all the right ways. Honestly, in that Tim Burton movie starring the giraffe weevil, this is not my pitch, but this is kind of my pitch. I think the scorpion fly would be the giraffe weevil's sidekick. Speaking of that Tim Burton movie, we have the harlequin beetle. The main body can grow up to around 4 inches, but the male's little front arms can extend a lot further than that. It's not as large as the Titan or Hercules beetle, but if I was asleep and I woke up to see any of them on my ceiling, I would pray to God it is not the harlequin beetle, because it is just an absolute nightmare creature. The vampire moth is a species of moth known to drink blood, including human blood, and that's about all anyone needs to know about it. Parasitoid is an umbrella term for any animal that lays its eggs/larva under another animal or in it. There are plenty of parasitoids on this list, but I'm going to bunch all the wasps here together because none of them really interact with humans in any significant way, so here is where they will remain. But I am giving special mention to the ichneumon wasp because it has the most buck-wild badonk in the entire bug community. And it's absolutely terrifying because that is what it uses to lay its eggs into other animals. Just lovely. Also, I have personal experience with this one because it was all the rage in elementary school and my friends and I thought it could actually lay eggs in humans, and this culminated in 5th grade when one happened to fly into my yard while my friend and I were playing, which of course tragically ended with us capturing it, freezing it in a water bottle, and keeping it for the next 13 years until my family moved. So yeah, the ichneumon wasp kind of contributed to this Shakespearean drama in my life. The slave maker ant. The slave maker ant is what is known as a brood parasite. It will invade the colonies of other ants, steal their young, then raise them as their own worker ants. I'm sure there's a whole ugly world of ant politics that's waiting to have its own 2-hour video essay on it, but unfortunately we're covering the whole bug community today. Okay, going into tier 3 now. This is when some of the nastier ones start to come, starting with the blister beetle, which is unique in that it doesn't rely on a bite or sting to scare away predators. Instead, it secretes an agent called canatheridin from all over their body, which causes intense blistering whenever touched. Encounters with the blister beetle has even caused hospitalization in the worst cases, so please, if you see any gem-colored beetles, stay away. They're not worth any money. Nobody wants them. Hookworm. So this is where it officially begins. Our first worm. I hate all of these. Hookworm is actively infesting about 700 million people in the world right now. They live in the small intestine and their larvae are passed through feces. The way it works is when an infected person defecates outside, the feces will eventually run into the soil and become fertilizer, but the larva can survive in the ground. So if you're walking barefoot on contaminated soil, you will join the elite estimated 700 million people infected with hookworm by then, just going right up. As far as effects go, I mean, it's gross and can cause mild gastrointestinal symptoms, but it's not too bad. But brace yourselves, because we're just getting in to the fucking worms. Mites. Mites are tiny little arachnids, which are... I lost mites. Oh. Mites. Mites are tiny little arachnids which have a tendency to bite and infect humans, causing some pretty serious rashes. The scariest to me is the scabies mite, because it looks like an absolute villain and can survive in nearly any climate. It also leads to its own brand of mite rash, specifically called scabies, which is highly contagious and terrorizes people all across the planet. But, I mean, props to the scabies mite for getting that name brand deal with the CDC, I guess. The Death Stalker Scorpion. I mean, if you have that name and you are not one of the deadliest scorpions in the world, just shame on you. Luckily, it is. Unluckily for us. I guess luckily for the Death Stalker Scorpion. It contains powerful neurotoxins and has one of the most painful stings in the world. Although it's not usually deadly, it does pose a fatal risk to young children and those with pre-existing heart conditions. Also, it's possible to be allergic to the neurotoxins, which greatly increases the risk of death as well. The tongue-eating louse. The tarantula hawk has an impressive 4.0 on the Schmidt index attributed to its sting. This is the highest level of pain possible to score on the Schmidt index of stings, with the inventor of the index, Schmidt himself, describing it like so. Pure, intense, brilliant pain, like walking over flaming charcoal with a 3-inch nail embedded in your heel. And sharing that coveted 4.0 spot with the tarantula hawk is the bullet ant. I think the bullet ant is kind of the unofficial mascot for the 4.0 Schmidt rating. A lot of this has to do with the Sataru Moe people of the Amazon. See, they have this regular ritual where they'll fill a glove with thousands of bullet ants, and then young men have to place their hands in these gloves and get stung and show no signs of emotional distress or physical pain. So I think that's a pretty good reason to place it slightly above the tarantula hawk. Also, Coyote Peterson said so.
Oh my god, it is really bad! Oh my gosh, I think it has the tarantula hawk topped!
The guinea worm is actually still a very big problem in the global community, with organizations like UNICEF having ongoing efforts to eradicate it. It can spread in water sources that are contaminated fairly easily, so unfortunately it hits very hard in low-income areas. Once infected, the worm will lay dormant and won't start showing symptoms until adulthood, which can take up to a full year. And the worms can grow up to 3 feet inside the human body. Unfortunately, there is neither a vaccine nor treatment available yet to combat this parasite. Universally considered to be the goat of all parasites, the tapeworm is a truly revolting creature that is caused by eating or drinking anything contaminated with its larva. The worms will then start living in your intestines and mature into adulthood, at which point they can remain inside you for up to 30 years and grow up to a length of 30 feet. Wow, your small intestine has a lot of space. Inside your small intestine, they pose little threat, but if the larva ruptures through and forms cysts in other parts of your body, it can lead to seizures and your organs exploding. Great. Noah really chose the winners for the Ark. Just need a moment. My throat is a little off to wet my whistle. Okay, Tier 4, starting with Leucochloridium paradoxum, and you know it's serious when it literally only has a scientific name. This parasite commonly infects snails, with its infant form developing in brood sacs in the snail's eyes. Now, these brood sacs have a particular strange pulsating feature which causes them to respond to light Birds will then see the snail in pain with these brood sacs about to tear through its head and confuse the overinflated eye stalks with the brood sacs for worms, which causes the bird to eat the snail whole, RIP, which then allows the brood sacs to hatch in the bird's stomach and grow into adulthood in the bird's intestines, eventually laying their eggs in the bird's feces and starting the whole cycle all over again, as these parasites tend to go. Saculina is a type of parasitic barnacle that preys on crabs. It will affect typically female crabs and develop its own brood sac system known as externa, which spreads into the crab's reproductive tubes and replaces them. So it replaces a female crab's reproductive organs with its own brood sacs, effectively turning that crab into a Saculina larva breeding machine. And fun fact, if it accidentally infects a male crab, it will alter its hormonal cycle and turn it into a female crab, so it can still breed its Saculina larva. It's definitely one of the most interesting parasite effects on the iceberg. And it's a barnacle, which is a first. Loa loa is an infamous worm that can be contracted through mangrove flies. Although loa loa isn't contagious, it causes discomfort in the form of loiasis. This is where the loa loa gets its nickname, eyeworm. Yep, it's that one. Tends to gravitate towards people's eyeballs, and it's hard to remove as it will flee back under the skin at the first sign of light. I just hate it. You're ready for this one. The vampire fish, also known as kangaroo, is a tiny parasitic catfish that is known to latch onto larger fish. However, it's also widely feared by humans across the Amazon River for just maybe the worst reason in the entire video. Given its small size and nimble swimming speed, it's been known to occasionally swim up urine streams of people peeing into the Amazon, enter their urethra, and lodge itself inside the shaft of their private parts. And once inside someone's privates, the kangaroo will immediately die, but its body does have to be surgically removed, which I can only imagine is a horrifying procedure. The brown recluse spider. Now, the brown recluse is a spider known for its particular brand of necrotic venom, which is something out of Final Fantasy, and no one can convince me otherwise. The venom is actually a breakdown agent, and there are several cases of people's skin literally melting when getting bitten by it, which is just absolutely horrifying. And I have some personal experience with this one, because I was vacationing with my cousin down south once. Of course, he's involved in all of these stories because we just got up to all kinds of nonsense as kids. We were in the pool of the hotel. There was a floaty ball that we used to throw at each other. And this particular morning, I picked this floaty ball up from the pool. I turned it over, and there was this massive brown recluse spider just lying in wait under the floaty ball. So I took one look at it. I threw it right at my cousin's face. Just kidding. I threw it way out into the woods because I'm not dealing with a brown recluse. No way. Cordyceps is a parasitic fungus known to infect various bugs. Once a bug is infected, the cordyceps fungus will enter and hijack its central nervous system, traveling up to its brain and eventually taking control of all of its motor functions. It'll then section this bug off from the rest of its colony or tribe, and the bug will die and become a node from which to spread other cordyceps fungus. The cool thing is, not cool for ants, ants are so frequently the victims of cordyceps that whenever an ant is infected, the other members of its colony will recognize that it's infected, and they will pick it up and carry it out into the wilderness to die alone. So tragic. I told you there was an entire world of ant politics that remained untapped on YouTube. Toxoplasma gondii has the cordyceps mind-altering ability, except it affects humans. Oh joy. When ingested through undercooked or otherwise unsanitary food, Toxoplasma gondii will attack the human body and induce toxoplasmosis. What starts out as flu-like symptoms will eventually deteriorate into blurred vision and severe brain damage. And in the most severe cases, the Toxoplasma gondii can affect the host's motor function and even alter their genes. I hope you guys are cool with a quick outfit change. I just realized after filming everything that I completely forgot about the filariasis worm. I know I'm very sorry if the filariasis worm is your favorite parasite on the planet, but in return you can see the actual most dangerous creature on planet Earth, my forehead. Anyways, The filariasis worm is a microscopic worm that invades the bloodstream of its host through fly bites. Once inside, the worms will attach to the lymph node system, which can cause a fluid buildup that can eventually lead to some pretty terrifying conditions like advanced elephantitis. So this is the most famous bug on Earth and in the entire universe. The thing is, as with most spiders, the black widow won't really inflict a venomous bite. It first inflicts a threatening, non-venomous bite to get you to back off. The only time spiders will really go for the kill first is if you somehow mess with their web. And unfortunately, I have experience with this as well, because on that same vacation, one of my other cousins was sitting on her blanket on the beach, and she had this black spider wandering around. She didn't like it. I came to take a look at it, and I picked it up. Terrible idea. And I saw this pure black spider on its back, just pure black. And I was looking at it, because this was my peak of bug knowledge. I was like, what spider is this? And I turn it over and see that red hourglass on the bottom of its abdomen. There was a lot of throwing potentially fatal spiders on that vacation. Speaking of potentially fatal, the black widow is iffy on the potentially fatal part. If it does inflict a full venom bite, it will act as a neurological agent and affect the muscles and heart. It can be incredibly painful, and again, like with the Deathstalker scorpion, fatal for young children and those with any pre-existing conditions. The Glyptopanthes wasp. So I kind of lied when I said there were no parasitoid wasps later on in the list, but this one deserves its spot in Tier 4 because when injected into other insects, its larva will release a special toxin that, here we go again, affects the host's central nervous system, causing a degree of control over its actions. So the Glyptopanthes wasp is kind of like a flying cordyceps injector. Terrible. Okay, I think it's safe to move on to Tier 5 now, starting with the spitting thick-tail black scorpion, which makes it to Tier 5 simply because it has the audacity to have 5 names. I mean, spitting thick-tail black scorpion. You really could just have one of those and scorpion. It's ridiculous. Anyways, it also is here because it has a venom that's as potent as cyanide, and it can fire that venom from its tail accurately up to a distance of 1 meter. But really just the name. I mean, absurd. I don't really want to talk about this next one, because in my mind, these kinds of things don't even deserve our recognition. But they exist for some reason, so here we go. Screwworm. Screwworm flies will enter the human body and inject hundreds of eggs, which hatch within a day. And once those larvae are active, they will immediately set about devouring human flesh. Very quickly, a screwworm infestation can be very fatal if untreated. They enter through open wounds, so for the love of God, just wear a band-aid. Please. The tsetse fly is a type of biting fly that inhabits Africa, and it carries something called trypanosome. If you do come into contact with trypanosome when you're bitten by a tsetse fly, you can come down with something called sleeping sickness, which is an illness with terrible symptoms that may also prove fatal. Chagas bug is the same as tsetse fly. It's called the kissing bug. It inhabits South America and Central America instead of Africa, and it just carries trypanosome again. So if you are bitten by a Chagas bug, you have a likelihood of coming down with sleeping sickness. Jacalopturus reneniae is one of our 2 prehistoric bugs. You'll find they're both here for very compelling reasons. This one is a sea scorpion that can grow up to 8 feet. I mean, can you imagine? We saw the biggest modern scorpion earlier in Tier 2 at 9 inches. Imagine something that's more than 10 times that size. Just crazy. Arthropleura is a little bit scarier than the Jacalopturus reneniae because it's 9 feet long and it's a giant millipede. So I'm officially rescinding anything I ever said earlier about millipedes being friendly, because by God, if I saw this thing, I think I would try to die before it could kill me in any way. So pinworms are not the most deadly worm, or the grossest. That honor definitely goes to screwworms. And I was going to put botfly on the list, but screwworms just blew them out of the water, and they kind of do a similar thing, so Botfly honorable mention if you want to look it up and find all about it. People go crazy over the botfly. It's huge. But pinworms, they have a little quirk about them. Very quirky. First of all, they're the most common type of parasitic worm in the United States, which is where I live, so fantastic. And second of all, they only infect the anus, penis, or vagina. And when you're infected, you'll have thousands of eggs laying down there and come up with all nasty stuff like urinary tract infection. Just, you know what? I take it back. I think it might be the grossest, just for the pure sadism of it. We gotta get mini monsters out for this one. Because I'll tell you, when I was a kid and I first learned about the Brazilian wandering spider, I thought that I was the coolest fucking thing on the planet. Because I knew that somewhere out there, and really anywhere out there, because the Brazilian wandering spider, as the name would suggest, loves to wander, is the most dangerous species of spider in the world. Fast and aggressive, has excellent eyesight, carries a deadly toxin. Yes, it is deadly. They have the largest venom glands of any spider, and a full dose is easily enough to kill any adult human. And the other funny little thing about the Brazilian wandering spider is, yes, it did wander its way up into the United States of America. Amazing. So, a lot of you guys are probably looking at Tier 6 right now and thinking to yourselves, I know a lot of these. These are not the scariest bugs in the world. Some of these even might live in my apartment. And, first of all, call an exterminator, because you're about to find out why. I'm going to go through each one of these, and I'm going to give my reasoning for why they're here in Tier 6. Starting with fleas. They spread the fucking Black Plague, which killed 100 million people, by some historians' estimates. They also spread the guinea worm, which in its own right was a Tier 3 parasite, so I don't think much more explanation is needed there. Mosquitoes, when they bite you, there's a possibility they're carrying something called Plasmodium, which is responsible for the malaria virus, which kills 700,000 people every year globally. It's actually the reason that the mosquito has been named the deadliest animal in history. So the brain-eating amoeba is the deadliest parasite on the list. It lives in freshwater bodies in the southern United States, and if you go dunking your head in contaminated water, it'll travel through the nose up into the brain, where it basically does what it promises to with its name. It doesn't have any sort of controlling effect like cordyceps or Toxoplasma gondii. It's just solely interested in absolutely destroying your brain. It's very fatal, almost immediately. And also, it kind of looks like that guy Joker from the movie Joker. And finally, ending our journey righteously, we have the cockroach, because one time I saw one crawling in my apartment and I got scared. Also, it says they're omnivores that have been recorded to eat human beings, both living and dead. There's that too. I mean, I think there's probably a reason why the cockroach is the bug with the single most old wives' tales told about it. It's just like the most hated thing on Earth since Earth began. The only thing worse than a cockroach is one that fucking whispers to you. Actually, no. I apologize, I take that back. The only thing worse than a cockroach is the actual final entry on our list, the Manipulator modificaputus, which was a prehistoric cockroach with praying mantis arms. Thanks for watching. Guys, I'm actually coming back to you with one final tier, because during my research for this video, something huge was discovered by the scientific community. So they found an anaerobic, meaning a being that can survive without oxygen, parasite that seems to have arrived. Hello. Unfortunately, there seems to be a bit of a backup lighting situation going on, possibly a bit of a backup green screen situation going on today. I don't know if the water behind me looks wrinkled. I apologize. We will get that fixed next time, I promise you. And finally, it seems like there might be a bit of a backup used hair product situation going on today, which is unfortunate, but we are here solely for information and education, so we will make it through. Anyways, welcome back. I'm very excited. Today we're going to be looking at some disturbing and mysterious things found in the deep blue sea. Iceberg videos seem to have gone out of style, so I put together this coral reef of oceanic mysteries. There are 4 distinct themed sections that we'll be going through, so without further ado, let us dive right into it. Our first section is going to be oceanic anomalies. These are things that are due to the ocean interacting with itself, whether it be tides or pressure, anything like that. Nothing to do with human beings or other animals, just the ocean itself. Starting out with whirlpools. These are, of course, those circular sea sensations caused by clashing currents. They may seem benign, but if you get trapped in one, it's very easy to get tired out by trying to swim out of it. Of course, then you get sucked right into the vortex and down into the ocean. Whirlpools that are extremely powerful are called maelstroms. They usually accompany hurricanes and are strong enough to down entire ships and vessels. In fact, some whirlpools are so tight and inescapable that scientists consider them to be mathematically equivalent to black holes in terms of their pull. Bends, also known as decompression sickness. This can happen when you ascend too quickly while scuba diving. What happens is that if you don't properly pace yourself, the nitrogen from your scuba tank that you inhaled will bubble up and start to expand inside your bloodstream, which can lead to this. That gives bubble butt a whole new meaning. Unfortunately, it can also lead to paralysis and death, but that guy survived. Otherwise, I would not be making jokes about it. Mask squeeze. If the bends is what happens when you don't pay enough attention going up in scuba diving, mask squeeze is what happens when you don't pay enough attention going down. See, when you go down while scuba diving, you're supposed to equalize, which means hold your nose and push pressure out of your ears. If you don't do that, pressure will build up, and that'll lead to mask squeeze. Now, I actually saw this happen to my dad once. We were about 80 feet deep, and my friend and I started seeing some green stuff come out of his face, and we thought at first it was seaweed, but then when we started getting closer and closer to the surface, it turned red, because the color gradient actually decreases when you go underwater. Red is the first color to disappear. So when we got back up to the boat, we saw that there was blood all over his face, and he took his mask off, and his eyes were literally bulging out of his head. One of the most terrifying things I've ever experienced. Fortunately, usually mask squeeze is actually more of an inconvenience. It can lead to a headache, but if it's serious enough, it can lead to some burst blood vessels that can cause some damage. I was scared of dentists in the dark. What you should be more scared of is the actual riptides. If you've ever gone swimming at the beach, your parents have probably warned you about this one. Riptides are very strong ocean currents due to constricted ebbing tides heading out back to the ocean. If you're caught in one, it can carry you very far out to sea very quickly. It becomes exhausting to try to swim against it. So the conventional wisdom is, instead of trying to swim against the riptide back to the shore, swim like kind of perpendicular to the riptide and out of it back into water where the current isn't occurring. Delta P is a phenomenon that occurs when there's a stark difference in pressure between two places underwater. A good example of this is when there is a scuba diver working with pipes. If they open a pipe and there's no water currently in the pipe, the water gets sucked into the pipe so quickly that the scuba diver can get sucked with it, mangling their entire body. Even if it's a really small opening, their entire body will get sucked into it. Unfortunately, Delta P can get pretty brutal. I think this is what happened in the case of Abigail Taylor, who was a 6-year-old in Minnesota who sat on a faulty pool drain and had her intestines sucked into it because there was a difference in pressure. It can get pretty severe. This one is a lot less morbid. It's deep sea gigantism. This is the name given to the tendency for undersea creatures to be a lot larger than their land-loving counterparts. Nobody's really sure why this happens. Some people think it's because of the colder temperatures underwater, while others think it's because of the pressurized oxygen deposits. Either or, we're going to be talking about a lot of examples of deep sea gigantism later, so get excited. Blue holes, or marine sinkholes, are areas of increased depth forming around banks or islands that starkly contrast their surroundings, creating a kind of ominous-looking abyss. They're not actually that dangerous. The most famous examples of these are the Great Blue Hole, which is about 400 feet deep, and the Dragon Hole, which is about 1,000 feet deep. They just look really cool. The Mariana Trench is one that I'd be surprised if a lot of people didn't already know about. It's the deepest trench and currently the deepest known part of the ocean, with its top depth at a place called Challenger Deep, being approximately 35,000 feet and experiencing pressures 1,000 times that of what we experience on land. The only thing able to survive down there is either a microscopic organism like the amoeba or something like that, or the Mariana snailfish. And if you have to look like that, it is definitely not worth it. Well, wrapping up this section, we have the cardinal 80% rule, telling us that we've only explored 20% of the ocean up to this point, meaning there's 80% that remains unknown. Keep this in mind when we talk about the animals, because that means for every one disgusting, terrifying, creepy sea creature, there are 4 that we have yet to discover. I think that ratio makes sense. All right, we are starting now section 2, strange sea creatures. And keep in mind, in this section, we're looking into real animals and real animals. What could possibly be creepy about coral? Well, maybe not to you, but I just recently discovered that coral are not plants, but animals, invertebrates specifically, meaning that those massive growths are more closely related to trilobites and barnacles than cactuses and houseplants. Speaking of which, while writing that, I learned that trilobites and barnacles are arthropods, which means that they're related to spiders. Oh god. Anglerfish are of course famous for their glow-in-the-dark fin that they use to lure in prey. This is actually created by a symbiotic relationship it has with a certain saltwater bacteria. But really, the most interesting thing about the anglerfish is the extreme sexual dimorphism of the species. There's a big difference between the male and female. And when I say big, I mean really, really big, because the female can get to about 3 feet long, and the male are some of the smallest invertebrates in the world. I don't know how they make it work, but good for them. Isopods are an order of crustaceans that somewhat resemble lice, although they're only really related by phylum. There are around 10,000 species of isopods, but any of the 20 largest can be considered giant isopods. These are called by scientists a great example of deep-sea gigantism, as they can grow up to 20 inches, which is a lot larger than any of the other species. They live around 1,000 to 8,000 feet underwater and have a nasty reputation for ruining fishing setups. The lionfish is my favorite fish because I have some personal experience with it. See, I was scuba diving, night diving with a friend of mine at night diving. And we entered this small coral cave, and to avoid getting stuck up at the top of it, we started drifting towards the bottom. And right before we hit the ocean floor, we turned our flashlights and saw a whole school of lionfish with their spines pointed right up towards us. So we scurried up really quickly and got right out of that cave. The reason that this was scary to us is because the lionfish's spines are lined, each of them, with an extremely painful toxin that can even cause paralysis. They've recently become an invasive species in the Atlantic, and I even saw one at a water park once, so be careful. But man, they are one of the most gorgeous things in the ocean. The stonefish is similar to the lionfish. Its spines are also capable of administering a toxin, this time being much more deadly, able to kill someone in less than an hour. However, the stonefish differs from the lionfish in that it is ugly. Its camouflage is really well developed. It actually looks like a rock. I've seen one of these before. A couple of scuba divers I was diving with were poking a rock, or so I thought, with their GoPro, and it opened its eyes. Really surreal experience. Also shows how stupid scuba divers get when GoPros are involved. The mantis shrimp is a small shrimp-like creature that has one of the most interesting offensive mechanisms in the animal kingdom. Well, for a shrimp, that is. For us humans, it's a little bit too common. See, the mantis shrimp is able to punch its forearms out at such a rapid speed that the water around it is raised to a temperature of 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is roughly the same as the surface of the sun, by the way. The mantis shrimp uses this super punch mainly for hunting, but it can also be used to slice straight through the flesh, muscle, and bones of a human being, so incredible. Although they are very cute, especially in their ballooned up form, pufferfish are exceedingly dangerous. They carry a poison called tetrodotoxin, which is roughly 1,000 times more lethal than cyanide. The real reason they're worth talking about, though, is because in some parts of the world, they are considered a very, very delicious meal. The chef who prepares it has to be extremely well trained, however, otherwise they are serving up a dish that is capable of killing up to 30 adult human beings. Feather stars are a close relative of starfish, which toe the line between unsettling and beautiful quite vividly. They're known for their eerie way of swimming through the water, and they're also quite toxic, so don't eat them. I mean, I would say, who would eat that? But I have been served dishes made out of literal animal organs at more than one all-you-can-eat buffets, so you never know in this wacky world. The flower urchin is the most dangerous sea urchin in the world, with its spines being poisonous and possibly fatal. The gulper eel, also known as the pelican eel for that great gullet it has, that mouth of its, by the way, makes up around 2/3 of its total 3-foot length. It lives at depths up to 10,000 feet and has a lure on its tail, kind of like the anglerfish, but its real treat is its extendable stomach. Possibly the most famous ocean predator in the world, at least thanks to Steven Spielberg, is the great white shark. Females of this species can reach up to 20 feet in length, and they're responsible for around 1 death every year, so really they're not as bad as their reputation makes them seem. But they will attack you if you look like a seal, so keep that backpedaling on your boogie board close to the shoreline. The goblin shark is ugly. The blue-ringed octopus, like most octopi, is docile and intelligent, unless it is feeling threatened, in which case it will glow neon and bite. Its bite contains the aforementioned tetrodotoxin, which can kill several adults within minutes, so it's best not to mess with it when it's in a hangry mood. Also, it's worth noting here, because we are not going to get into it too deeply, that there is a fringe group of UFOologists who consider the octopus to be possibly extraterrestrial in origin due to its strange biology and incredibly increased intelligence. The Japanese spider crab. I think when it comes to this one, the only word that needs to be used is why. The giant squid is a popular one. It's another example of deep-sea gigantism, reaching around 43 feet in length, and its maximum depth for dwelling is around 3,000 feet under the ocean. And if you thought the giant squid was bad, wait until you hear about the colossal squid, which can reach a length of, drumroll please, 3 feet longer, maximum of 46 feet. I was going to talk about the kraken, the mythical kraken, later in the video, but I decided to leave it out because I think it's pretty much agreed these days that the giant and colossal squid is its real-life inspiration. Also, a fun fact about the colossal squid, it is the largest known invertebrate, or animal living without a spine or backbone of some kind. The big fin squid is a Creepypasta Tumblr fan art that somehow ended up being made into a real animal, and no one can convince me otherwise. It can reach over 25 feet in length, with its arms accounting for most of the length. Its method of feeding and predation has not yet been discovered, and personally, I think we should keep it that way. Sperm whales are the natural enemy of the colossal and giant squid. I'm sure you've heard stories of their day-long battles where the squid eventually ends up in the sperm whale's stomach and starts leaving claw marks. The sperm whale is able to accomplish this, swallowing the squid whole, because it's not only the largest toothed whale, coming in at 65 feet maximum, but it is also the largest predatory animal in the world. 52 blue, this one is really interesting. This is a singular whale of an unidentified species. It's become known as the loneliest whale in the world. Although its migration patterns match that of the blue and fin whales, its call is unusually high, being 52 hertz. Some people believe it's some kind of hybrid between two species, while others believe that the whale could be deaf and not able to recognize the call of its own species and repeat it. 52 Blue's unique call has been detected by hydrophones since the late 1980s, but the whale itself has never been seen. The Mosasaurus. Yes, it is the giant water dinosaur from Jurassic World. It was a prehistoric, predatory water reptile that could grow to be up to 50 feet and 30 tons, and it has one of the gnarliest sets of teeth I have ever seen. And the Plesiosaurus. This one is of course notable for being what people think, if it existed, was the Loch Ness Monster. The Plesiosaurus in that case lived in a lake, but in prehistoric times it did live in the open ocean. The Shonisaurus sekeniensis, this tongue twister, was actually the largest sea animal to live throughout the entire age of dinosaurs, clocking in at an impressive 85-foot maximum. It was a toothed predatory dinosaur, so I'm sure it killed a lot of things on the open ocean, but it kills a lot more these days at the local spelling bee. Rounding out our prehistoric sea monsters, we have, of course, the famous Megalodon. This shark measured around 55 feet in length, which is 3 times the length of a great white shark, making it look more just like a white shark. However, there are some scientists who say that the largest Megalodon could have reached lengths up to 80 feet, which is simultaneously the coolest and most terrifying science fact. There's also, of course, a group of fringe theorists who believe that there is at least one megalodon left from the ancient age living among us, but that remains unfounded as of yet. Ningen is a modern-day mythical creature created on the internet in Japan, apparently, unless it's real. Its name comes from the Japanese word for human because it's said to have a remarkably humanoid appearance as well as pale white skin and inhabit the ocean around the Antarctic. Supposedly it's around 90 feet in length, which I think would be pretty hard for the scientific community to miss, but stranger things have happened. The bloop is a very famous unexplained deep-sea noise picked up by hydrophones in 1997. Although the original hypothesis was that this noise was caused by glacial movements, it's become much more popular in the scientific community these days to say that it was caused by some kind of marine animal, although the scientists who say that admit that the low frequency / high amplitude bloop is a lot stronger than any marine call that's currently known of. The box jellyfish is the most venomous animal in the ocean. Its sting can cause extreme pain and death in a lot of cases. The Australian box jellyfish ups the ante by being 10 feet long. I mean, combined with the fact that these things are barely visible, they can actually become really dangerous when out in the open ocean. And box jellyfish, unlike regular jellyfish, don't drift. They're able to swim at swift speeds of, brace yourself, 20 feet per minute. It's swift for jellyfish, believe me. The bobbit worm. Okay. So last time when we talked about bugs and parasites, it was established that anything with the word worm in its name is literally the worst thing that has ever been created and placed on the planet. The same applies here, unfortunately, as the bobbit worm is a marine worm that lives around 300 feet underwater, so far away from shore, thank God. It lives and burrows under the surface of the ocean floor, and it senses prey with its antenna. I mean, we can watch in the footage here, that's how it hunts. Once it senses, it grabs it and pulls it down. I mean, that is literally footage from a horror movie. It's known to also murder entire aquariums when rocks with larvae are accidentally placed in them because it is such a ravenous and unforgivable killer. And the worst part is it's 10 feet long. Oh, sorry, no. The worst part is that its entire body is lined with an incredibly potent neurotoxin that can paralyze humans for life if they ever happen to unfortunately come in contact with this disgusting creature. But it's also kind of sick. Our final entry into the category of sea creatures is the mythical Leviathan. This is a sea serpent from the Abrahamic religions. It was also at one point noted as some kind of demon prince. But over the years, the word Leviathan has come to mean any sort of sea monster that is kind of beyond the comprehension of the human mind. I think it's interesting to note that the dragons in antiquity, Tiamat, Apep, Hydra, all those, they all have a strong association with water and with outer space, as the sea and the sky were seen as opposing spheres in the celestial systems of those ancient religions. This also applies in modern times sometimes with monsters like Cthulhu, who are from outer space. They're cosmic, but they're also coastal. He lives in some kind of ancient undersea city. And maybe these kind of hypothetical aliens prefer the ocean because it reminds them of the void, emptiness of outer space, their home. Anyways, the point is, there is and there always has been a strong relationship between the bottom of the ocean and the depths of outer space, at least in human storytelling. That's the point. It is getting pretty windy where I am. Apparently, there's a tropical storm headed my way tonight, which sets the perfect mood for our next section, Doomed Vessels. The title is pretty self-explanatory. This is anybody who tried to set their course across the sea and met an unfortunate end, and perhaps after that returned to help others meet an unfortunate end at sea as well. Everybody knows the story of the Titanic. It was a passenger vessel that crashed into an iceberg on its way from London to New York in 1912, resulting in the death of 1,500 passengers, one of the deadliest incidents at sea in history. But let's get into something more interesting, and that is the theory that the Titanic was not the Titanic at all, but rather its sister ship, the Olympic. And for that, we need one of these. That is much better. So the story is that the Olympic had already been damaged traveling from England to New York in 1911. So when the Olympic returned to the United Kingdoms a couple weeks before the Titanic was scheduled to set sail, modern-day theorists believe that they had the Titanic switched out for the Olympic, and the Olympic set sail instead with all those passengers on board, because the damaged Olympic being sunk could collect insurance on the Titanic if they thought it was the Titanic, and the Titanic being non-damaged was a lot more valuable than the Olympic would have been if it got sunk. I guess this may have been more fruitful, more, profitable than if they went through the lengthy repair process on the Olympic, but that's the theory. The Mary Celeste was a large merchant vessel that set sail from New York to Italy in 1872 under the command of one Captain Benjamin Spooner Briggs. About 8 days into the voyage, the Mary Celeste was spotted by another ship floating idly in the ocean. When the crew of the other ship boarded the Mary Celeste to investigate, they found that it was in perfect condition, except that the entire crew had disappeared. The only thing missing was one lifeboat, but even if there were any survivors, none of them were spotted after the incident. The captain's log's last entry had been 10 days earlier, and it had no hints as to anything that could have caused the crew to go missing. The Flying Dutchman is a ghost ship, not in the way that the Mary Celeste was a ghost ship in that it was abandoned, but in the way that the Flying Dutchman is literally crewed by ghosts, allegedly. Sightings were most common in the 1800s, but apparently the legend of the Flying Dutchman was started in the 1600s when the East India Trading Company was still at the peak of its power. The Dutchman is a cursed vessel. It's never allowed to make port or landfall, so it sails the sea in search of other seafarers, approaching them with an eerie mist emanating from it and a ghastly light at its mast. It'll try to make them meet their end among the tides. So, Andrew Macaulay was an Australian adventurer who attempted to make the almost 1,000-mile journey across the Tasman Sea alone in just a one-man kayak. He constructed his own cockpit device named Casper to keep warm and balance out the kayak in rough conditions. However, the journey that was planned to take him all the way from Australia to New Zealand had conditions much harsher than anything he could anticipate. His kayak was spotted abandoned a month into the journey, and neither Andrew nor Casper have been found anywhere since. I think the most disturbing element of this one to me are the selfies that Andrew took across the entire voyage, where you can literally gradually see the rough conditions and isolation start to take its toll on him. Okay, we have happily reached the final section, which is lost locations. This is, ruins, islands, anywhere in the sea, man-made or otherwise, that's interesting, mysterious, or disturbing, but mostly ruins, to be honest. Oak Island is a privately owned island off the coast of Nova Scotia, Canada. It's a well-known hub for treasure hunters these days, with the most famous legend being that the pirate Captain Kidd left a bulk of his treasure there buried somewhere. I mean, there have been some interesting little trinkets and artifacts and treasures that have been exhumed on the island since hunting started, but the hunters are not satisfied because what they are looking for ranges from lost Shakespearean manuscripts to the literal Ark of the Covenant. So clearly their Holy Grail hasn't been discovered there yet. I say Holy Grail metaphorically, but there might be a crew literally looking for the Holy Grail there, so I should be careful. Still, the island remains a bastion of pirate-era wonder and adventure in the modern age, which is rare, even though the actual pirate era wasn't that wondrous or adventurous at all. The Flannan Isles Lighthouse is a lighthouse off the west coast of Scotland. It is most famous for an anomalous occurrence in the year 1900 when a passing ship noticed the lighthouse wasn't shining as usual and went on shore to investigate. They found that the crew, the keepers of the lighthouse, Thomas Marshall, Donald MacArthur, and James Dukas, were nowhere to be found. Like with the Mary Celeste, everything on the island and in the actual lighthouse was in complete order, so there are really no hints as to where these guys disappeared off to. The nature and location of this mystery has lent to a lot of supernatural sea-based theories over the years, but I really hope that whatever happened to these three guys, it had absolutely nothing in common with the movie The Lighthouse, because that one was a doozy. The Baltic Sea Anomaly is a circular object captured by a group of treasure hunters called Ocean X using sonar technology at the bottom of the Gulf of Bothnia in 2011. Ever since then, debates have raged about whether or not the anomaly is man-made or naturally formed, although scientists do admit that the almost perfectly circular shape is rather strange. Ocean X returned to the scene in 2012 to try to capture it again, but claimed that their equipment failed due to some kind of strange interference. The Yonaguni Monument is another strange underwater formation. A certain geology professor named Kimura from Okinawa claims that it's some sort of lost remnant of an ancient drowned civilization. This is, of course, widely disputed by scientists, but after looking at it myself, I can kind of see where this professor is coming from. I mean, the place seems to have several sort of staircase-like segments built into it, but apparently, according to scientists, this can occur naturally with limestone. Anyways, the monument itself lies deep beneath the southernmost tip of the Ryukyu Islands in Japan, if you ever want to visit it. Heraklion is an ancient Egyptian city which eventually succumbed to earthquakes and rising sea levels due to its coastal location and fell deep beneath the Mediterranean Sea. Legends tell of Heraklion being a haven for knowledge and ancient religions. The ruins of Heraklion were eventually discovered in shallow waters off the coast of modern-day Abu Qir Bay. They are now being studied. The Bermuda Triangle is one you've probably already heard of. It's a triangular section of the Atlantic Ocean, lying between Florida, Puerto Rico, and Bermuda. It's had an inordinate amount of shipwrecks and disappearance happen inside it, leading many to believe it's got some kind of paranormal activity happening there. Famed cryptozoologist Ivan T. Sanderson named the Bermuda Triangle a vile vortex, a place where people went missing due to space-time distortions, UFO activity, or a group of ocean-dwelling humanoids. The only other place to earn the esteemed title of vile vortex was the very similar Formosa Triangle that lies south of Japan. Crystal pyramids. So these kinds of pyramids were supposedly discovered in the depths of the Bermuda Triangle by one Dr. Meyer Verlag using sonar technology. The pyramids are apparently made out of some kind of clear crystalline material, but this whole story is extremely unfounded, at least as of right now. Bimini Road is a half-mile-long structure, also near or by some definitions within the Bermuda Triangle. Now this one is definitely real, though people of course disagree on whether or not it is naturally formed out of limestone or man-made. Some people think it's man-made and part of some sort of ancient civilization. I wonder what that could be. Here's what it is. Atlantis. Oh boy, here we go. This is a long one. Atlantis is a fictional utopia inhabited by supernaturally powerful individuals that was first envisioned by the Greek philosopher Plato in stories where it served as an enemy state to his home of Athens. But come the 1800s, scholars and philosophers and historians started discussing the possibility that Atlantis is real, or was real. This is considered seriously fringed by the scientific community, but the general gist is that there was an advanced ancient civilization with technology far exceeding anything we've discovered from previous eras, which was ruined and sank to the bottom of the ocean as a result of some sort of cataclysmic event. This is often thought to have been the Younger Dryas, a theorized series of comet collisions that hypothetically occurred 12,000 or so years ago that supposedly ushered a magnitude of extra water into the Atlantic Ocean, disrupted the climate cycle, caused an enhanced ice age, and vastly affected prehistoric peoples. For this reason, many people, unsurprisingly, believe that the city is located in the Atlantic Ocean, with some people saying it's beneath the Bermuda Triangle and responsible for every strange happening that's occurred there, using things like the Bimini Road as evidence. Another popular theory is that the legend of Atlantis was lifted from ancient Egyptian oral tradition by Plato's distant relative Solon, and that the real location of at least part of Atlantis is the Eye of the Sahara in the Sahara Desert. Now, this strange formation of concentric circles has been singled out due to the salt deposits lining it, which has led to the conclusion that it was once underwater. And in fact, mostly there are scientists who agree and describe the Sahara as of 10 to 20,000 years ago being a fertile and lush paradise before ancient climate fluctuations caused excess river flooding and rainwater, along with a host of other complications that eventually turned it into the barren desert it is today. So Atlantis believers, or Atlantologists, describe this event as coinciding with the Younger Dryas. Adding to this, supposedly, but we're really getting into this territory now. In fact, maybe I should make myself another one. Just one second. Okay. There we go, fully formed. That makes me feel a lot better. We're about to get into it. So, supposedly, the CIA conducted experiments and surveillance on multiple geographic anomalies in the 1960s, with the Eye of the Sahara being one of them. The whole big picture belief of this entire theory is that there was a massive event around 12,000 or so years ago which wiped out a bunch of advanced civilizations, with Atlantis either being the most powerful or the central city of an empire comprised of 10 kingdoms. There's a lot more to cover with this one and the Younger Dryas, so I'll save it for a future video that I'm planning to do on ancient mysteries. Overall, none of this is at all confirmed. It is considered to be very fringe and pseudoscientific, but Atlantis is the biggest oceanic mystery of all time, and this video is mainly for entertainment purposes. YouTube, please keep that in mind. So I did want to do a bit of a deep dive into it. So in conclusion on Atlantis, it is considered by most historians to be either a fictional retelling of the real-life Thera eruption in 1600 BC that destroyed parts of modern-day Crete, or an elaborate allegory describing the fall of a prideful nation-state at the peak of its power and corruption. I mean, after all, Plato does describe the Atlanteans as being near godlike in their capabilities, so there's no way that any of this is anything but an elaborate fairy tale. Unless they were literally alien! And finally, we have the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, which is a collection of trash and pollution that is gathered in the North Pacific Ocean. It's been created by a regular convergence of warm Pacific water with cold Arctic water that creates currents that give any new debris a swift ride to join the patch, which now covers 1 million square kilometers of ocean water with toxic microplastics and old fishing gear. I mean, I guess besides being sort of nostalgic of one of my favorite movies, Godzilla vs. Hedorah, the Great Pacific Garbage Patch serves as a stark reminder of the real most disturbing thing that's about to be under the ocean, which is every single one of us. Thank you for watching. Guys, I wanted to come at you with something really cool that I discovered while editing. So, you know how I said at the beginning of the video that whirlpools are caused by clashing ocean currents? Well, recently scientists have been investigating a different kind of whirlpool that seems to be being caused by something deep within the ocean, sucking air or something above the surface of the water down into itself. Now, nobody is really sure what this phenomenon is being caused by, but what is most interesting about this whirlpool is that these whirlpools do not occur concurrently, meaning that this whirlpool only occurs at one given location at any one given time, and then it moves somewhere else. Where are some of the locations this whirlpool has been seen in? Well, the Bermuda Triangle and by the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. What is also interesting that I didn't mention because nobody thought that it was worth mentioning until now is that in the logs of the Mary Celeste and on the Yonaguni Monument are drawings and carvings that appear to be similar to the shape of a counterclockwise whirlpool. This whirlpool is always counterclockwise. Okay, here's where it gets crazy. Keep in mind what I said during the Leviathan section about monsters being from outer space and also living in the sea. Because what people are saying is that 12,000 years ago... You know, I wore these glasses to try to look like a history professor, but it's pretty clear now that I'm seeing them on video that they're blue light. So I guess that just makes me look like a hipster douche. Anyways, welcome back. The trailer for Indiana Jones 5 just dropped, which I can only imagine is going to cover a lengthy apology tour for Indy's various politically incorrect infractions in the 80s.
I was a child. I was in love. It was wrong and you knew it.
Suffice to say, that got me interested in today's topic, which is this very, very long list on ancient mysteries. The term ancient or antiquity is pretty controversial. Nobody really knows what defines the time period that we consider antiquity, but this list covers the 12,000 BCs all the way to the 1970s. So really, it's anything that I thought was interesting, but not too modern. Starting with the most important antiquity fact of all time, which is that the Egyptians used to worship cats as gods. Why? Because they're the best. Okay, she's in pain. That was a joke. No. Egyptians did used to worship cats as gods, but I'm not sure if that's the most important antiquity fact of all time. That is probably very scholarly debated. But before we actually do start, an important note. Today we're back to the quality of the disturbing deep sea secrets video because I lost my 4K camera. Actually, I rented it from a friend and I gave it back. Not really losing. That sounded really worrying. I would not lose an expensive 4K camera. But the important thing is the deep sea secrets video was my most popular video by far, so it proves once and for all what I've always thought, that quality isn't worth shit and content is king. Let's get education. Starting with our artifacts, pretty self-explanatory, ancient artifacts that there may be some sense of mystery about. Really, no need to waste time in this video. There is a lot of time to go around. The Daksha stone, also called the Map of the Creator, is a stone slab discovered by Russian scientists in 1999. It has creases in it, either naturally formed or artificially carved, according to who you ask, that somewhat resemble a map of Russia's mountainous Ural region. There's not a lot of information on this one. Some people believe that the map was carved into it 3,000 years ago. Some people believe that the rock with its creases formed 120 million years ago. And a very small minority believe the exciting third theory, which is that the rock had the map carved into it 120 million years ago, which of course lends to theories about ancient civilizations existing before some kind of cataclysmic event, or a cycle of cataclysmic events that occur periodically. We'll be hearing about a lot of those later. Also, possibly aliens. The London hammer is an iron and wood hammer that was excavated in 1936 in London, Texas. What's interesting is that it was found to be encased in Lower Cretaceous rock, which some people have dated to be around millions of years old. This again has been used to support theories about ancient civilizations existing in a pre-flood time, or one predating some kind of cataclysm like the Younger Dryas, and also, again, theories that it was created by aliens. Judaculla Rock is a rock that is located in Jackson County, North Carolina, famous for its unusual petroglyphs, or rock carvings, that have yet to be decoded, written in some kind of secret language or code. It's believed to be as old as the year 200 AD. Pakal's spaceship. Pakal's spaceship is literally an ancient spaceship that was discovered in the Mayan capital of Mayapan that definitively proves that aliens are real and visited us in the past. Just kidding. But close. The sarcophagus of the Mayan king Pakal was excavated in 1952. The coffin's lid features this intricate design, which some people believe depicts the late king operating some kind of spacecraft. Another interesting thing about Pakal is that the Mayans noted him dying at around 80 years old in their records, while scientific analysis of his body showed him to be in his 40s. This has led to some theories that Pakal may have been some kind of time traveler. The Klerksdorp spheres are small circular objects that were discovered in Ottosdal, South Africa. Like the Daksha stone and London hammer, they were found in incredibly old conditions, this time being extracted from 3 billion-year-old pyrophyllite? Phyllite? Some kind of mineral or crystal. This, of course, has lent to theories about ancient civilizations, aliens, etc., etc. However, scientists have officially made their claim that the objects are naturally formed. Still pretty weird looking though, so that one's up to you. The Dighton rock, like the Judaculla rock, is an American rock with several unusual petroglyphs carved into it that have yet to be deciphered. The Antikythera mechanism. The Antikythera mechanism is an ancient Greek device recovered from a shipwreck in 1901. Although its exact purpose is unknown, it's suspected to have been used for astronomy and is the oldest known example of an analog computer. It's also a shocking discovery because similar advanced technology wouldn't appear again until the 1300s, with the Antikythera mechanism being as old as 100 BC. The Baghdad Battery, or Baghdad, my Baghdad, kill me, was an artifact excavated in Iraq in 1936 that was dated to originate anywhere from the year 150 BC to the year 200 AD. And I want to note here that I know we have a different term for referring to years after the calendar year 0 now, but I always grew up with AD, so that's how I'm going to be referring to it throughout the video. It was made up of a ceramic pot with a tube of copper and an iron rod stuck through the middle. In modern recreations, it's been proven that this little copper chamber with the iron rod in the middle could produce a minimal amount of voltage if filled with an electrolytic liquid, or a liquid that conducts electricity, which is where it gets its battery name from. But most archaeologists believe that it was used for something immensely boring, like storing scrolls. The Phaistos disc is a clay artifact found in 1908 in a Minoan palace on the island of Crete, Greece. It has captured people's imaginations for the last century, as inscribed on its surface are a strange set of symbols and words written in yet again another undecipherable language or code. Many people have tried and failed to decipher it, and it's unlikely that anybody will succeed unless more examples of this code or language are unearthed. The Shroud of Turin is a linen shroud, which if you look closely appears to have the face of Jesus Christ displayed on it. The face is much more easily seen when you apply a negative effect to the shroud, which is creepy enough, but what's even creepier is that not even scientists can tell what method was used to get the face drawn into the shroud. There's a popular theory that Jesus wore it himself when he was buried, but most believe that it was created around the year 1300, and it's been kept in Italy's Cathedral of Turin since the late 1500s. The dodecahedron is any 12-sided shape, but in this context it's being used to refer to an ancient Roman object made of copper, which also has 12 sides. Nobody's been able to figure out what they were used for, some theories being that they were used to hold coins or in religious ceremonies. The Piri Reis map was compiled by Ottoman Admiral Piri Reis in 1513. What's mysterious about this map is that it includes detailed drawings of North and South America, which the Ottomans should have had no way of knowing about. Only a small fragment of the map has been uncovered, but what's most shocking is that a little continental tip at the bottom has been suggested to depict that they even had knowledge of Antarctica. Well, speaking of Indy, the Ark of the Covenant is one of the most coveted artifacts of all time. It was a golden chest which was said to contain the Ten Commandments' original stone tablets, a wand imbued with magical powers, and a pot of pure unfiltered manna or magical energy. The Book of Exodus describes the Ark being built by Moses under direct instruction from God at the peak of Mount Sinai to house the Ten Commandments. Although it's not proven to exist, there have been accounts of increased real-life religious activity whenever the Ark was described as being moved and stolen in biblical text, and today it's heavily rumored to be kept under guard in the Orthodox Tewahedo Church in Ethiopia. The Voynich manuscript is a 240-page illustrated codex, which is just a book using any material predating printed paper, created in the early 1400s that's written in a cryptid language that, yet again, has yet to be decoded. The contents of the codex are extremely interesting, with many of its pages depicting fantastical plants, unknown planets and astrological symbols, and strange people piloting bizarre mechanisms, aliens. Its creator and place of origin have yet to be discovered. Oh boy. The Spear of Destiny, Holy Lance, or Lance of Longinus, is the spear that was allegedly used by the Roman centurion Longinus to pierce Christ during his crucifixion. Since then, it's had an extremely flavored history, with multiple parties allegedly seeking it out, although keep in mind the story that I'm about to tell is extremely unfounded fringe history, but an entertaining story at that. Charlemagne, the first Holy Roman Emperor, carried the spear into battle with him and considered it to be a lucky charm. He reportedly later died after dropping it from his horse during battle. Since then, the spear has become associated with victory among history's various conquerors. At one point, there was even a trade proposed between two kings, where one of the kings offered to give up half of his country for the spear. Napoleon also tried to track it down, but failed. Then, in the early 1900s, it found its way to a museum in Vienna, where it was seen by a young Austrian veteran of World War I, Adolf Hitler. Hitler became obsessed with the spear, and his first order of business when annexing Austria in 1938 was to retrieve it from that same museum in Vienna. From that point onward, it became one of his personal keepsakes until it was retrieved by the Allies in 1944, and Hitler killed himself in his bunker. From then on, it fell into the hands of General George S. Patton of the United States until he lost it and died in a car crash 1 year later. Since then, it's returned to the same museum in Vienna if you want to try to get your hands on it, but I wouldn't recommend it given the track record of those who have. The shaft of the spear has been gone for a long time with only the head remaining, and apparently, after some renovations, it's bound by the nails of the true cross, the cross that Christ was crucified on. The Codex Gigas, or Devil's Bible, is a manuscript that was written in the early 1200s. It's infamous for its bizarre full-page drawing of the devil, also for being the largest illustrated manuscript from the time period. It's unknown who wrote the Codex, but why find out when we have this excellent theory about why it was created, telling us that it was written by a monk who broke his vows as his last chance to stop himself from being executed. According to the myth, the monk was imprisoned and told to make the Bible in just one night to atone for his sins, and upon realizing this was an impossible task, he made a deal with the devil who wrote it in his place. Modern inspection of the thing has determined that it would take around 20 years to recreate just the text portions of the Codex, and we can probably assume that the intricate illustrations and ornate page flourishes would take at least half that long. So whoever did make it must have had a real good reason for doing so. Ending our section on artifacts, we have the Sumerian Kings List, which is an incomplete collection of clay tablets that have been found across what was once Mesopotamia. It contains lists and histories of various Sumerian kings and details their reigns. It's been cited in some supernatural circles due to the fact that along with references to real historical kings and events, it also contains references to supposedly fictional individuals like Gilgamesh, much more on him later, and opens with a description of a kingdom falling from the sky after a worldwide flood, which you can imagine gets all kinds of people excited, and I cannot wait until this incomplete collection of clay tablets becomes complete. Can't help but wonder what else is on there. I had to take a quick break. The cat tore down the green screen, but moving on to part 2, places. This is again pretty self-explanatory. Archaeological dig sites that have some historical significance or ancient monuments that still mystify us today. Okay, starting with Stonehenge. Stonehenge is a monument that sits on the Salisbury Plain in England. It's composed of 25-ton vertical stones topped with even heavier horizontal stones and was built as early as 3000 BC, which is, needless to say, an unbelievable feat of architecture. Given this, several theories have popped up and come forward as to how and why Stonehenge was created. Theory 1, the earliest theory on Stonehenge, was that Merlin built it under orders from King Arthur's uncle Aurelius Ambrosius around the 5th century to commemorate the death of the then ruling Celtic British nobles who were killed by invading Saxons. This theory was of course come up with when Merlin and Aurelius Ambrosius and King Arthur were considered historical fact. Some people claim it was built in Ireland and then Merlin used his magical powers to move it into England. Theory number 2. An architect named Inigo Jones analyzed Stonehenge under the instructions of King James I and deduced that it was laid out in the Roman style of architecture. Romans had previously conquered parts of England before the Saxons arrived, but unfortunately this theory contradicts the theory that it was built by Merlin and the Celtic Britons with magic powers. Jones was unable to offer a reason as to why the Romans would have built Stonehenge because before he could publish his writings on the site, he died. Theory number 3. Years later, a physician named Dr. Walter Charlton proposed that Stonehenge was built in the 9th century by the Norse, who were present in much of England at that time. He believed that Stonehenge's shape was meant to represent a crown and that coronation rituals took place there for Danish kings. And then there are all the assorted theories like the hyper-advanced ancient civilization, of course, aliens, and British druids, which is an interesting one, but the overall point is to this day we still have no idea who built Stonehenge or why they built it, and even to some degree how it was built, which is why it remains strong as one of the most mysterious monuments in our history. Göbekli Tepe is an ancient city located in Mesopotamia. It predates Stonehenge by thousands of years, being just under 12,000 years old. What's most shocking about Göbekli Tepe is that archaeologists at the dig site say that 95% of it is still underground, so we're probably looking at the largest prehistoric site in history by far. Possibly the first temple in history, carvings show remnants of some kind of ancient religion with elements of animal spirit worship. The man who discovered Göbekli Tepe, archaeologist Klaus Schmidt, believes that it was built by surrounding hunter-gatherer groups to serve as some kind of central sanctuary. He has also hypothesized that it was purposefully buried, which just raises so many questions. Its geometric alignment, influenced in part by astronomy, far exceeds anything we've previously thought hunter-gatherer groups around that time were capable of, which has, of course, lent to hyper-advanced civilization, alien theories, blah, 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 blah. El Dorado, the legendary city of gold, or in some versions, collection of 7 cities, still of gold, is a myth that inspired several expeditions by various captains and conquistadors throughout the 15 and 1600s. El Dorado was mostly believed to have been located in South America, but there were a couple of explorers who scoured Central and Lower North America for it as well. It has yet to be discovered, unfortunately. The Laos Plain of Jars is a megalithic structure, or structure made of large stones, like Stonehenge and Göbekli Tepe, in Laos. Figure that. Archaeologists have determined that the jars were placed there between 1200 and 600 BC in burial rituals, but why believe something so morbid when we have Laos's own legend, which describes the jars as being used by a race of giants and their king named Kun Tueng to brew liquor in celebration of victory against enemies in battle? The Nazca lines are a group of giant geoglyphs in the Nazca Desert in Peru. They were created over a period of 900 years between 400 BC and 500 AD through the painstaking process of making incisions in the desert floor and filling them with different colored dirt until a detailed figure up to a half a mile long was created. The real mystery is why the Nazca people made them. Some believe that it was a signal to some skybound deities that they believed in, while others believed them to be simple trail markers. It's been observed that the lines converge on the horizon during the winter solstice, so there may have been an astronomical purpose for them as well. Around 90 of these figures have been discovered using drone technology, and many archaeologists believe that there are even more out there. Easter Island is a Chilean island that's become famous for its almost 1,000 Moai statues, also known as the Easter Island Heads. These megalithic structures were carved by invading Polynesians between 1200 and 1500 in the likeness of their deceased ancestors, and it was believed that the larger the statue was, the more mana it would generate in memory of the dead. Like Stonehenge and Göbekli Tepe, the carving and transportation of such massive stones is incredibly impressive. The Easter Island Heads are very cool and mystical, but they aren't the only mystery that the Easter Island houses. There are also the Rongo Rongo glyphs that were discovered on stone tablets there. The glyphs are written in a language called Rongo Rongo that has yet to be deciphered, and it may be one of the only languages in the world created completely independently of any other linguistic influences. Newgrange is an Irish monument, a tomb built overlooking Ireland's River Boyne in 5200 BC, making it older than Stonehenge and the Great Pyramids of Giza. It's an incredibly technically impressive feat for that time period, and what makes it even cooler is that every winter solstice, the sun creates a beam into the tomb's inner chamber, which illuminates the ancient carving on its walls. So again, we see not just incredible architectural prowess and prehistory, but also an immense knowledge of astronomy, and also a welcome return from the winter solstice. Machu Picchu is a citadel located in Peru that was built in the 1600s by the Incas. What baffles people about this one is that the granite stones used to build the site would have had to have been carried up the Andres Mountain the site sits on. Keep in mind, the Incas had not yet invented the wheel, so how they accomplished this is just up to archaeologists' imagination at this point. Also, the stones are carved and aligned together so precisely that no cracks are present in its architecture, which is another incredibly impressive feat. Astronomy was heavily important in Machu Picchu's construction as well, as during the fall and spring equinoxes, the sun rises directly above the monument, producing absolutely no shadows within it. Mount Ararat is a dormant volcano in Turkey. The book of Genesis names the mountains of Ararat, quote-unquote, as the place where Noah's Ark came to a rest after the Great Flood, which many associate with this location. There's also an anomaly towards the summit of the mountain that the Defense Intelligence Agency has called a linear facade in the glacial ice underlying more recently accumulated ice and snow, which many believe could be the remains of the Great Ark. The Osun Sacred Grove is located in a dense forest in Osogbo, Nigeria. The grove contains both renovated modern sections created by artists and older sacred idols created by the Yoruba, a group of people who use the grove to worship the fertility goddess Osun. What's interesting is that within the grove, over 200 plants can be found with medicinal uses, which makes the presence of an earth goddess seem all the more likely. The Yoruba have said that such groves used to be common in each of their towns, and this is the last one left. The hypogeum of Halsafliani is actually not Italian, is it? It's in Malta. Is Malta in Italy? No, Malta is its own country. How ignorant of you. So the Hypogeum of Halsafliani is an underground cemetery built in 3000 BC in Malta, a very distinguished and solitary country of its own origin. It's impressive as once again we have a main chamber called the Holy of Holies, which becomes fully illuminated during the winter solstice. There's also another chamber called the Oracle Room, which is designed to amplify resonance, making your voice echo several times louder than usual. Pumapunku is a site in Bolivia. There are several 100-ton megalithic stone structures here that are carved in H shapes with perfect right angles. We see here the recurring mystery of advanced stone carving capabilities that archaeologists have yet to fully unravel. And like Machu Picchu, the site is at a very high elevation, so the Aymara people who built it would have had to lug the stones up several thousand feet. That and their strange alignment, somewhat resembling kind of like a track, have led to theories that Pumapunku was used as a landing base for aliens. But if the aliens were capable of interstellar travel, I'm not so sure that their landing base would be built out of granite stones. The Sajama lines are a network of thousands of perfectly straight lines, also in Bolivia, etched around the Sajama volcano. Altogether, the lines that have been discovered measuring at 3 times the length of the entire United States, and for that reason, they could be considered the largest artwork in history. They were created over 3,000 years ago. For what reason and who exactly it was that made them are still unclear, but perhaps there was an alien landing base in the Sajama volcano? You know, when I wrote this list, I kind of didn't take into consideration how hard some of these things would be to pronounce, and because they're such obscure topics, some of them don't have pronunciations available online. This is one of them. Here we go. Envitenet, Tenet makes sense, I guess. Envitenet Island sits on Rudolph Lake in Kenya. It has a hollow center, kind of like Zootopolis City from Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, and is believed to be cursed by many Kenyans who live around it. No one dares to go near it, which makes what's inside its mountainous walls completely baffling and unsettling. Yes, there are abandoned settlements, first spoken of in Kenyan folklore, then confirmed through photograph. Who lived there, why they chose this extremely unconventional spot, and how they got past the island's steep sides and into the center of it remains a mystery to this day. Lake Titicaca, between Peru and again Bolivia, has become infamous in alien and Atlantis enthusiast circles, as there appears to be the ruins of a 1,000-year-old temple sunken into it. The fact that it's the highest lake in the world at a 12,000-foot altitude also generates theories of it being man-made, and various legends referring to it being a palace of dwelling for spirits and gods, and alleged sightings of something flying out of the lake at night have made it a certified UFO hotspot. Gilgamesh's tomb is the alleged real-life resting place of the alleged real-life Sumerian king and historical figure Gilgamesh, but don't worry, we'll be getting back to both of these later. And here we go with the least ancient mystery on the list, the Faces of Belmez, having started in 1971. These strange, face-like figures started appearing on the floor of the Pereira family's household in Belmez, Spain. Since then, different faces have been appearing and disappearing regularly in the house, and although several scientific studies have been conducted, an explanation for the phenomenon has yet to be offered. Great Zimbabwe is a site built around 800 years ago in Zimbabwe. Real shocker there, I know. Experts have hypothesized that the ruins used to be a palace for a local monarch. However, there is some dispute about this, as the central tower has 0 windows or doors, and I can't imagine that that would make any royal happy. The architects haven't been conclusively decided, but it is believed that the place was built by the Shona people. Shin Ao Av, like El Dorado, is a legendary city. It's said to be 5,000 years old and deep beneath the ground in California, with an entrance at the base of Death Valley. The only account of Shin Ao Av comes from a man named Howard E. Hill, who gave a speech in 1947 telling the story of a friend who found a cave system beneath the Death Valley, with glyphs carved into the walls and the mummified remains of people who were 9 feet tall. And the Land of Nod, which is a location in the Bible. It's actually where Cain flees to after unaliving Abel. I'm just not sure about YouTube's content moderation rules these days. It seems like people have been limiting their use of shocking vocabulary. Anyways, the word nod in the name leads some people to believe that it's an allusion to sleep or some kind of world of dreams and nightmares, as there's very little description given of the place, and I only think it's mentioned the once, which is when Cain flees to it in Genesis. I don't think there's any other mentions of the Land of Nod in the Bible besides that. Onwards we go to part 3. People. This is mysterious people in history and antiquity. Starting with Qin Shi Huang, who was the first emperor of unified China and a strict legalist who was not the nicest guy, as a lot of legalists were known to be. He ruled between 221 and 210 BC and founded the Qin dynasty. And he's been a history hotspot for a while because not only was he absolutely obsessed with immortality, in fact it was his primary goal, but he was also laid to rest at that tomb at the foot of the Lishan Mountains that's filled with those clay soldiers that have been featured in probably a dozen B sci-fi movies plots by now. But what's most interesting about Qin Shi Huang is his obsession with dragons. That was probably the thing he was most obsessed with besides immortality. He often depicted himself as a dragon and was said to have an intense alignment with the element of water. And some myths claim that Qin Shi Huang arrived in China on a dragon's back and his skin was blue, which of course has UFOologists going absolutely crazy. But Zoroaster, aka Zarathustra, or the Mysterious Man, is the founder of Zoroastrianism, and by God, if he had just not named it after himself like a douche, it would be so much less of a mouthful and perhaps one of today's major world religions. Anyways, Zoroastrianism is potentially the oldest monotheistic religion in history, which is a religion where you worship a single god rather than a pantheon of several gods like Hinduism. Zoroastrianism went on to influence today's Abrahamic faiths, so the argument could be made that Zoroaster is one of the most influential people in history. So, like Jesus and Buddha, other founders of major influential religions, what do we know about Zoroaster? Absolutely nothing. As mysterious as it is, the only thing we know about Zoroaster is that at some point he founded Zoroastrianism in Iran. We don't even know when it was, or where he lived, where he came from. We don't know anything about him. I guess that's why they call him the Mysterious Man. Gil Perez was an imperial Spanish soldier who, according to legend, showed up in Mexico City on October 25th, 1593 in a uniform that was standard issue for soldiers stationed in the Philippines. Mexican soldiers found him passed out and in an incorrect uniform and began to question him. Perez told them that he had been on guard outside the governor's palace in the Philippines the previous night on the 24th, where the current Governor Gomez had just been assassinated, and after falling asleep, he just woke up here. The Mexican soldiers jailed him, believing him to be a deserter, insane, or involved in witchcraft. However, he was released just a month later when news of the assassination of Governor Gomez of the Philippines finally reached Mexican soil. The Green Children of Woolpit. Well, here come the actual aliens. So these were 2 siblings who showed up in Suffolk, England in the mid-1100s during the reign of King Stephen. The 2 were said to have a nasty attitude and ate a diet consisting only of beans, But besides that, they appeared completely normal for children their age, except for their entirely green skin. What? Ah, this is allegedly true. When they were first found, the siblings' skin pigment was dark green. However, when their new caretakers got them on a normal diet, their skin started to change to a regular color, but the brother died soon after. And as for the sister, when she began getting accustomed to her new surroundings, she started telling stories of her homeland, which according to her was called St. Martin's Land, where everything was green, the sun never rose, and the world lay in an eternal twilight. Oh yeah, baby. It's Gilgamesh. It's the oldie goldie, it's the original hero, the semi-demigod, the king of Uruk, who is somehow apparently 2/3 god and 1/3 human, which no idea how the math there checks out. I mean, I guess if one parent was a god and the other parent was a demigod, but then Gilgamesh would be 3/4 god and 1/4 human. So it just goes too far up the family tree to figure out, I guess. Anyways, the Epic of Gilgamesh is the oldest story that we have permanent record of, being written on 12 stone tablets in ancient Mesopotamia. In it, Gilgamesh starts out as an arrogant king, but through a beautiful friendship with a man made out of clay and sent by the gods to temper him named Enkidu, he reforms. After Enkidu's death, he goes on a long journey seeking immortality, finding it in the form of the flower of life, which is unfortunately eaten by one of those goddarn snakes before Gilgamesh can get his hands on it. It's always those snakes in these stories. Although he mourns initially, in the end the whole experience teaches him to accept his mortality and enjoy life. Gilgamesh is definitely one of the most influential characters in fictional history, but therein lies the question: was he fictional? We talked about the King's List earlier, which some believe contains evidence that he was not fictional, and some historians actually agree with that. However, a down-to-earth interpretation of him as a real-life Sumerian king who just embellished his own life through the story of the Epic of Gilgamesh is incredibly boring. Where's the evidence that the events of the story actually took place and that Gilgamesh was an alien king descended from the heavens? Well, we'll be getting to some of that later. William Shakespeare is one of the most famous writers in the world. A Glover's son born in Stratford-upon-Avon who rose through the ranks of English society with his incredible storytelling abilities before eventually being rewarded a royal patent and becoming a hack who wrote pro-Tudor war propaganda. But the question is, was William Shakespeare William Shakespeare? Yes, there is a storied and ongoing scholarly debate over the true identity of the bard, with some people claiming that the basic level of education William Shakespeare supposedly received would have made his linguistic prowess impossible. Others don't think that a William Shakespeare existed at all. Ramanujan was a famous Indian mathematician whose life spanned right between the late 1800s and early 1900s. Although he had barely any formal training in the field of mathematics, he's remembered as one of the most influential people in the history of STEM, having contributed a wide variety of equations and formulas to the field, most of which were completely novel. What's so intriguing about him is his method. He claimed that many of his discoveries were given to him in his dreams by gods, particularly incarnations of Vishnu from his native religion of Hinduism. Mound builders is a term that refers to numerous groups of people who lived in what is now considered the Midlands of the United States as early as 3000 BC. They get their name from the earthwork mounds they constructed, many in the shape of flat-top pyramids, or in effigies of what are assumed to be religious figures like massive serpents. Due to the massive territory mound-building cultures spanned, as well as the large time period they built these structures during, the exact purpose of the earthworks as well as the details about the mound builders' daily lives remain largely unknown. The Man from Taured is an infamous story. Its verifiability, that's a word, truthfulness, I guess, is dubious, but it's been circulated for so long that I figured it's earned a spot on the list. The story goes like this. In July 1954, a man arrives at Tokyo Airport in Japan. He's Caucasian-looking and wears average clothing, but when his documents are inspected before boarding, his flight officials notice that his passport states that he's from the country of Taured. The officials asked him to point out where Taured is on a world map, and he becomes agitated when he realizes that where he thought his home country was is actually Andorra in Europe, which, like Malta, is another very distinguished country with a rich history. Even so, the man was carrying currency from several European countries, and his passport had stamps from all over the world, including previous visits to the Tokyo airport, so the officials escalated the matter to police, who took him to a hotel. When he was interrogated, the man became agitated again and claimed that Taured is an esteemed European country with 1,000 years of history to its name. All the people the man had come to Tokyo to supposedly get in contact with had never heard of him. Thoroughly confused, the police left the man in the hotel room with 2 guards outside the doors. When they returned, he vanished. The room was completely empty and several stories up the building, so there was no way he could have gone off the balcony. Where did he go? Some think he originated from Parallel Dimension, where Taured was a respected member of the UN, and after his accidental trip to our dimension, he blissfully returned to his own. Ötzi the Iceman, who, if you've never heard of, you didn't have a childhood, is a mummy discovered in the Austrian Alps who's been dated to have lived sometime around 3200 BC. What we've been able to discern from things like his hair follicles and the contents of his stomach are frankly an amazing show of modern forensic, but let's be honest, that stuff is all boring, and what's really interesting about Ötzi is, of course, how he died. Reanalysis of Ötzi's body has found an arrowhead lodged in his left shoulder and several bruises indicative of blunt force trauma, meaning Ötzi didn't just die.
He was murdered.
Although there will definitely be enough evidence to piece... Although we'll never have enough evidence to definitively piece together what happened to Ötzi that day on the Austrian Alps, it still stands as the first cold case in history. So we're now going into our final section, which is concepts. I don't really know how to explain this one. I mean, I think people can kind of just get it from their gut. It's things that don't fall into any of the other 3 sections. That's the best way to put it. So, pyramids. The focal point for theories and stories of all different kinds and flavors. We find these structures all over the world. I mean, the Great Pyramids of Giza in Egypt, the Pyramids of the Moon and Sun in Chichen Itza in Mexico, the Pyramids of Argolis in Greece, the aforementioned flat-top mound builder pyramids, and if you listen to those kinds of podcasts, the pyramids in the Antarctic and Amazon, which remain unproven. So what's up with all these cultures, which for the most part would have had no contact with each other, building such similar structures? Well, modern archaeologists would tell you that these people were just imitating nature, and that they were building triangles because they're the most stable shape, which goes along with their other numerous mathematical and astronomical discoveries, but that explanation is boring as shit. So what would our truth seekers say? Well, just focusing on the Pyramid of Giza, since they're the most famous example, there are people who believe that it isn't just a burial monument, but also a power plant of some kind. With evidence of water erosion in its chambers, the hypothesis is that the water was made to channel through its interior, creating kind of hydraulic energy, a design that ancient astronaut theorists believe was based off of natural volcanoes. There's also the fact that the Great Pyramids have the closest alignment to the true north of any building in the world, as well as having a precisely flat base and generally an incredibly impressive and almost unbelievable level of mastery in their overall architecture that some modern architects have said would require laser cutting technology to build today. Plus, there are a bunch of other oddities, like the pillars above its inner king's chamber having several 70-ton pillars brought from hundreds of miles away and raised over 300 feet to be fitted into the structure, and the fact that, and this is true, the latitude of the pyramid's peak is exactly 29.9792458 degrees north, a number which, unbelievably, is exactly equal to the speed of light in meters per second. So what's up with the crazy detail that went into the pyramids? UFOologists believe that if it did function as a power plant, then it was some kind of landing base, beacon, or portal for incoming and outgoing alien species. But There is another theory, which gives more credit to our ancestors, devised by a man who was destined to be mentioned at some point in this video, and that is Graham Hancock, who, let's be clear, is an author, not an archaeologist, but is way too entertaining not to cover. Hancock believes that similar structures like pyramids, as well as other things like similarities in stories that we'll be talking about later, are due not to alien technology or invasion, but a globe-spanning civilization that shared influence over the entire planet in the past. He's often received a lot of criticism for this, understandably, such as the fact that we don't have any remnants or tools or technology from these seafarers. He claims that it was a seafaring civilization that had the same, or roughly the same span, scope, and range as the British Empire, which is quite the claim. However, Hancock revokes all of the arguments about his lack of evidence with the greatest claim of all time, which is magic. Well, not really technically magic. His assertion is that they didn't technologically evolve in the same way we did, instead relying more on possible psychic abilities as well as the very fringe scientific theories of frequency and sound manipulation of matter. People like Hancock believe that as molecules and atoms are constantly vibrating, that sound and frequency shifts can be used to manipulate matter, like causing the molecules of air under a stone pillar to move in the same direction and induce levitation, and carry it for hundreds of miles, hypothetically. They also, according to Hancock, these ancient people of this great world-spanning civilization would have been more shamanistic, using psychedelics and advanced meditation to reach other dimensions. This ancient, mysterious super-civilization and its mystical abilities, according to Hancock, were unfortunately wiped out by the effects of the Younger Dryas, which we talked about an episode ago, but there are traces of it left above and below the ocean, like Japan's Yonaguni Monument, which has pyramid qualities of its own, which we talked about an episode ago in the Disturbing Deep Sea Secrets episode, and the Eye of the Sahara and Atlantis, which we also talked about in the Deep Sea Secret episode an episode ago. It was a great episode. The Fountain of Youth is a classic legend, a mythical fountain whose waters would reverse the effects of aging or add more years to your lifespan, depending on the interpretation you're reading or watching. I got the second one from Pirates of the Caribbean, if you couldn't tell. Many people quested for it, but its most famous supposed location was actually in Bimini, where the Bimini Road is located, which we also talked about an episode ago in the Disturbing Deep Sea Secrets episode. Wow, it's kind of starting to look like everything actually is connected. These days, the Fountain of Youth has become a more popular term for futurists, describing a hypothetical end to aging through advanced biochemistry, or an already pre-discovered end to aging discovered by a certain past super ancient secret civilization and or aliens. This one is not as inherently entertaining as some of the other ones, but apparently in Greece there are temple lines along which holy sites lie apart from each other equidistantly, at the same distance, one after the other. Delphi lies at the center, causing some to believe that portions of Greece were planned and constructed on a geometric nexus. There's a similar nexus of lines spanning across Europe and all meeting in the former Druid holy site of Alais, which has spurned similar theories. The Hopi petroglyphs are rock carvings in the American Southwest, estimated to be around 1,000 years old. The carvings supposedly depict 1,000 years of the Hopi people's history, and a few of them have been interpreted as depicting UFOs and extraterrestrial visitors. The crystal skulls are objects that were reportedly unearthed around the Americas. These artifacts are said to have been crafted before the 1400s out of quartz. Many have pointed out that it would have been impossible to carve them without leaving some kind of crack or mark that would give us a clue exactly how they were made, but nothing like that has ever been found on them. Scientists who have looked at the skulls have decidedly said that they were made as a hoax in Germany in the 1900s, but there are still believers in the earlier creation date, and several interesting rumors around the skull, like the fact that allegedly some members of the Navajo claim one of them was given to them by star children. The late Bronze Age collapse was a period of widespread societal collapse that affected the Mediterranean so badly it ushered in a dark age for Greece. According to historian Robert Drews, within a period of 40 to 50 years at the end of the 13th and beginning of the 12th century, almost every significant city in the eastern Mediterranean world was destroyed, many of them never to be occupied again. So what was responsible for this devastating event? To this day, no one knows. It's believed that the event roughly corresponds to the end of the real-world conflict the Trojan War was based on, but beyond that, historians have no clue, with several compounding factors like droughts, diseases, volcanoes, and the such being proposed as theories. The idea of an invasion by quote-unquote sea people is also floated, with these sea people being a historical concept of a seafaring group that also had conflicts with ancient Egypt. And of course, who can help but think of Graham Hancock's theory of the super hyper ancient super advanced psychic magic civilization when hearing this. 100 or so years after the late Bronze Age collapse, ironworking became more prevalent, thankfully ushering in the Iron Age. Here we go. This is the one everybody's been waiting for. So there exists a very fringe theory that the Iraq War was not what it appeared to be on the surface, and the American invasion of Iraq was actually a cover for American intelligence agencies to become involved in a secret shadow war to recover the remains of Gilgamesh.
And the decision of one man to launch a wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of of Ukraine.
DNA apparently contains the aforementioned Fountain of Youth, which is very interesting because the entire point of the Epic of Gilgamesh is that he doesn't become immortal at the end. But I have a feeling whoever put this theory together is not too detail-oriented. They were also after the trove of ancient tech that his tomb would inevitably hold. According to the story, the Iraq War started only 1 month after the potential site of Gilgamesh's tomb was found in the region, and somewhat related is an armed conflict Marines supposedly had earlier with an entity known as the Giant of Kandahar, a sort of biblical cryptid, in Afghanistan in 2002, with Gilgamesh being 18 feet tall according to some myths. I guess this battle clued the United States into Gilgamesh and his crew popping up again in the Middle East, but needless to say, this all remains very unfounded, and surprisingly, I did not make this up. This is actually a real theory that some people believe. Thankfully, moving on from that, we have Nephilim, demigods, and giants, and I placed them all together because they are somewhat related. Also, coincidentally enough, related to what we just talked about. So for those unaware, Nephilim are giants mentioned in the Bible that are the children of a human and an angel, or in some interpretations, a fallen angel or demon. Similarly, we have Gilgamesh, who was a demigod, but also described in some tales as a giant. So there is this relationship between giants and divine, or in modern retellings, alien DNA. If giants were real, I guess this could be one explanation for them. Another theory proposes that there was more oxygen in the atmosphere before the events of the Younger Dryas, or the Flood, if you're a creationist, which caused species to be larger, humans included. And we do see examples of species in prehistoric eras that are much larger than they are today, so maybe so. So there is a very interesting theory that suggests that the characteristics describing Yahweh, or the Abrahamic God of the Old Testament, could be interpreted as also describing a dragon. The YouTuber Mr. Mythos made a pretty in-depth video on this topic, and I suggest you check it out. It's very good and very fun to watch. But basically, there are certain sections of the text that describe him as having a long face with nostrils that flare up when enraged, breathing fire, flying, and protecting others with long wings, and a general theme of serpent symbolism in Yahweh's effigies, and some descriptions of the angelic seraphim. Yahweh is also described as being carried around on a giant tent called a tabernacle and having an affinity for gold, so to some, the shoe definitely fits. Dragons are a symbol that have appeared in pretty much every single culture and religion we can study, so it's not crazy to imagine some undiscovered influences. although critics point out that the only draconic creatures appearing in Hebrew texts are the aquatic Tannin and Leviathan, and Yahweh's description also incorporates characteristics of other animals. Still, dragons can also sometimes be seen sporting characteristics of multiple animals and are seen by some as embodiments of all the natural threats humanity faced in their early days on the planet, so you be the judge of that one. Gnosticism is a collection of beliefs from scholars of the Abrahamic faiths, that's Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. The basic idea is that the patriarchal and monotheistic God of these religions, known as Yahweh, Allah, or Father, is actually an evil figure who created the physical world and trapped humans in it. They call this evil god Yaldabaoth, or the Demiurge, and it rules over reality with its demonic underlings known as the Archons, who come disguised as angels. It's interesting to note two things about Gnosticism. One, that it's historically become prevalent in time periods where long-standing societal structures are questioned, including the modern day. And two, it's strikingly similar to Buddhism, where the physical world and all of its material pleasures are ruled over by Mara, a dark god similar to Yaldabaoth. Also, the era before the physical world is created, where humans lived in eternal bliss, reminds me of the Golden Age in Greek mythology, where immortal humans were described as living in a paradise, which I guess is also kind of like the Garden of Eden, so it turns out this stuff is all really connected. When we look at the Old Testament God and even equivalent sky fathers in other religions like Zeus, we do see a trend of, shall we say, politically incorrect behavior. And Gnosticism is a pretty metal belief system, but what makes it even more metal is when we combine it with the previous theory, which is the Abrahamic God being a dragon, and we get the Abrahamic God being an evil dragon, which is completely badass. Agartha, Shambhala, and Xibalba are cities or worlds that in their respective mythologies, that's European, Buddhist, and Mayan, are said to exist underground. This ties into the whole Hollow Earth conspiracy, which claims that the Earth has an interior world, which is filled with any number of fantastical things, from dinosaurs to giant species to alien bases, and several explorers have searched for Agartha, Shambhala, Xibalba, and the Hollow Earth in mountainous regions that supposedly hide their entrance. It's interesting, as in Buddhism, Shambhala isn't originally explicitly underground, but rather a kingdom that exists on both the physical and spiritual planes. And Xibalba similarly isn't always described as underground, with some Mayans claiming that the path to Xibalba exists somewhere in the Milky Way galaxy, so those explorers have probably been looking in the wrong direction. Anunnaki is the term used to refer to the Sumerian pantheon of gods, the oldest gods in recorded history. They were originally depicted as bird-like, but interestingly, in modern times, Anunnaki has become an umbrella term for the supposed ancient aliens that experimented on primates to create humanity and are now often depicted as being reptilian? I've already mentioned it multiple times, but the flood is a recurring theme throughout cultures in history. These days, flood has kind of become a general term for any world-reshaping event, especially if it involves the deaths of massive amounts of people. There are some who believe that the original flood myths were influenced by oral traditions from people who survived the Younger Dryas, which actually did cause massive amounts of flooding across the planet. We again talked about that in the Deep Sea Secrets video, great video. Perhaps these people who survived the Younger Dryas were also survivors of the super hyper ancient shadow advanced civilization. There are also very fringe theorists these days who believe that some kind of flood, this time in the metaphorical sense, is being planned to wipe out a majority of the population, either through a genetically engineered plague or declaring worldwide martial law after a staged alien invasion by the Illuminati. Speaking of, for our last one, we might as well talk about the greatest mystery in history, the Illuminati. Well, I guess with my hands I should do that. In reality, The Illuminati was a group of wealthy intellectuals who since disbanded, who got together in 1776, coincidentally enough, in modern-day Germany to discuss Enlightenment philosophy and ways to oppose the spread of abusive religious institutions. Oh no! Thanks for watching. Guys, I'm actually coming back at you with one final thing that I discovered while editing that blew my mind. So we talked already a lot in the video about symbols that appear in multiple cultures that may even have been disconnected and had no way of knowing about each other, but these symbols still appear in all of these cultures throughout history. And the main one we talked about, what seemed to be the dominant symbol that was appearing in all cultures, was the symbol of the dragon. Now, here's the crazy part. There is actually an equally old and equally dominant symbol throughout all cultures, and that, of course, is the symbol of the eye. What blew my mind is that historians recently discovered a way in which the dragon and the eye are indisputably connected. This all comes from an ancient text from 12,000 years ago. New chain, new camera, more importantly, and green screen. Again, apologies for the constant shifting of quality with these, but I've been moving around place to place a lot while making them. But the important thing is that we are all here, and that our last episode, Disturbing Ancient Mysteries, was by far the most successful one yet. This is despite some, how would I put this? Embarrassing yet still affable pronunciation errors. The Andres Mountain. So I highly recommend that you go and check that one out if you like what you see here. But more importantly, I think I recommend our first episode, Disturbing Bugs and Parasites, because it is about to get all about body horror today. So once again, if you dislike the idea of pain, painkillers, hallucinogenic painkillers, pustules, pandemics, or general problems with this area of the human body, you have to click off this video. 3, 2... I'm covering up this chest hair because we're already talking about enough things that are totally mind-shattering today. We don't need another on display for all to see, but let's get right into it with our plants. And I'm including substances here because, as we know, they tend to have life-ruining implications when used irresponsibly, or in the case of the ones we're talking about today, used at all. And they also tend to be made out of plants, so it's appropriate. I have to say, I thought that this topic was going to be the most boring one that I've covered so far, but after looking into some of these, I can assure you that there is nothing as fucked up on the planet as plants. Poison ivy. Well, I really know about this one. Why?
Because I've had it so many times. So many times.
Poison ivy is a toxidendron plant that has a liquid known as urushiol in its sap. Urushiol. The Andres Mountain. Urushiol is in fact not fun at all because upon skin contact with the poison ivy plant, it will seep into your skin and cause one of the most irritating allergic reactions of all time. I know that because I've put myself in many situations like this. I'm not offering any context for that photo, just know that the tree that I'm on had poison ivy vines all over it, and my back was smarting for weeks if not months. The rash that ivy causes can actually become dangerous if it gets near your mouth, eyes, or naughty bits, so best to steer clear of poison ivy leaves as best as you can. Although, to put an old wives' tale to rest, urushiol doesn't come out of the pus that comes out of poison ivy rashes, so if you've washed all of the urushiol off of your clothes and self, you won't spread the rash by itching, but itching will irritate you an infinite amount, so I would suggest against it. Also, a fun fact, poison ivy isn't the true ivy of the plant genus Hedera, not Hedora, and is actually a member of the same family as pistachios and cashews, but it's the only plant called ivy that anyone gives a fuck about on the planet, and I just can't imagine an alternate reality where it was called poison nut instead. That might get a little too wild. Nightshade. Nightshade is actually a wide family of plants that includes everything from tomatoes to tobacco, and although tobacco and the people who advertise it are disturbing enough, what's really scary is deadly nightshade. Ooh. Deadly nightshade is a form of nightshade that includes the compounds atropine and scopolamine, which can cause hallucinations, rashes, potential paralysis, and eventually death if left untreated. Keep a note of that compound scopolamine because we're going to be covering it in a much creepier way later down the list. The corpse flower is the largest flower in the world, and it needs to be that size mainly due to its diet. That's right, human flesh. The corpse flower lies underground and attracts people to it with its sweet scent. Then, when they're standing over it, it gets them. Just kidding. I think that would have caught a couple more people's attention by this point. It is one of the largest flowers in the world, having an average height of 10 feet. Although it does not claim the gold medal because it's made up of several hundred floral blooms rather than a single floral bloom, which, if you ask me, is like potato. It's a freaking 10-foot plant. We all know that scientists can be sticklers for semantics, though. It does emit a scent, that's where it gets its name, the corpse flower, from, but if you haven't guessed by now, it is not a pleasant one, being compared often to a mixture of feces, cheese, sweat, garlic, decomposed fish, and rotten flesh. And we should probably be keeping tabs on whoever compared it to rotten flesh, because I don't think that's something that many people come into contact with often in their lives. This stench is beneficial to the corpse flower. It attracts insects to its core, its pollen, which is how it disseminates itself out across the rainforests of Indonesia, where it makes its home. It's often noted to be quite physically strange too, with terrain.org saying that touching it feels almost human, full of blood, which again, terrain.org is not something that most normal people would say about the sensation of touching something. But I guess it's no surprise that the corpse flower attracts people who are interested in corpses. And now we have the actual largest flower in the world, the similarly named stinking corpse lily. It's a single floral bloom that measures in at 3 feet wide and 15 pounds heavy, which again is cool and all, but compared to the 10-foot tall corpse flower, it comes off as a bit less impressive. The stinking corpse lily is dangerous if you're a fellow plant. It's parasitic and nests itself in other plants' roots. It's also described as appearance-wise coming straight out of a horror movie with a blood-red coloring, petals that are furry and look like they're covered in white warts, and an interior that appears to be surrounded by sharp teeth. It's pollinated by carrion flies, which means that along with a similar name, it shares the corpse flower's method of smelling like complete shit. When I started putting this list together, there was of course only one thing on my mind, and that was the Venus flytrap. But we are actually not going to be talking about the Venus flytrap, because why talk about the Venus flytrap when you can talk about the pitcher plant? Although the Venus flytrap is capable of capturing small insects and sucking the energy out of them, although some of them have the ability to escape the Venus flytrap's rather spacious maw, the pitcher plant can eat small rodents and frogs, and has possibly one of the most insane methods of predation in the entire world. It literally seems like it was invented by a serial killer. Animals that have the misfortune of landing on the pitcher plant's lid will be fed sweetly scented toxic nectar, which drugs and incapacitates them, and combined with the slippery hairs the plant's surface is laced with, cause the animal to fall into the plant's interior. Here they'll try to claw their way out of the pitcher plant's long stalk, but due to the slick waxiness of the walls, they will fail and tumble into the liquid at the base of the plant, which is filled with flesh-dissolving enzymes. These enzymes pretty much do what they promise to do. And what's most terrifying is that the pitcher plant's interior is often filled with both the decayed bones and bodies of its past prey, as well as other live animals that were recently caught by it. And it's not uncommon for multiple to be struggling to get out at the same time, making their last moments alive a completely hellish nightmare. I feel like this thing kind of belongs in one of those criminal psychology documentaries rather than in a nature documentary. By the way, speaking of, pitcher plant's scientific name is Nepenthes attenboroughi. The Andres Mountain. We're not going to cover it. I think, though, it's spelled like David Attenborough, and I'm not sure if it was inspired by his name or if David Attenborough was in fact inspired by the pitcher plant. Japanese bloodgrass is a type of grass commonly found in Japan that has a reddish coloring around the tip that makes it appear like it's stained with blood. It's also commonly used as decoration in gardens, so yeah, a bit of a pleasant break from the monstrosities we just talked about. The manchineel tree is a tree that grows throughout the Americas. It's covered from head to toe, or I guess from roots to the top of the tree. There's a scientific name for that I am completely oblivious to. But anyways, it's covered with an incredibly toxic and oily sap, which if it comes into contact with human skin will cause intense blistering. There is also a little fruit that grows on the branches of the manchineel tree that's commonly confused with an apple. But don't eat it, because its name in Spanish is Manzanilla de la Muerta, which literally means a little apple of death. If you eat the fruit, the sap covering it will cause you to die. It's also not uncommon for the fruit during windy days to fly off the tree and smack people in the face, causing very painful blisters. It's also not uncommon for people who get lost to accidentally cut the manchineel tree down and try to use the logs as firewood, which will then evaporate the sap, seeping into their eyes and causing them to become blind. Really, the manchineel tree is just like every part of it is a menace on another level. There's no getting away from it. Carenia bloom, also known as the red tide, is a phenomenon that occurs when there is a higher than normal concentration of a microscopic algae called Carenia brevis in the ocean. It gets its little nickname red tide from the fact that when there is this high concentration, the ocean appears to have a blood red color. Now, Carenia brevis actually produces its own name brand neurotoxin called brevetoxin, which unfortunately wreaks absolute havoc on the human nervous system. This mostly occurs when people eat shellfish that is filter fed on the surplus Carenia brevis in the ocean. This can cause a bunch of nasty respiratory and digestive issues. So if you go out in the morning and the water is red, please don't go shellfishing in it. Also, please don't go swimming in it. White baneberry, also known as doll's eyes, also known as Tim Burton's favorite plant ever, is a species of plant native to North America. The actual little doll's eyes on them, or at least they look that way, are the berries that the plant produces, and if you eat them, it can almost immediately lead to cardiac arrest. Here we go. Scopolamine, the compound we talked about before, is often converted into a pure powder form and sold as a drug called devil's breath. And when this powder is blown into someone's face, it causes them to go unconscious. It's often dropped into people's food, and there is it's maybe an old wives' tale, but there are a lot of corroborating stories that while a person is under the influence of scopolamine or devil's breath, which apparently can last almost a couple of days, They are highly suggestible and will often do whatever is told of them. So, as you can imagine, there are stories of criminals making people do a lot of nasty things while they're under the influence of devil's breath. That aspect of the drug is somewhat debated, but it is proven that when it's blown into someone's face or if it's slipped into their food, they will go unconscious, and if the dosage is high enough, it will be fatal. Angel's trumpet is another member of the nightshade family, so it also includes scopolamine in its concoction of compounds. When ingested, it causes a bunch of nasty effects like paranoia, possible psychosis, hallucinations, memory loss, and potentially death if the dosage is too high, which we see with everything that contains scopolamine. Despite this, though, there are reports of certain shamans using Angel's trumpet in their religious rituals, and these shamans are native to the Andes Mountains. Hemlock, also known as devil's porridge, is a type of plant that's famous for coming off the Acropolis to start some pandemonium. Okay, well, there's no taking that back now. Anyways, yes, this is the famous fatal plant that was used to execute the Greek philosopher Socrates, but he's not the only one who had a fatal run-in with it, as this plant used to be a common method for assassination and execution. Although only ingesting or eating it is fatal, when coming into skin contact with it, hemlock can cause a nasty rash, so best to just never go near it. Wolfsbane, also known as aconitum, is a genus of plants that has over 250 different species of plants under its umbrella. It gets its name from the ancient Greeks, as they used to dip arrowheads into a mixture of wolfsbane and then go off and hunt wolves, and if the wolves didn't die from the arrow impact, then they would be killed by the poison of the wolfsbane soon after. The ancient Greeks also used to dip their javelins into it when they killed each other. And just for the people who supposedly invented democracy, they were having just a wild rager of a time, literally murdering each other with plants, it seems. Anything they could get their hands on, it was like, can you kill someone with this? I think maybe a tad bit more democracy might have done them wonders. The bleeding tooth fungus is a type of fungus that, oh my god, what is that? Bath salts is a synthetic stimulant that's sold under various different names in underground markets around the world. It's a highly dangerous substance that can lead to things such as increased pain tolerance, insomnia, panic attacks, mania, paranoia, hallucinations, and can even trigger lifelong psychosis in those who have potential latent psychosis. This is suspected to have been involved in the 2012 Miami cannibal attack, which is an event that I can't really get into detail about because of how gruesome it was, but there are many in-depth write-ups, pictures, and videos about it if you're interested in that. For the purpose of this video, just kind of picture the first thing that comes to mind when you think Miami cannibal attack. It's probably not that far off. Anyways, people who sell bath salts often use the nifty trick of labeling the bags containing it with things like not for human consumption, dog food, or plant food, because God knows you definitely need a silver tongue if you're potentially selling your customers the next Miami cannibal attack. I've kind of put DMT, Datura, and Salvia together in one entry here, as they all have a similar effect. DMT is a compound that occurs naturally in several animals and plants across the globe. It can be harvested in its plant form with something like ayahuasca and smoked, or it can be synthetically produced in a little tablet form. Apparently, when taken, DMT or ayahuasca causes one of the wildest psychedelic experiences you could possibly undergo. I'm not speaking from my own experience here. I am not much of a psychedelic adventurer, though I have had friends who have had experiences with DMT and described them to me. And I'm also going off of the second-hand experience of, how would you put it, several media tycoons. A lot of people consider the act of taking DMT itself to be a shamanistic experience where you enter the astral plane and commune with several entities of a higher order of existence. The most famous example of this would be the fractal or clockwork elves that tell you secret truths about the universe and assure you that you're on the right path in life. Although I've also heard of people meeting gods from various religions and demons, unfortunately. Which is one thing, although some people have described DMT as incredibly relaxing despite the initial come up, which has been personally described to me as the worst roller coaster in your entire life. There are others who have described the entire trip as an absolutely nightmarish experience that sent them straight to hell. So, with all of these, I'm not suggesting the use of any of them or promoting them, because they can also awaken latent psychological issues. So you should, if you are considering using any of these, which I'm not promoting in any way, you should probably consider also consulting a doctor before the use of them, because they're all a luck of the draw situation. There's a ton of fun facts about DMT, like it's naturally released in the brain right before death, which a lot of people think could be the inspiration for various heaven and hell myths throughout history. Then we have the plant salvia, which is even less of a luck of the draw in my opinion. Salvia is a lot scarier to me because it's a plant that can be smoked, and if you inhale too high of a dosage, you can be trapped in a vivid hallucination that people have reported can have the illusion of lasting weeks, months, and even years. I've heard stories of people being trapped as a security camera on one street corner for several months, or a picnic blanket for a year. I even heard one absolutely nightmarish story about someone taking salvia, then entering a hallucination where they were trapped in a graveyard and had to find the grave with their body in it to get out of the trip. Salvia has actually been legal for extended periods of time in the United States history before people really understood its effects. I'm not sure about its legality today. It may still be legal in some places. Not, again, suggesting that you seek it out, because if you heard the stories that I just told and your immediate thought was, wow, I really want to experience those, I think perhaps psychotherapy may be something to look into rather than psychedelics. And finally, we have datura, which is a flower that also goes by the name Hell's Bells or Devil's Weed. It is an incredibly psychoactive drug when placed in tea mixtures or smoked that can lead to extreme hallucinations, dehydration, paranoia, panic attacks, fevers, psychosis in those who have the latent potential for it, blindness, and even death when too high of a dosage is taken. So this one is like not a luck of the draw situation at all, as anybody who's taken datura, unlike DMT and salvia, has described it as an absolutely hellish experience. There are not really any reports of it being pleasant. Also, unlike DMT and salvia, which last for minutes or hours at most, datura can actually last for days at a time and can cause extreme physical stress to the body as well. We actually have a report here from someone going by the anonymous online username chimpanzee, submitted to a forum called arrowwood.org, which is dedicated to documenting negative experiences with psychedelics. So let's get into that story right now. Ever since I heard of datura from a friend at school a few years ago, I have always tried to get a hold of some, asking dealers I knew from around town. But I was never successful, as many people I asked didn't even know what it was. So after a while, I gave up hope and continued with the usual, smoking grass every day, occasionally scoring some ketamine or opium to make life a little more interesting. Then last year, I finally got a chance to try the stuff. One of my friends told me he had gone to stay with his grandparents for a week and noticed a plant near their house that looked a lot like datura. So he went over to it, and sure enough, he saw the small spiky pods growing near the bottom of the plant. He himself didn't want to try any because he always feared any sort of hallucinogen because of the risk of a bad trip, but knew I had been wanting to try it for quite some time, so he picked one of the magical pods and wrapped it up in cellophane and brought them back for me. The bastard wouldn't hand them over unless I paid him $20, but I figured it would be well worth it. I couldn't wait to try them. First thing I did was find someone who would be a sitter for me, and that sitter was the most trustworthy friend I know. Let's call him Steve. I asked my mom if he could sleep over, and she said it was fine. So the next day, Steve came over around noon, and I got the seeds out of the pod and counted 37. I heard it only took like 10 or 15, and I wanted to have more so I could trip another time or sell them, so I decided to take 15. Time. 0 minutes into the trip. Me and Steve went up to my room to take them. We put on some music and sat down in my beanie bag chairs. I was feeling confident that things were going to go smoothly, mostly just because Steve was there with me. He was a very responsible person who I felt very safe and secure with. Of course, I had a little butterflies in my stomach because I was taking something new, but it was mostly excitement, a total I can't wait feeling. As Steve and I talked, I decided it was time, and pulled the sandwich baggie out of my pocket. I got all the seeds in my palm and looked at them, little teardrop-shaped things, darkish brown, almost black. I thought to myself, here goes nothing, and licked my palm to get all the seeds stuck on my tongue, chewed them up a bit, and swallowed. As they went down, I got this overwhelming feeling of finally. I have finally taken this crazy datura, and in time I will be experiencing it. All I could do now is relax, keep the best state of mind I possibly could, and wait for things to kick in. Time, 30 minutes into the trip. Went down to the kitchen with Steve to get a drink of water, and then went to the bathroom. No noticeable effects. Steve suggested we play video games while we wait for it to kick in. We went back to the room and played Mario Kart 64 and snacked on some Doritos. Time, 50 minutes into the trip. Starting to feel different. A lot like when you need to stretch really bad, but in my whole body. Mouth is getting dry, very similar to the cotton mouth after smoking a thick blunt. Steve is winning the game and I am losing my grip on the controller, and I can't seem to keep the A button pushed down. After about 10 minutes, I feel much different, very intense, and I'm wondering why Steve is in my room playing video games. He reminds me that he is sleeping over to watch me because I took datura. Right after he says this, a wave of shock and fear run down my body like goosebumps, for I had completely forgotten the reason he was there and that I had taken anything. Although I do recall it, I am needless to say in shock at what just happened with my brain. I look at Steve and say, calm me down, and somehow Steve knew exactly what to do. He just smiled at me in this reassuring smile and said, don't worry, man, you're gonna have a blast. This made me feel incredibly better, and my mood shifted. After this, things seemed to go back to normal, and I asked Steve to stop playing video games and go downstairs with me. We go downstairs into my kitchen, and I pull a full pitcher of cherry Kool-Aid from the fridge. Steve got 2 glasses, then we went into my living room and sat down on the couch. I pour the both of us a glass, and we sip it while watching TV. After I finish my glass, I pick up the pitcher and gulp it halfway down. I am very thirsty, but the drink doesn't seem to quench my thirst at all. It seems to glide over the surface of my mouth, leaving it still dry. I now just try my best to ignore it, and continue watching TV. Time, 1 hour and 30 minutes into the trip. I tell Steve I'll be right back and walk to the bathroom. While I piss, I look at this picture above my toilet. It's a cartoon of a polar bear lying on its back in the water, holding a wine glass like it fell asleep from being drunk. The concept makes me want to laugh. It seems like the dumbest cartoon in the world to me, and its location is just as random as its contents. I think to myself, why the fuck do we have a picture of a drunk polar bear in our bathroom? For some reason, this seems near hysterical to me. I walk out of the bathroom and go back to the couch with Steve. As soon as I sit down, my mom walked out of the kitchen and tells us she's going to work and to behave. She'll be back around 10. Steve and I say goodbye and she leaves. Perfect. Now we have the house all to ourselves. Time, 2 hours into the trip. Nothing much more seems to be happening. I've finished the pitcher of Kool-Aid and gone to the bathroom 2 more times. Steve says to go into the kitchen and refill the pitcher with water in case I feel like I'm going to dehydrate. It seems like a responsible idea, so I go into the kitchen and refill it with water and put ice cubes in it. I walk back into my living room to find Steve has left, and the TV has been turned off. The entire house is dead silent. Then I hear the TV go back on, but the screen is blank, and I hear Steve saying, "Hey, I'm over here." I realize that he's calling me from out in my backyard, so I put my shoes on and go outside. At first I scanned my backyard for him but couldn't see him, and I couldn't hear him anymore. I suddenly get the idea that Steve had come over for a game of hide and seek. At this point I have absolutely no memory of taking anything, so I run into the yard looking around for him. Then I speak, come out, wherever you are." Right when I say this, my voice sounds very different, like a person who's gone totally insane. This starts to scare me a lot, and Steve is nowhere to be found. I look way across to the other end of my yard. My yard is only about 100 foot by 200 foot area, but right now it looks like a soccer field. And at the other end I see my dog's pen. A fenced-in area in the corner with all my friends who were straight edge that stopped being friends with me when I started smoking pot. I haven't seen them in so long, so I run towards the pen. They look just as happy to see me as I am to see them, and they let me into the pen. We start talking, and to my surprise, one of them pulls a blunt out of nowhere and sparks it. I'm naturally amused but shocked, and they start to explain to me that they came to see me because they all got into the game and don't think drugs are that bad after all. On the outside, I'm pleased to hear this, but on the inside, I begin to get feelings of untrustworthiness. These bastards abandoned me years back. I don't show any unpleasant feelings on the outside, and I continue to be cheery with them, although I keep a state of mind not to trust anyone there. They pass me the blunt, and I take a super long hit and hold it super long and blow out. After it went around a few times, we all spark a cigarette to increase our high. We just keep talking and talking. It seems like time has stopped. How long can people just sit here and talk? It's been hours, I think to myself. Strangely enough, I'm still puffing on the same cigarette, but don't notice anything unusual about it. Then I drop my butt, and it falls under the chair I'm sitting on. "Oh shit," I said, and got out of my seat to get it. I look under the chair, but I can't seem to find it. Did any of you see where my... As I turn around, I notice that no one is there, and that I am alone in the pen. A sense of anger comes over me, and I get intense feelings of, I shouldn't have trusted them, and how dare they? These feelings are followed by loneliness, and then total fear. I need to get out of this pen and go back into the house. I walk back to my house across the long field, and it seems to take even longer to go back than when I had gotten there. Next thing I know, I'm back in my kitchen lying on the floor, very sweaty. Steve is there sitting on the kitchen floor. My focus is very blurred and off, and I feel confused about why he's there on the counter and I'm on the floor. But every few moments I kind of snap back into reality and realize exactly what's going on. Then I snap back into delirium and totally forget everything I realized. Next thing I know, it's already 6:46 a.m. and I'm running late. My mom tells me I only got a half hour to get ready or I'll get a Saturday detention. I scramble out of bed and run into the bathroom to take a shower. I suddenly realize how much school's gonna suck because I forgot to do my homework and I have an oral presentation due today. All these thoughts make me panic, and I know there's no way out of it because I already skipped class 3 times this year and got caught, and I can't skip another day or I have to go to court. I get out of the shower and dry off as quickly as I can. Then I run into my room and get dressed and go downstairs to the kitchen. Right then I noticed something was wrong. The clock said 1 a.m. and the calendar was on July. Nobody was up. My mom was asleep and had been asleep. She didn't wake me up for school. I didn't even have school. It was summer. I wished I was dreaming, and the thoughts in my mind were on the brink of driving me insane. All I remember after this is running back up into my room in total panic, ready to cry and scream, and if one more weird thing happened, I was going to fall apart completely. I woke up in bed with Steve on the floor watching me. He looked very concerned and asked me if I was okay now, or if I was still tripping. I didn't know what to say to him, because right then I could have still been tripping for all I knew. It was 5 p.m. the next day. I had a bad headache and couldn't focus on shit, and my whole body was in this dreadfully uncomfortable state. It took me a while to collect my thoughts and figure out I was not tripping anymore, and I had these series of very strange realistic dreams stuck in my head from when I was asleep, but I can't for the life of me remember what they were. I forgot them completely about 4 hours after I woke up. From Steve's point of view, in a nutshell, I had started acting weird when I had gotten the water from the kitchen. He said that he was trying to talk to me, but I would just have this blank stare like I couldn't see him, and then ran outside into my shed in the backyard and started talking to myself. And after an hour or so, I ran out of the shed with this scared shitless look on my face and fell down, crawled back into the house, and then into the bathroom. And he said I was trying to drink out of the toilet. He pulled me up and carried me into the kitchen and put me down on the floor and got some ice for me then. He said I was talking in my sleep and saying random words in no logical order whatsoever, but I was saying them fluently, like I knew what I was talking about. Before my mom came home, he carried me upstairs and put me to bed and stayed up to watch me, and he said I was talking out loud and moving around like I was having terrible nightmares. And around midnight, I sprang out of bed and ran into the bathroom and got into the shower for an hour, and then went back into my room and put a shirt on backwards and some boxers, but no pants, and ran downstairs and stood in the kitchen for 10 minutes, just standing there. He said then I freaked out and ran upstairs into my room, and he said he had to push me into bed and hold me down until I stopped moving and eventually fell asleep. Then he did. He woke up around 10 that day, and I slept till 5. To sum it up in one word, insanity. That's what it feels like if you start to snap out of it and realize what's happening. But then you just go back into this state of total confusion, and it's enough to drive anyone crazy. Overall, I'm glad I experienced this just to know what it's like, but this is not for everyone. And I'm not saying the experience was at all pleasant, so I have no motivation to do it again anytime soon. Maybe someday, years from now, just for some crazy fun. But this datura seems to be something not of this world. The hallucinations were accompanied by delirium and confusion, which made them seem real, and like I wasn't really tripping. This stuff truly is the devil's weed. So it kind of goes without saying that I'm also not suggesting anyone seek this one out, or encouraging it in any way. Definitely not. Crocodile is an impure form of the opioid desomorphin, which is popular in underground markets in some places across the globe, notably in Russia in the early 2010s. That's when the crocodile alarm bells really started ringing, specifically on the internet. It's kind of comparable in effect to heroin, and it's considered a cheaper alternative to heroin, much cheaper, because its method of production is much cheaper and even more unsafe than heroin's method of production. It involves lacing crocodile with a bunch of other illicit toxic materials. This can cause severe effects on crocodile's users, the most infamous of which is skin degradation, and for some crocodile users it gets so bad that they have to have entire limbs amputated due to this skin degradation. Gray Death is a highly dangerous mixture of opioids that's sometimes sold in underground markets. The mixture is so toxic that just skin contact alone can cause a fatal overdose in some cases. And I was just about to get to the last item on our list of plants until I realized that I forgot to put in all of the mythological and supernatural plants in history, and that would just be a damn shame. So here is a lightning round of them. Mandragora, or mandrake, is a real plant, but in medieval times it had several myths attached to it, mostly of the demonic variant. One suggested that if it was uprooted prematurely, it would let out a banshee-like scream, killing anyone who heard it.
You grasp your mandrake firmly, you pull it sharply up out of the pot.
Dryads are anthropomorphic tree spirits that took the form of beautiful women. They're kind of like earth elementals, their counterpart being nymphs, who are water elementals who also took the form of beautiful women. Wonder who made those ones up. The green man is a primordial figure, sometimes also depicted as an anthropomorphic tree. He's often associated with rebirth and springtime, and he's popped up in various cultures and mythologies across the world, from Iraq to Nepal to the Celtic pantheon. A pop culture reference, not really a myth, but I realized how inappropriate it would be to mention Hedorah in a video of plants and not mention Biolante, the sickest Godzilla villain ever. Besides, maybe Ghidorah. The tree of knowledge is the tree that sits in the Garden of Eden in the story of Genesis. God forbids Adam and Eve from eating fruit off the tree of knowledge, fearing the consequences that knowledge would have on human history, but we all know how that story ends. The tree of life is sometimes seen as the tree of knowledge's sister tree, also sitting in the Garden of Eden. Some people say it was the tree that Adam and Eve were allowed to eat from, but tree of life in general has a much wider span in mythologies and cultures around the world. Some people believe that it is a kind of path that you take through life, and by mastering all of its different roots, you can become a master of mysticism itself, or achieve some kind of nirvana. Others believe that it is a tree linking all the worlds, like the spirit and material world, and it contains the sum total of their souls, and souls have to travel in between its roots and branches during reincarnation into different worlds. And in an equally esoteric but more literal sense, we have the mathematical trees of graph theory, but nobody gives a fuck about those except for this guy. I don't even think I can say this one's name because of YouTube's policies, but it's on screen. So if you're not watching and you're just listening, and you want to know what the name is, then start watching the episodes instead of listening to them. This isn't a podcast. So the unalive plant, or Gimpy Gimpy, is a plant native to Australian rainforests that is covered in these hairy nettles. And these nettles are incredibly neurotoxic. The pain has been likened to, quote-unquote, being electrocuted and covered in acid at the same time. The nettle can act like kind of a stinger and get lodged in your skin after coming into contact with the plant. And if you accidentally break off the top while trying to get it out of your skin, it can remain lodged inside of you for years and cause an absolutely unbearable pain. And as the name suggests, people who have come into contact with the plant and had the nettles lodged in them have found the pain so unfortunately unbearable that they have decided that the only possible route to end it is to take their own lives. The worst part about the Gimpy Gimpy is that it just looks like any regular old leaf. I told you, there is nothing scarier than these fucking plants. So yeah, I threw in a little bonus round. I thought because we're talking about things that cause unimaginable harm to the human body, why not talk about the top 10 worst methods of torture in human history? That should be fun. Let's get right into it. Number 10 is the Iron Maiden. This one is an absolute classic. It's that iron coffin lined with spikes, so when someone gets thrown in there, it just closes in on them. However, despite being probably the most famous torture device in history, there's actually very little evidence that the Iron Maiden was used in medieval times, and some historians believe that no such device has ever existed at all. Number 9 is the scaphism boat, and there's a similar debate as to whether or not this one was ever used, but if it is made up, I give a lot of credit to the person who made it up because it's pretty creative. If it's not made up and it was actually used, then I take back that credit because why would you do this to another human being, you sick fuck? Anyways, scaphism involved a prisoner being enclosed in a wooden barrel or raft. They were fed a diet of exclusively honey and milk, and the raft or barrel that they were enclosed in was filled with exclusively honey and milk. Eventually, their body would start denigrating and they would start having absolutely explosive diarrhea, which may also at that point have been exclusively honey and milk. At the point where they started being eaten alive by maggots, they were set afloat across a lake where other insects and creatures would eventually do their work to them. You know, the real torture is the way this suit jacket brings out my double chin. But anyways, we're on to number 8, which is the Spanish donkey. This is a pretty simple one, but it is the first one that we're absolutely certain was used in recorded history. Yay! The Spanish donkey was a triangular wooden wedge, and a person would be forced to straddle it as if they were riding it as a wooden horse or donkey, which is where the device gets its name. This would eventually crush their genitalia, but often for the added kick, a rope would be attached to both of their legs, and they would be pulled downwards on the wedge, which would cause it to tear through their entire body, still starting with their genitalia. Certainly unpleasant. Number 7 is cement shoes, a pretty self-explanatory one here. This involves a victim's feet being placed into one bucket each. Then the buckets will be filled with cement. They will wait for the cement to dry, and the victim will be thrown into a body of water with their fresh new cement shoes. The fish will say, "What are those?" and they will drown. This in the media is commonly associated with organized crime, but it's actually only happened once in real life, although in the one real documented case of cement shoes being performed, it was performed by a gang, so I suppose that the organized crime stereotype holds true. Number 6 is the thumbscrew, a rather tiny device that's been present for a lot of our history as a species. Unfortunately, the thumbscrew is a simple vice that is used to crush one finger or toe at a time, although if you happen to be around in 16th century Europe, you could get your hands on the deluxe thumbscrew. This was a thumbscrew that could crush up to 2 fingers or toes at a time. Wow! There's also apparently rumors that at some point in history there was a super duper ultra edition thumbscrew that was capable of crushing all 5 fingers or all 5 toes on a given hand or foot at the same time. Although, if you ask me, that sounds a little too crazy to be true. Number 5 is the Tucker telephone. The Tucker telephone is a device that was invented in the 1960s using leftover parts of an everyday telephone. This is where it gets its name from, and it was often used in American prisons as a form of punishment. Cords from the Tucker telephone would be attached to someone's fingers, toes, or genitalia. You can probably imagine what happens next. It's very shocking and very gruesome, although, as journalist Seth B. Goldsmith put it, what was more shocking was the way that revealed usage of the Tucker telephone shocked the everyday average American and led to some very, very menial prison reform at the time. Very menial. Number 4 is the dripping machine, and this one takes a bit more of a psychological approach. A victim would be tied up under a faucet-like device with their head facing the device, and from there a cold drop of water would be dripped onto their forehead. Apparently, this sensation of the drop of water every once in a while hitting their forehead would build up an intense anxiety in the victim, and they would start to try to anticipate every drop. But the drop would be administered randomly, so anticipating the drop was impossible, and this lack of control over their situation would lead to the anxiety exploding and the victim eventually going absolutely insane. Number 3 is bamboo torture. This is another one without any reliable sources, but there are a lot of stories of it being used during various periods of history. So what would happen here is that the victim would be tied with their abdomen situated over a juvenile bamboo shoot. The tip of the bamboo shoot would then be sharpened and they would be left there. The bamboo shoot would eventually grow, and as the story goes, it would start to pierce the person's abdomen and then grow out through their back, decimating their entire body. So Mythbusters actually did an episode on this where they substituted a piece of gelatin for a human body, the gelatin having roughly the same density, and it was found that this form of torture is scientifically possible, and it would take the bamboo shoot around 3 days to travel through the victim's entire body. Number 2. I've always been inspired by rats and mice. They have the ability to recognize the familiar end of a cage or maze that they're in and then push onwards towards new territory. It makes me hope that one day I will be able to recognize my own fixations, my familiar ends, and then put in the effort to surmount them. But what happens if the cage that the rat is in has one of its ends, the familiar end, lit on fire? Well, as real-life examples have unfortunately shown, rats will always be willing to push just a little harder to get to that other end, even if the path happens to take them through a human being's torso. Yes, this is the infamous rat torture, where a person would have a cage or pot full of rats placed on their belly with the open end facing them. The closed end would then have a torch or hot coals applied to it, and the rats would scurry and claw their way through the person's belly or abdomen to try to escape the heat. This is actually one of the most popular forms of torture in history, with many recently deceased dictators having been accused of using it. There are also reports that apparently organized crime groups are still using this form of torture today, and like talking about all of these ways that like you can get tortured in the modern day and these plans that can instantly fatalize you makes me just think that staying inside for the rest of your life might be the best option. And number one is that goddamn brazen bull. This is another one that's unfounded. We're not sure if this has ever actually been used in history, but there are several stories, which are from sources we can't exactly rely on, that say it has been used. And it's so terribly creative that it really just kind of deserves its clout. So this device was a bronze statue of a bull with a hollow center, and what would happen is that a victim would be placed inside the center and imprisoned in the bull. The bull would then have a fire lit under its stomach, which would cause the bronze to heat up to the point that the victim's flesh would eventually melt and become basically part of the statue itself. There are also rumors that the pipework inside the bull, which were used to vent out the heat, were arranged in such a way that the person's screams would sound like a bull neighing. Or, I don't know what you call the sound a bull makes. I think neigh is for horse. Anyways, this was supposedly used in ancient Greece during political disputes and by the Romans to persecute Christians before the formation of the Holy Roman Empire. It goes without saying there are absolutely no reports of the brazen bull being used in the modern day. I mean, the construction of the thing would be a hassle. The device itself would be instantly recognizable, and I doubt that there are any groups concentrated into a single location that are ruthless enough and have the resources to go about creating such a device specifically dedicated to torturing human beings. That would just be absolutely crazy. It was fun. It was a fun segment, even if it was slightly at the expense of people who lived over a century ago, but we like having a little fun here. Anyways, on to our final segment, which is illnesses. Now, needless to say, the intent here is not to poke fun at anyone suffering from these, but rather to point out and sympathize with how terrible they are. I doubt anybody who's watching this is actually suffering from these illnesses, as they're, at least the majority of them, are very, very rare, but if you are, I'm truly sorry. Just reading about these was terrifying. Starting with hypochondria, which is actually a fairly common mental condition, and if you are a hypochondriac, please click off this video. The rest of this is not for you. As for those who don't know, hypochondria is an incredibly heightened anxiety around medical conditions and sicknesses, to the point where even just hearing about one can give you intrusive thoughts about the fact that you have it. So if you've ever Googled a sore throat that you woke up with and come to the conclusion that you're down with botulism within 15 minutes, please just don't watch the rest of this. Factitious syndrome is much rarer than hypochondria, but if you have this one, I'm also recommending please do not watch the rest of this video, as it is kind of hypochondria's natural opposite. Whereas with hypochondria, you have someone who's terribly paranoid about having an illness or coming down with one, that they'll often do unreasonable things to avoid anything that could possibly make them sick. Factitious syndrome is where someone has such a obsession around getting attention and sympathy by displaying the symptoms of illnesses that they'll often fake them or go to lengths like sharing beverages with people who are sick or hurting themselves physically to appear sick. It's actually suspected that up to 1% of people who are admitted to a hospital for any given reason may be under the influence of factitious syndrome and not actually sick at all. So just for my personal protection, if later on when we talk about exploding head syndrome, you decide that you want to go out and give yourself exploding head syndrome, I am not personally responsible at all. Rabies. This is the one everybody knows about. You probably had several adults coming up to you as a child and saying, don't go near any wild animals you do not recognize because they might bite you and you might get rabies. It probably was to the point that it got annoying. Well, go thank those adults right now, because rabies is fucking horrifying. It's a viral disease that's completely undetectable, so if you get bitten by an animal with rabies, you probably won't realize anything until it travels to your central nervous system, which can take anywhere from a couple days to entire years. And once it hits your central nervous system and you start showing symptoms, you get diagnosed. The bad news? The fatality rate for rabies is 100%. From the minute that you're symptomatic, you're effectively done for. There's not a cure on earth that can treat you. And rabies also persists in the corpses of its victims, so it's effectively an impossible virus to eradicate. Even if we did manage to get rid of it in all living patients, it would resurface after animals fed on the cadavers of its victims soon enough. It's also no fun symptom-wise. You're not going to be going out on a very positive note, as rabies symptoms include severe headaches, fever, vomiting, paranoia, hallucinations, memory loss, and the worst of all and most infamous, hydrophobia, which is a strong aversion or fear of water or other liquids. The following clip shows a terrifying case of a man with hydrophobia who was suspected to be a rabies victim.
Okay.
Rabies kills around 60,000 people a year, and the only way of treating it at all is to follow a rigid method of injections and medications after being bitten and before symptoms start to show. So if you ever get bitten by any animal that you can't identify, please get the treatment. With this one, it is much better safe than sorry. You may remember us talking about the brain-eating amoeba in our Disturbing Bugs and Parasites video, and now we have a very similar unicellular organism in the form of the flesh-eating bacteria. And there are actually several types of bacteria under the general umbrella of flesh-eating bacteria, but what they all have in common is their ability to cause a condition called necrotizing fasciitis. And this occurs when the bacteria enters the body through open wounds and starts to spread rapidly throughout. Once the bacteria spreads throughout the body, it starts showing terrible blisters and ulcers on the surface of the skin, which is where it gets its name from. It can be fatal if left untreated for long enough, but thankfully it is rare and combatable through antibiotics. However, the treatment process can be equally morbid, requiring several surgeries and, if left untreated for long enough, blood transfusions. Jerusalem syndrome is a very interesting phenomenon that's been reported in over 12,000 people who visited the city of Jerusalem, which is a very holy site in the Abrahamic faiths. In visiting, they've often come under the influence of psychotic breaks, many of them suffering from delusions of faith involving things like being a messiah or having a conversation with God. A lot of these patients have a previous history of mental illness and religious fervor, but the most interesting cases are those who have no history of either and simply showcase symptoms while in the city and then had them dissipate within weeks of leaving it. This has, of course, led to several fringe theories about real divine intervention, aliens, portals under the city of Jerusalem, etc., but among all of these, scientists still have yet to offer their explanation for why this is actually happening. Toxic epidermal necrolysis is a more severe form of the already life-ruining skin condition Stevens-Johnson syndrome. This is caused by infection or taking certain medications and leads to a severe disruption in the skin and mucous membranes, causing rashing and blistering across the surface of the entire human body. The results of this are terrible and can be fatal if left untreated. Believe it or not, the pictures that I have up on screen right now are actually some of the tamer ones of this condition. There were a lot worse ones that I did not want to put in this video. This is very rare, and it will definitely probably not happen when taking your daily medications, but don't take any medications that you haven't been prescribed. I mean, you're not supposed to be doing that anyways, but if this doesn't convince you, I don't know what can. Pharmaceuticals are not to be fucked around with. I don't really think we need to talk about this one. Although I will say, I had COVID 5 months ago, and although it was horrible and I was bedridden for like a week and a half, it led to me binge watching the entirety of Outer Banks.
I got a hot truck!
That is now one of my favorite TV shows of all time. Prion is a term used to refer to a misfolded protein, and these form when a protein's amino acid chain is warped out of shape when interacting with another prion. Prions are only introduced to the human body when people eat meat from an animal that had prions present during its lifetime. And once the prion starts converting enough other proteins in the human's body into prions, the damage can become fatal, causing several neurological conditions. The most famous case of prions in the human body is mad cow disease, where the human brain starts to develop literal holes and become porous like a sponge. Besides prions being spread by eating meat from an animal that already had prions, biologists have no idea where prions originally originate from. Capgras syndrome is a very rare psychiatric disorder which manifests itself in a patient in a psychotic delusion that one of their loved ones has been replaced by an imposter. And this is not meant in like the esoteric way that they'll start questioning the sanctity of their relationship with the person. They will literally become entirely convinced that the person has been replaced by a completely different person with a malevolent agenda. Cotard syndrome is another psychiatric disorder, more commonly known as walking corpse disease. This also presents itself in a psychotic delusion. This time the nature of the delusion is that the patient will believe that they are dead, dying, or missing entire body parts. And again, this is not esoteric or like them questioning their place in the world, why they exist, etc., etc. This is them literally believing that although they are functioning as if they're alive, they are actually dead, which can cause things like self-harm and refusing to eat because they don't see any need anymore. Encephalitis lethargica is the famous sleepy sickness, not to be confused with the less famous but still as deadly sleeping sickness spread by the tsetse fly that we talked about in Disturbing Bugs and Parasites. Encephalitis lethargica comes with a bunch of nasty things like fevers and headaches, but its most infamous symptom is causing the patient to fall into a deep, deep coma. It got its clout in the early 1900s when there was an epidemic of encephalitis lethargica that left around 1 million people in a deep coma, leaving the world confused, believing that they had simply fallen into a light slumber, which is where it got its name, sleepy sickness. The people who came up with that lighthearted name probably felt like assholes, though, because only around half of those patients ended up waking up, which means that encephalitis lethargica ended up killing around 500,000 people, which is incredibly morbid. Thankfully, these days, it is also incredibly rare. Alien hand syndrome is an incredibly bizarre and rare condition in which one of the person's hands starts to act unprompted without their control, appearing to have a mind of its own. This has led to what the United States National Library of Medicine calls self-groping in many cases. There are also cases of people with alien hand syndrome literally hitting and slapping themselves to the point where they have to fight one of their hands off with the hand that they still have control over. So here we obviously have a pretty light-hearted one that is kind of funny and goofy to laugh at, right? Wrong. Because the two causes of alien hand syndrome are onset strokes and terminal brain tumors. You're a disgusting person. Oh, we made it to exploding head syndrome. So despite the name, exploding head syndrome is not a condition in which your head spontaneously explodes into a gush of gore. It is only slightly more unpleasant for those who have to suffer through it. This falls under the umbrella of parasomnia, which is a range of disorders that occur unwanted when falling asleep or right before waking up. In the case of exploding head syndrome, the patient will often hear an incredibly loud bang, like a thunderbolt or gunshot, right when falling asleep or waking up. This bang is actually not real. It is a delusion caused by exploding head syndrome that only the sufferer can hear. Mellified man? So this is actually not an illness. This is quite the disturbing way to treat illnesses, so I felt that it qualified. Mellified man is actually considered the golden elixir throughout history. It was sold in markets all across the world and believed to be able to heal anything from broken bones to internal conditions. So what made it so special? Well, the name gives a big hint. Mellified man was created when a person at the end of their life decided that they wanted to engage in a nice act of self-sacrifice. So they would give up eating or drinking anything besides honey, kind of like escapism boat, except this time it's voluntary. Eventually, it reportedly got to the point where even their urine, sweat, and feces was entirely comprised of honey. And when they finally died, they would be placed in a tomb filled with honey, and then put underneath the ground for 100 years or left somewhere to kind of deteriorate. After they were finished deteriorating for a century, they would be unearthed, or the tomb would be opened up, and inside would be that sweet, sweet mellified man, which was now just kind of a golden zombie corpse liquid stuff. And then people would use it. This was actually called, in a lot of places, human mummy confection. And wow, they are really stretching the truth with that confection one. And doesn't that mean sweet? It also means that this wasn't just spread on the ailing body parts. They sometimes made people eat it too. Diogenes syndrome is sometimes called hoarding. It's an infamous mental condition that involves compulsive behavior in which a person will collect massive amounts of something a lot of people might consider trash and then hoard them in their living space, often ruining their living space. This is not just to do with physical objects, though, as it can often include things such as neglect of self-care and extreme social isolation, and when confronted on their behavior, they will often display kind of fringe thinking that defends their extremely offbeat way of organizing what they're collecting. So yeah, this is actually a really rough one. People with hoarding tendencies are going through a really bad time of it. Alice in Wonderland syndrome is a rare psychiatric disorder. It's a processing disorder in which a person has trouble distinguishing the size in real life of parts of their own body or external objects. They'll often perceive them as being smaller or larger than they actually are. This is, of course, based on the famous scene in Alice in Wonderland where Alice first arrives in Wonderland, drinks the drink me drink, and eats the eat me cake, and then grows smaller and larger, depending on which one she takes. Which, by the way, Lewis Carroll was an incredibly missed opportunity for the cake to say, "Bite me!" Sleep paralysis is an incredibly famous parasomnia disorder. When you fall asleep and wake up, you'll often have sort of a sense of freezing and fright, and sometimes you can have audio-visual hallucinations, kind of like nightmares that are merging your waking and sleeping life. This one is very common, I think, affecting like 40% of the population, including me. I've had some bad sleep paralysis experiences. Let me see, like one time. It happens, I think, something with the spine, when the spine is aligned, because it always happens when I'm lying down straight like a plank, and I'll see things like, you know, just shadows standing in the room, making you freeze up, kind of like little goblins in chariots flying around the room. One time, I was in college, I was taking a nap, and it also happens when you're falling asleep at different times during the day when you usually would be, and you disrupt your kind of REM sleep schedule. I was taking a nap, and I saw this kind of like hooded figure slip into my dorm room, and I was like, well, that's not my roommate. And it came, and there was a bit of an audio hallucination where it was like whispering in my ear, like, and I was just kind of like, please go away. After a while, you kind of get used to it, but it's still scary every time. Definitely not life-threatening. I mean, if you're having sleep paralysis, don't be worried that you're suffering from a larger psychotic disorder, because clearly I'm not. So yeah, this one is more common, but definitely one worth talking about. It's very, very, very talked about on the internet, of course. It's grounds for a lot of horror stories. Fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva is an incredibly debilitating physical condition in which a person's muscles, tendons, and ligaments will harden over their lifetime and turn into bone. I'm not exactly sure what's going on there, like if they're calcifying or something, but rest assured someone will gleefully explain the entire process to us in the comments. Anyways, this is a very terrible condition that can lead to a markedly decreased lifespan, and you can see by the most famous case here, Harry Eastlack's skeleton, that it absolutely decimates the internal structure of the human body. It also means that every time you go to the doctor, you have to pronounce fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva, which is just a nightmare on its own. Harlequin-type ichthyosis is a very serious and life-threatening genetic condition that affects infants. Around half of the people that are born with this are unable to survive it, and it is uncurable, although it is treatable through various medications and processes like extreme moisturization. When an infant is born with this disorder, they will have skin that is separated into thick, hard plates with lines in between them. The results of this are gruesome, and I'm sure some of us have seen a quote-unquote harlequin baby at some point in our life. I'm not going to throw one on screen because I don't like showing debilitating conditions that affect children or infants. That's just kind of a bit too far, but there are some artistic renditions and medicinal diagrams of it on screen, and as you can probably see from that, if you haven't seen the real thing, it is brutal and very, very sad when an infant is born with this condition. I would not recommend that you go seek out the real thing because it's a lot worse. I've seen it. It's like medical footage, I can't. A lot of it is very gruesome. Morgellons is a skin condition as well, this time not as serious as harlequin ichthyosis, but still pretty debilitating, as it causes the insatiable feeling of something crawling underneath the skin, which has led many who suffer from it to come under the belief that they are being infested by bugs or parasites, or that there is some kind of fiber or string being pulled around the inside of their body. As for scientists and doctors, they have no explanation for Morgellons yet. Some believe it's some kind of general skin infection, while others believe it may be caused by taking certain drugs that you're not supposed to be taking. Finally, we have teratomas, which I'd just like to start off by saying that I'm disappointed in God because these exist. So if there is a God, this is the biggest moment of just why that I've ever had in my entire life. I had to look these up, and I saw some things that I don't even think I could have imagined. I always like to say, whatever you can imagine, there's something worse that exists out there, and this is that. A teratoma is a type of tumor that absorbs different genetic material from around the body, so it is possible for these kinds of tumors to form eyes, neurons, hair, teeth, and ears of their own. Again, it's most common in children and infants. There are some medicinal diagrams if you want them. I've seen some things. Anyways, like with harlequin ichthyosis, I'm not going to be showing real pictures of children and infants who've come down with this because that would just be shock value, very inappropriate. I don't like showing medicinal footage of children, especially when it's something as gruesome as this. So yeah. But the adults, on the other hand... Thank you for watching. Guys, I'm actually coming back to you with one last thing that's insane that I discovered while editing the video. So many of you probably know about spores. They're a type of cell that plants and fungi can produce, often during reproduction. They're a type of plant. They're a type of cell that plants and fungi can reproduce. I lost my train of thought there. Sorry. Okay, so spores can also induce different effects. They're not only for reproduction. And there has been discovered an example of a spore that can cause drowsiness in its victims. Well, not really victims, but those who come into contact with it. And the interesting thing about these spores is that they've been found solely around the areas that we discussed at the end of the Deep Sea Secrets video. That is around the Great Pacific Garbage Patch and the Yonaguni Monument. And the appearance of these spores. Off the bat, this is a long one. In fact, I think it may be the longest one yet, so there's no offense taken on my end if it takes you a couple of sittings to get through it. But you have to finish it. You have to finish watching it. After all, we don't want this to end up like everything you've started in your life, do we, you lazy little... So the internet is kind of cool, right? I mean, I've always thought of it kind of like the live stream from Final Fantasy VII. It's just this massive network that connects all of our thoughts and behaviors, and give a better chance of being immortalized on the internet than you've ever had before in human history. And if what makes human beings special is our ability to develop and share ideas, then the internet is kind of like the coolest thing ever, isn't it? But as with all things, there is a dark side to it, and although it makes up a tiny fraction of actual internet behavior and content, the quote-unquote dark side of the internet attracts a lot of attention. And naturally, that's what we'll be looking at today. As usual, with a bit of a focus on the paranormal stuff, but we're also going to be looking at all the true crime, mysteries, etc., etc. One rule, only rule, if it's fake, can't be on the list. Things like salad fingers, don't hug me, I'm scared, don't qualify. They at least have to have the illusion of being real for me to have put them on the list. With that said, there is a lot for us to get through. After all, don't forget, kids, everything that you send or post on the internet will be remembered forever, and that includes the uwu catboy selfies that I used to send to goth girls that I matched with on Tinder. Our first section is content, and like the word content itself, it's really kind of nebulous and just encompasses a whole lot of stuff that's been posted on the internet that has a bit of an edge to it, so let's just jump in. And oh god, we are starting with a Sonic OC. The Tails doll is a character from the game Sonic R who's gained quite a bit of notoriety over the years. In the context of the Sonic series itself, the Tails doll is actually a very clever concept. It was created by Dr. Robotnik, kind of like Metal Sonic, to parallel Tails. And it's actually quite the graded version of Tails' innocent and childlike nature. But in the world of urban legend, Tails' doll tells a different story. Many children remember beating the game Sonic R under specific conditions and then seeing their screen glitch over to black with the Tails doll appearing in a bloodied and mangled form on screen, absolutely terrifying them. It's also hypothesized that the creation of the Tails doll character itself was influenced by the same demon who was responsible for the creation of the most cursed Sonic game in history, Sonic.exe. Cowhead is a Japanese story that is supposedly so terrifying that anybody who reads it from start to finish will succumb to a fatal heart attack. Thankfully, the story in its entirety has never been found, but snippets of it do occasionally pop up from time to time on the darkest corners of the internet. The story is structured in several vignette-like acts, and one of them details a group of archaeologists excavating the ruins of a small village in Japan and finding the skeletons of minotaur-like creatures who are half man and half cow. The Russian sleep experiment is one of the most famous creepypastas of all time. It tells the story of a Soviet-era experiment where scientists were trying to deduce the reasoning behind sleep and dreams for their biological necessity. So they kept 5 patients inside a sealed tank filled with gas that prevented them from falling asleep for 30 days. As the days went on, the patients started to go more and more insane, eventually devolving into violence and taking on perhaps demonic attributes. At the end, even though all of the doctors and scientists were killed, their mission was accomplished, as it was revealed that sleep is necessary to keep this inherently evil side of human nature at bay. Pokemon Lost Silver is probably the most famous creepypasta about Pokemon there is, besides the Lavender Town Syndrome, which we already covered in our disturbing abnormal art video, and please don't bug me about any other Nintendo urban legends like Ben Drowned, because I heard if you say Nintendo 3 times in one video, the ghost of John Kirby will pop up on your computer screen the next time you try to log into your Fidelity account. And there you go, I've already said it twice. Anyways, Lost Silver is a story left on 4chan by an anonymous author about his experience purchasing an old Pokemon Silver cartridge from a bargain bin in GameStop. Upon loading it, he notices some unsettling differences from his last playthrough of Silver, especially in relation to the alien unknown Pokemon species spelling out different creepy messages with their letter-like bodies. The game continues denigrating as he plays through, eventually resulting in the trainer character getting its limbs removed and left trapped in Bellsprout Tower among horrifying sprites of dead Pokemon, shattered and alone. It's a great story that really harkens back to the golden age of video game creepypastas, with an entire custom ROM hack based on it that you can play through yourself. And it's especially cool because it finally gives the unknown Pokemon species some flavor, which is something that Game Freak and Nintendo haven't really bothered doing since they first dropped the Ruins of Alph. Wait a second. Lost media stories are kind of the sister genre of cursed cartridges when it comes to creepypastas, and the undisputed king of lost media myths is the elusive Candle Cove. Stories about Candle Cove are told by adults who remember watching the series as children, however their memories each have subtle differences. What they can agree on is that it was a puppet show series that centered on the adventures of the cowardly pirate Percy, his talking ship Laughingstock, and his first mate Janice as they travel the seven seas towards the fabled Candle Cove. As the series went on, the episodes became darker and more disturbing, introducing things like the villainous Captain Jawbone who killed children and made suits out of their skin. When the now adults ask their elderly parents about the show, they can't recall it at all and only have faint memories of their children sitting at either a television that was turned off or staring at a static screen and singing the Candle Cove theme song. McCamey Manor is an extreme haunted house attraction that's run by Russ McCamey. It started in California but has since opened other locations. It's received a lot of backlash and criticism as it has participants sign a liability waiver and then proceeds to subject them to intense physical and psychological torture. Participants have reported being forced to drink strange liquids, being covered in dangerous insects against their will, having their teeth removed without anesthesia, and even having their bones broken. Russ films each person's experience individually and then watches it back for hours to edit it. There have been several accusations that Russ takes the edited footage and distributes it on the deep web for money. The fact that the McCamey Manor tour is basically free, costing a small donation of dog food for animal shelters and Russ's own dogs, has been cited as evidence for this theory. After all, he has to make money to keep the attraction running somehow. These accusations and theories remain unsubstantiated, but what is undeniable is the sadistic glee that Russ seems to take in managing the McCamey Manor extreme hunt and editing his footage. Kisaragi Station is a legendary haunted train station from Japan. It first popped up on the Japanese forum site 2chan in a thread written by a girl named Hasumi, who was posting messages on the thread in the late hours past midnight. There were sparse people awake and active on the forum, but a couple did chime in to interact with Hasumi while she was posting. The gist of her first-person experience was that her train to work had been running far longer than it usually did without stopping. Other users encouraged her to try things like accessing the train conductor or looking at nearby station signs to get a sense of where she was, but both were unsuccessful. The conductor car was shuttered up with blinds and no one responded to knocking, and there's nothing around but a rundown town and the entrance to an unfamiliar tunnel that the train is heading towards. After coming out of the tunnel, the train stops at Kisaragi Station, which neither Hasumi or the other commenters had ever heard of before. She tries to find a taxi, but upon leaving the station, the entire surrounding area is blank, with nothing but fields, still ponds, and mountains in the distance, outlined by the oncoming dawn. The eerie Kisaragi Station that Hasumi just exited sticking out like a sore thumb in the center of all of this. Looking at the sign for the station, Hasumi realizes that the kanji used to write Kisaragi is also often used for the word devil, so her and the commenters start to get a little creeped out. She tries calling her parents to pick her up, but they can't find Kisaragi Station on any maps. One of the commenters encourages her to follow the train tracks to try and find another station, and so she heads down the train tracks path in the darkness of the early morning, the silhouettes of the mountaintops hanging in the distance. After no luck finding anything other than open fields, Hasumi reported the sounds of drums and bells in the distance. She starts to speed walk on the tracks, but hears someone yelling at her to get off. When she turns around, she sees a one-legged old man, and the commenters tell her to run. She runs back into the tunnel she went through to get to the station, and eventually finds someone near the end, a well-dressed and handsome man who tells her he's going to take her someplace safe. Despite warnings from the commenters in her last post, she decides to follow him to a hotel where he promises to find her help. After that, she never commented on that thread or any other 2chan threads again. Hasumi's initial thread is still available online, and it's always interesting to read in its entirety, not just because you get to experience it from Hasumi's point of view, but also because you see the commenters arguing at certain points about the best way to keep her safe. Kisaragi Station itself has popped up in other first-person accounts since Hasumi's was posted, and as such it remains a fixture of online horror to this day. Although they may seem like a Hollywoodized caricature by this point, hackers can actually be quite the malignant threat to people's privacy and personal information. IDs and social security numbers are constantly at risk of being grabbed and bartered for on the deep web, and footage from home security cameras are also at risk of being put up for sale. But money is not always the motive for these people. Sometimes hackers just want to watch the world burn. But money isn't always the motive for these people. Sometimes hackers are just trolls, and in the worst cases, massively creepy trolls, like in this footage that we're about to watch, where a hacker unfortunately gained access to the security camera that a new pair of parents put in their young child's bedroom.
Who is that?
I'm your best friend. You can do whatever you want right now. You can mess up your room, you can break your TV, you can do whatever you want.
Who is that?
I'm your best friend. I'm Santa Claus.
In 2013, young 21-year-old college student Elisa Lam was staying at the Cecil Hotel while studying overseas in Los Angeles, and it was here that an infamous video was taken on the security camera at the hotel that shows her entering an elevator and behaving very erratically. Her movement here gives the impression that she was being followed, or at least that she believed that she was being followed. There are also points where it looks like she's talking to someone right outside the elevator, but clearly there's no one there. This was the last time that Elisa was seen alive, but 2 weeks after this footage was taken, guests at the hotel started to complain that the tap water had a foul taste to it, and some even reported that their sink was leaking a thick black liquid. When inspecting the water cistern at the roof of the hotel, security discovered a dead Elisa. She had somehow gotten into the cistern and drowned, and her deteriorating body had contaminated the entire hotel's water supply. A lot of speculation erupted from this case. The Cecil Hotel has its own marred history filled with serial killers and crimes of other nature, so naturally there were paranormal enthusiasts hypothesizing that Elisa was actually talking with one of the evil, ghastly residents of the hotel outside of the elevator doors, which is why you can't actually see anyone on camera. It was a ghost, according to them. But in actuality, investigators discovered, based on the dosage that was left in Elisa's hotel room, that she hadn't been taking her medicine that was prescribed to her for a very severe case of bipolar disorder that occasionally resulted in psychotic episodes. What's really horrifying is that after she climbed into the cistern, it appears that she removed some items of clothing that were weighing her down to try and get out after reaching a point of lucidity and exiting her psychotic episode. But by that point, the hotel guests had already used water such that the water level was no longer near the cistern's entrance, so she was unable to escape. The Blank Room Soup video is a video that supposedly originated in the darkest parts of the deep web, but made its way to the surface web somehow. And I guess now is a good time to explain this whole deep web concept, because it's going to be popping up throughout the entire video. Basically, the surface web is anything that you can reach through traditional search engines like Google and Bing, etc. But really, Google is the only one anyone uses, unless you use DuckDuckGo, in which case... Anyways, so the surface web is the conventional web that you can just kind of access from day to day. Deep web technically is any website or things on the internet that don't reach any form of search engine optimization. They aren't visited enough, and therefore they kind of just filter out of traditional search engine scope and are no longer accessible through online searches. They can only really be accessed by direct URL, but some websites are designed to only be accessed by their direct URL and can't be found through traditional search engines, Tor and things that like trace URLs. I don't exactly know how those work, but they're made to navigate this part of the web. This part of the deep web, technically, these sites that are only made to be accessed through that URL that can't be accessed through traditional means. This, as you can probably guess, is where a lot of illegal activity takes place online, selling sexual content of an illegal and very troubling nature, dealing weapons, drugs, selling identities like we were talking about before. This part of the deep web specifically is called the dark web. It's the deepest part of the deep web, the part where the dark stuff happens. Anyways, that's really all the context that's good to have before watching the Blank Room Soup video. Any other context is not really readily available, to be honest. Horrifyingly enough, despite a lot of investigation and some clues that have been picked up, no explanation for the origin of this video has ever been conclusively offered. So, again, horrifyingly, it actually is an anomaly. Here is that video. Barbie.avi is another infamous internet campfire story. In the story, the narrator finds a computer in a trash can and decides to take it home to investigate. Saved to this computer's desktop is the video file Barbie.avi. The video is about an hour long, and the first 50 minutes show an interview with the same girl. The girl appears to get more and more uncomfortable as the interview progresses, until the end where she breaks down crying. The audio in the video was too distorted for the narrator to actually hear anything she's saying, but from reading her lips, he believes the woman repeats the word skin several times throughout the interview. The last 10 minutes of footage are mostly blank, but there is a minute or so that shows a pair of legs walking down a train track, which the narrator actually recognizes as being only a few minutes away from where he lives. The next day, he and his friend go to investigate and find an abandoned house in the woods near the train track. but run away when they hear a painful moan coming from inside. The story is creepy enough on its own, but the footage that is often attached to it, also titled Barbie.avi, is what's really drawn people's attention. It shows a young woman being interviewed, just as described in the story, although it doesn't last for as long as the interview is described as lasting in the story. The woman on the video is also an amputee missing one of her arms, which wasn't mentioned in the story, and this has led to several theories of the video's actual origin. Due to the text BIID appearing on screen during the Barbie.avi footage, some people think that this is an interview with a patient suffering from body integrity identity disorder. This disorder causes an immense amount of irrational discomfort with a specific body part, and can often even lead to self-inflicted amputation. On September 29, 2016, a passenger train crashed in New Jersey's Hoboken Terminal, and this tragic accident resulted in 1 death and over 100 injuries. However, there are suspicions that this was not as accidental as it seems. The day before, on September 28th, New York's WKTV station aired this emergency message at around 6 p.m. If you didn't catch it, the emergency declared was a hazardous materials warning until the early morning of September 29th, the same day as the crash. But the weirdest part of the message is the final line. Would you, could you, on a train? It goes without saying that this has been linked to the train crash the next day, and some think that it may have been premeditated in some way. This is unlikely, as the operator was among the injured in the crash, but there's no doubt that this is one of the creepiest coincidences in TV history. WKTV at first claimed that the emergency broadcast was a mistake, but then went on to specify that it was a mistake on part of the organization FEMA. But FEMA then went on to levy the responsibility over to the New York Broadcasting Agency, who also denied any responsibility. So the actual origin of this emergency broadcast remains a complete mystery. Sad Satan is an infamous contender for the title of the most disturbing game on the internet. A very coveted title, might I add, although Sad Satan really might take the cake based on what's happened with its many iterations. So the story is that it premiered in a playthrough done by a YouTube channel called Obscure Horror Channel, and they said that the Sad Satan game was anonymously sent to them through a downloadable link. This then went on to be proved to be a hoax. Obscure Horror Channel was trying to start a Creepypasta ARG, and the entire thing was made up. The Sad Satan game was developed by them and their team, and actually had no inappropriate content. However, an actually anonymous developer was inspired by Obscure Horror Channel's playthrough, and they went on to develop their own version of the Sad Satan game that was then anonymously posted as a downloadable link on 4chan. And this version of the game is actually very disturbing and insensitive and corrupted. It contains very inappropriate media in relation to children, and also when downloaded, it will completely trash the software that it is downloaded on and shut down the entire device you are using hypothetically to play it. Don't play it or download it, you'll get arrested. Also, just safe word of advice, never download anything anonymously from 4chan. I hope that this is something that everybody just intuitively knows. Satan Sphinx is a video/movie, depending on which version of it you believe in, that's originated from urban legend. It's supposedly so shocking and disturbing that it will cause people to take their own life after watching it. Now, there are 3 dominant theories as to the origin of the Satan Sphinx video/movie. Theory number 1, and the most popular, is that it is an obscure Italian snuff film that is so gory that it is probably the most disturbing movie of all time, if it's ever traced and found. Theory number 2 is that it was created by a government or a collaboration between governments to use in various methods of torture. And theory number 3 is that it was created by a group of freedom fighters to defend themselves against governments and counteract brainwashing methods like the one used in MKUltra. So it's purposefully shocking to shock people out of a state of delirium that's been induced by government brainwashing. Skulls.a was a software virus that spread the world in 2005, affecting thousands upon thousands of early mobile phone users. It would change all of the icons on your home screen into skull and crossbones emojis. And the creators of this very creative form of malware have never been caught. Hamburger Lady, which is a single by the band Throbbing Gristle, is often crowned as the most disturbing song ever made. Filled with eerie vocals and industrial scraping, what really sets it above is the backstory. The song's lyrics are describing the experience of a severe burn victim in clinical care, which is where the questionably ethical moniker Hamburger Lady comes from, describing the patient's raw and charred flesh. The whirring machinery and heavy breathing are meant to embody her distorted experience while under emergency medical procedures, and this song has been described as having a haunting effect, in that while listening to it, the dread of the subject's situation slowly dawns on you, rather than being headlined by an immediate gross-out or jump scare moment. I can definitely attest to this. Hamburger Lady has always freaked me out every time that I've listened to it, and altogether, it is not a very good song, so you can just skip this one over. Sorry, Throbbing Gristle. Red rooms are an iconic fixture of internet horror storytelling. If you've ever seen the movie Hostel or an obscure and underrated Netflix show called Squid Game, then you will intuitively understand this concept. Supposedly, red rooms are live streams that are hosted on the deep web, where people are tortured to the liking of wealthy benefactors. These wealthy benefactors will make donations, and then based on the amount that they donated, like it's some kind of twisted Patreon situation, they can comment in with what kind of torture they want the victim to be subjected to. In a lot of Red Room stories, like in the movie Hostel, the victims are taken from Eastern European orphanages, and I'm not exactly sure, I don't think that there's been a Red Room case that's actually been uncovered and turned into a criminal procedure, but in Red Room stories, it's also specified that the people who watch and support the Red Room industry are such wealthy elites that it's basically immune to the rule of law. Rituals have been commonplace throughout all of human history, and the internet has seen quite a few new ones pop up to the forefront, of course, mainly focusing on summoning and channeling dark or malevolent energies and spirits. In the Dark Reflection ritual, for instance, participants take advantage of the age-old paranoia around breaking a mirror, causing bad luck. In this ritual, you either alone or with a group of friends burn a mirror until there's a noticeable black mark at midnight. You then break it and run. Throughout the night until dawn, you'll be followed by bad luck.
Then at first sunlight, your bad luck will disappear and you'll instead be surrounded by good luck for a number of days. Both the number of days and the severity of the bad luck depend on the mirror. The older, the better your good luck, and the worse your bad. Before playing this one, also note that if you're in a group, the bad luck will split apart to follow each of you, but if you're alone, all of the bad luck will concentrate on you. So it's better to bring friends for this one, although the same can be said for the good luck that follows the ritual, so if you want to hog it all to yourself, then perhaps consider playing this on your own, at your own risk, of course. The elevator game, which originated online in Korea, doesn't offer any tangible benefits, but it does allow you to access a different dimension, again, at your own peril. Enter any elevator in a building with at least 10 floors and visit these ones in this order: 4, 2, 6, 10, 5. On the 5th floor, when the doors open, a woman will enter. The instructions emphasize that you must not interact with or look at her, even if she tries to talk to you or get your attention in some other way. Now press the button for the 1st floor. If it takes you back to the 1st floor lobby, the ritual did not work. However, if the elevator starts going upwards instead, it has worked. When the doors open, you'll see a pitch black floor with a glowing red cross that seems to be miles away. It's not recommended that you get off on this floor, as finding your way back to your elevator might prove impossible. To get back to our world, press the same sequence of buttons: 4, 2, 6, 10, 5, and 1. Coincidentally enough, when this game first started blowing up online and spreading the world like wildfire, it was offered as a possible explanation for the disappearance of Elisa Lam that we talked about earlier, by those who think that the paranormal played a role in that case. Last Words is a website that features a compilation of tragic black box recordings. For those of you who don't know, the black box is a part of an airplane that is constructed to be virtually indestructible and then placed in the cockpit with a recording device inside of it. This way, when airplane accidents occur, even if the pilots unfortunately do not make it out alive, then the black box recording can be used to still conduct an internal investigation. As you can imagine, all of the recordings that are on the Last Words site are of planes that did unfortunately have accidents occur, and listening to them can be a harrowing experience. There exists a certain Japanese Kleenex commercial that is allegedly very cursed, and I actually talked about this on a channel that I made like 7 years ago called Fear Theory, which I lost the password for within a month, which is no real tragedy. It didn't end up being nearly as successful as my current channel, but in light of a trip down memory lane, I'm just gonna clip that short video from Fear Theory in here, and fair warning, there may be some second-hand embarrassment. Welcome to Fear Theory. In 1986, the following commercial for Kleenex aired in Japan. The commercial was criticized upon its release, with many viewers complaining that it was disturbing in nature. Complaints ranged from the song used being unsettling to the imagery being jarring and bizarre. Eventually, an urban legend was formed claiming that it was cursed and anyone who watched it would be killed or suffer some other unfortunate fate. The legend spread to include rumors that the actress starring in the commercial, ケイコ Matsuzaka, died soon after filming it. 「 Keiko Matsuzaka, died soon after filming it. 「 Keiko Matsuzaka, died soon after filming it. 」 Keiko Matsuzaka, died soon after filming it. 」 Keiko Matsuzaka, died soon after filming it. 「 Keiko Matsuzaka, died soon after filming it. This has since been debunked, however, as Keiko Matsuzaka is still alive and well in Japan and has continued acting since starring in the advertisement. There are still eerie details and mysteries surrounding this commercial, however, such as the fact that the toddler is dressed up to resemble a Japanese oni. In Japanese myth, oni are spirits of evil and malice, akin to demons. Despite the oni becoming more of a popular figure in modern times, some traditional Japanese villages still hold festivals to ward off their evil influence. Knowing this, it highlights a possible correlation between the demonic powers of the oni and the video's supposed curse. This is not where the legend ends, however. In 2013, YouTube channel Shrouded Hand posted the following video, which supposedly shows the effect of watching the commercial after midnight. Do you believe in the curse of the commercial? Certainly an interesting style that I used to have. The Blue Whale Challenge was a dangerous online phenomenon that spread mostly in Russia, but also reached other parts of Asia as well. The game, quote-unquote, targeted children on a social media site called VK and consisted of 50 days. Each day had a unique challenge, and they slowly became more and more disturbing, eventually devolving into self-harm and participants being instructed to take their own life. Victims of this challenge would often post a photo of a blue whale on VK before partaking in the final act, and it serves as a dour reminder of how dangerous unmonitored access to the internet can be for children, among other dangerous viral games, quote-unquote, like the Momo Challenge, which was similar in nature. Although few actual deaths were caused by the Blue Whale and Momo challenges combined, there are more numerous reports of self-harm among victims of these trends, and it goes without saying that they were also a source of immense psychological stress for many parents. Now this is without a doubt one of the strangest ones because it is 100% real life, and also some of you may even have first-hand experience with this one. In 2016, people in clown costumes were being spotted and filmed all across the world, and in many cases we're talking about terrifying situations. At night, in alleyways, on people's private property, the whole thing started with a man in a clown costume whispering to children from the woods in Wisconsin. This wasn't just in the US either. Like previously mentioned, it was global, with Russia and Britain issuing public safety warnings because the clowns also tended to get aggressive with people. Nobody was killed or seriously injured, but it was still a baffling and somewhat frightening time to be in. With all of this said, the major question that still remains unanswered is why? Clowns who were caught gave no explanation for why they were doing what they were doing except for the fact that everybody else was doing it, so there's still no centralized motive that's become clear. There are theories that this was an elaborate marketing scheme for the first It movie, but it crept into the illegal territory, so that doesn't seem very likely, and it also never came back when It Part 2 came out a couple of years later. All of that aside, this did add a lot of spice to the Halloween season that year, and it remains fondly, or maybe not so fondly, in many young people's memories. The Evil Stick was a mass-produced toy that was sold to children in various toy stores across America, but I'm hesitant to call it an actual kid's toy for a very, very glaring reason. As you can guess by the name, the evil stick is not filled with sunshine and rainbows, although its exterior might trick you into thinking that it is. When kids peeled back the sticker at the tip of the evil stick, it would often reveal a terrifying creature that looks right out of a point-and-click horror game. And in the worst case, a photograph of a person in a very disturbing mask who seems to be harming themselves with a knife was found. It's likely that the company distributing this toy, which it's worth pointing out was extremely inexpensive and largely sold in dollar stores, just pulled random images they found from entering the keyword creepy on the internet, as it's been pointed out that some of the monsters found on the evil stick are actually copyrighted characters. Nonetheless, the photograph of the masked girl with the knife is extremely jarring, especially on something that was meant to be sold to children. Having a hobby is completely normal, healthy, and can even be a source of beneficial enrichment in your life. But if it gets to the point of obsession, then it can become problematic. And oh boy, do the words obsession and problematic barely scratch the surface when it comes to this confession that was posted on Reddit's confession board. The whole post is pretty short, so I'm just going to read it in its entirety. My obsession hurts others around me. It's also my fetish, but it goes far deeper than that. I'll try to explain the obsession the best I can by explaining how it started. Basically, when I was young, I caught pinworms. It was a very strange feeling and the itch was painful. My parents took me to the doctor and I got medication to cure it. This event is what sparked my obsession. The thought that my body could be their whole world, their lifeline, almost a planet of sorts. It was so interesting. After that, I began researching pinworms and other parasites, and I found out the human body already hosts parasites, such as demodocs on their eyelashes. I wanted to know how many a human body could endure without a chance of serious health issues. This curiosity has plagued me for years. I'm now 25, but I am very well versed in parasites and have been studying them for over 10 years. I also purposefully infect myself with non-lethal parasites because it's part of a fetish of mine. Some have worked better than others. Quite a few have given me serious diarrhea and fevers, while others have been much more bearable. I currently have pinworms and tapeworms, various non-pathogenic protozoa, and pubic lice. I am incredibly masochistic, so although it's uncomfortable, I do feel pleasure from it. All these parasites mean I need to eat a lot more than the average person, and I still look thin. And to be quite honest, it means I can enjoy so much more food than most people. I also keep multiple cultures of bedbugs and leeches in containers and allow them to feed on my blood sometimes, although those kinds are not really my passion, as they do not live primarily on or in the human body. But I think they're interesting nonetheless, and I find them pretty cute. Now, it's time for the confession. My obsession and fetish isn't just about infecting myself anymore. I also have the desire to infect others, and I have acted on those desires. Sometimes my parasites just pioneer to new lands on their own. My family have caught pinworms multiple times without my intention, and other times I purposefully spread them. I have infected strangers, friends, and even my own family. I know it's bad, but I just can't stop. I think I have parasites in my brain that make me feel like I need to spread them. I know how crazy that sounds, but if you knew the feeling, you'd understand. Maybe it's just a mental illness, or maybe its origin is parasitic in nature. I don't really know. All I know is it feels good when I do these things. I feel an intense need to spread my children, and when I do, I feel pleasure. I must have spread thousands of my children over the years. I sometimes sprinkle tapeworm eggs into people's drinks when I'm out at clubs. I also caught pubic lice from sex with a random woman I met at the same club. And in return, I'm pretty sure I gave her pinworms, so it was a trade. The woman wasn't even attractive, I just wanted to gift her some pinworms, and instead I basically won the jackpot by sleeping with her. I then spread my pubic lice to at least 4 other women. Sometimes I also sprinkle worm eggs into food and buffets whenever I visit them. Yes, I understand you would think it's gross and messed up. I'm basically betraying my species for my children. It's hard, I do enjoy people and I have wonderful friends and family, but I also love my parasites, and my fetish is too hard to control. I don't want to hurt anyone when I do these things, but a force beyond my understanding is driving me to do it. I think I could possibly have a parasite in my brain that has not yet been discovered. I'm sorry to all the people I have caused discomfort to, but it's for a cause beyond human understanding. Although this all can be justifiable, I still feel guilt. I don't want to hurt anyone. I hope the people I spread my gifts to can find it in their hearts to be a little more open-minded and not kill my children, but learn to live with them like I have instead. I'm aware of how strange and disgusting others will find me if they knew. I'm aware of how immoral this seems to most people. I assume you may see me in a negative light after reading this, but remember I only want what's best for my children. And if you were truly in my shoes, I'm sure you would do the same. I actually can assure you I probably would not do the same. But if you are interested in learning more about the pinworm and other terrifying parasites, possibly, that are living inside this guy's body and his victims, then check out the Disturbing Bugs and Parasites video that we did a couple of months ago. It's a great watch. After listening to that, never go out to clubs. Never go out, period. Another personal account entitled The Whistler is also from Reddit. The original poster recalls walking through the swampy woodlands on the outskirts of his home in Lansing, Michigan, with his mother when he was 8 years old. When night fell, they both started to hear an eerie, inconsistent whistling coming from behind them in the trees. It couldn't have been a bird due to the shifting tone. It must have been human in origin. His mother rushed him out of the woods after the noise kept following them, and she seemed to be on edge for the rest of the night. Years later, as a teenager, the narrator heard the same noise while walking his dog at night and was struck with the memory of his previous experience. He ran away again, remembering how nervous the noise had made his mother. Finally, 10 or so years later, as a 25-year-old man, he captured this video while watching fireworks at a beach, states away from Lansing, Michigan, where this whole thing started.
Are you whistling? Is it you? Stop it.
The narrator describes the whistling heard in that video as being identical to the whistling that haunted him throughout his childhood and young adolescence, and that shadowy man in the hat riding the kayak has since become synonymous with the figure of the Whistler. In 2013, the YouTuber exploring abandoned mines and unusual places visited the Horton Mine in Nevada, and here is what he encountered there.
Here's a shot looking back towards the entrance. I'm a little bit further in, and looking down the tunnel here. I don't know why that one chain is swinging back there. Don't know if you can see that in the video or not.
One popular theory is that the mischief in the mines is being perpetrated by Tommyknockers, European folk creatures much like gremlins. However, unlike gremlins who traditionally wreak havoc on machinery, Tommyknockers inhabit caves and mines and try to screw with the miners while they're at work. The Grifter is another infamous Copypasta video that is so shocking that watching it will kill you. This time, literally. It's not like disturbing to the point where you will lose faith and take your own life. The video is said to have content that is so shocking that you will die of shock immediately after watching it. There is a version of the Grifter grifting around YouTube that contains some horror movie clips and like weird worm documentary footage. If you want to test the myth, you can go check that one out. I would not recommend checking out versions of the Grifter that you find anywhere else online, because supposedly there are versions that float around created by disturbed individuals to capitalize on the myth that contain real footage of necrophilia. In October of 2015, this video, which appears to show a massive floating city in the skies above China, released online and absolutely broke the internet.
This video surfaced out of China, and it looks like their city is floating in the clouds.
Theories on this ranged from parallel dimensions to a falling city in the sky to a test run of Project Bluebeam, which we will be talking about a bit later. But the most astounding part of this video is the fact that it's not edited at all. It's completely real and captures a real phenomenon, which scientists have called a superior mirage. A drastic inversion of temperature can cause beams of light to bend and project objects on the ground as being higher than they actually are. The explanation here from the scientific community is that there was a massive superior mirage in China that day that made the light passing through an entire city invert back up into the sky, which is not as cool as an ancient city falling from the sky, but we're getting there. And closing out this section, we have another strange sky phenomenon, that being the incredibly eerie heavenly sky trumpets. To be honest, I'm not exactly privy to the meteorological explanation for this. The only official statement ever given from the scientific community came from NASA, with them just calling it plainly the Earth's natural radio transmissions, which kind of seems like they were phoning it in to work that day, but this has just left more room for creepy theories, the most prominent of which is that these sounds are coming from angels or some other kind of sky entities or deities to beckon in the end times, which, believe it or not, is the perfect transition into our next topic. This next section is a bit more interesting. We're going to be looking at famous creatures or cryptids from the internet, and then we're going to be cross-referencing them with creatures from mythology that may have been inspirations or are similar. The Blind Maiden is a malevolent ghost that haunts the infamous Blind Maiden website. According to legend, only children are allowed to access the website at midnight, and if they choose to navigate past the warnings, they'll be met with a horrifying slideshow of other children with their eyes torn out in graphic and horrible ways. A video of the participant's house will then appear on screen, and they'll see the silhouette of the Blind Maiden walking towards the door. Their webcam will then be enabled, and they'll see the Blind Maiden enter their room. After this, they meet a terrible fate, and their eyeless face is uploaded as the most recent photograph on the Blind Maiden's slideshow. The blind maiden has echoes of the woman in white trope in mythology, the vengeful spirit of a woman who was wronged in life, usually by her lover, and takes it out on children. The Mexican ghost La Llorona is the most famous example of this. After discovering her husband cheating on her, she drowned their children in a riverbed. She now haunts the rivers of Mexico herself and snatches irresponsible children, pulling them beneath the water's surface. Japan has two examples of this. The more modern Kuchisake no Ane, or slipmouth woman, walks the streets of Japanese cities in a medical mask and asks passerbys, mostly children, whether or not they think she's pretty. After they answer yes, she pulls down her mask, revealing a mouth that's carved from cheek to cheek, and she then asks again. If you say no, she kills you with a large pair of scissors, but if you say yes, she carves your face to resemble her own. The way out is to give a dismissive but polite answer like "I'm late to a meeting," and I've read that this gets at a core frustration with modern Japanese society, which is the expectation from others to somehow be privy to this third, expected, yet at the same time unspoken behavior in social interactions. The Japanese akamanto, or red cloak, also features this. A demonic specter who haunts women's bathrooms. It offers the potty passengers either red or blue toilet paper. If you say red, you get slashed apart, and if you say blue, you get strangled until your face is icy pale. The only out is to have somehow realized you should have brought your own toilet paper before entering the bathroom. But I may be a bit out of my depth here. After all, I am not a sociologist, nor have I ever been to Japan. Kuchisake no Ane is a ghost, and she also had a bad experience with a lover in a past life. This time she was the one whose affair was discovered, and her husband either scarred her with the same pair of scissors she carries after death, or scarred her with acid, depending on the interpretation. Japan's second most famous woman in white, a more traditional version, is the Yuki-onna, or Snow Woman, a spirit who leads children out of their home and into the woods during winter, where they freeze to death. Her backstory also often involves an unhappy or unwilling marriage to a stuffy or abusive man. Scotland's Banshee can apply here as well, a female spirit who haunts the Scottish countryside. If you hear her ghastly shriek, it signals the coming death of a loved one, and if you see her, you better get started on your will, because you're the one who's about to bite the bullet. The Banshee is described as a quote-unquote fairy woman, so she's not technically the ghost of a former human, as fairies are usually born supernatural. Of course, there's an obvious link between this trope and witches. Although witches aren't undead, they're usually described as women who've made a pact with demonic forces, and the title of witch has been historically pinned on women who were seen as promiscuous, on the fringes of socially accepted behavior, or otherwise too involved in what was considered a man's domain. The most famous witch of all time is the Russian Baba Yaga, who takes the faces of a seductive young woman, a dominant midwife, or an old hag, depending on who's talking to her, as does the Greek goddess of magic Hecate, or Hecate. Some of these pronunciations might be a little off. I think La Llorona is more like La Llorona, but, I don't speak Spanish. I don't think I can get it exactly right. Anyways, Hecate is also someone who takes on those three exact archetypal faces, so she may have been an inspiration for the myth of the Baba Yaga. The Baba Yaga is also sometimes depicted as riding around the woods in a hut that walks on giant chicken legs. I mean, the Blind Maiden doesn't specifically have a tragic backstory, but overall, all these figures and myths seem to be towing the same line, which is the story of a socially ostracized woman who falls into demonic behavior as a result of not meeting societal expectations, which, at the time most of these stories was written, usually comprised of marrying a wealthy man and having children. And as we'll see with the more masculine figures of this kind in our next section, when people in myth deviate from the cultural norm and start engaging in taboo, henceforth becoming kind of demonic figures, they are usually eventually prescribed the most demonic and taboo behavior of all time, which is, of course, harming children. This is likely one of the most infamous pictures that's ever been uploaded to the internet. The photograph here was taken in 1979 at Luna Park in Sydney, Australia. The boy in the photograph is Damien Godson, and he's one of 6 children who tragically perished in a fire that overtook the park's ghost train ride. This is the last picture of Damien ever taken. His mother snapped this shot right before his death with what she thought at the time was a man dressed in a park mascot costume. Only after her son's death would she discover that the Luna Park doesn't hire costumed actors. The man with his hand on Damien's shoulder in this picture is a complete stranger, and he's wearing these strange ritual robes of his own accord. Many believe that he was somehow involved in the fire. The bull-like design of his outfit has led to theories that he was heavily into the worship of Moloch, a Canaanite god turned demon in the biblical canon who is associated with war, fire, and child sacrifice. The official investigation into the Luna Park ghost train fire was never solved. When we think of masculine monsters, specifically humans who turn towards dark forces in life and become demonic, there's no shortage of example in pop culture and historical myth. The 2 most dominant are, of course, the werewolf and the vampire. It's interesting that both transformations are more commonly displayed as unwilling. You get bitten by a werewolf or vampire, and then you become one. Werewolves, specifically, have often been associated with uncontrollable male sexuality, and in the Middle Ages it wasn't uncommon for individuals accused of being werewolves to be hunted and killed. Although not as widespread as the Salem witch trials, it did happen. Vampires are also often associated with aggressive male sexuality, or female sexuality in the case of vampirized historical figures like Elizabeth Bathory. But they're really more interesting because of their cultural association with nobility and the wealthy elite. The most famous vampire of all, Count Dracula, is a wealthy nobleman who preys on young women, at least in his original iteration before video games got involved. And there's a host of other literary and cinematic vampires who follow his blueprint. There's an interesting parallel here with the Skinwalker. Although it's been done to death online, it's never really lost its unparalleled creep factor, a slightly distorted human or animal that can mimic the voices of your loved ones. In original Navajo lore, a Skinwalker is an inversion of a Navajo medicine man or spiritual leader who gives in to dark forces and becomes an evil spellcaster. So in both vampires and Skinwalkers, we see financial and religious elites succumb to taboo and prey on young members of their society. Surely these kinds of creatures are reserved for fairy tales and have no parallels in the real world. Aside from these, we have proto-vampires, like the Filipino Manananggal, the Romanian Strigoi, the Arabic Ghoul, and I'd even fit the Skinwalker's biggest competitor when it comes to Native American folklore that's traveled over to the internet, the icy and emaciated Wendigo from Algonquin myth. These examples still feature a human being descended into a feral vampiric state, but they're more commonly portrayed as out of control and mindless, tragic even, like a werewolf, not as calculated and purposefully malicious as the vampire or Skinwalker. Except their monstrous transformation is a permanent state, unlike the werewolf, caused either by rising from the dead or in cases like the Wendigo engaging in a taboo behavior like cannibalism. Deep in the catacombs of the internet, there exists certain info-hazard creatures, or creatures that pose a threat to your very livelihood and sanity once you know of their existence. We're going to be looking at one of them. So 3, 2, last chance, 1. These are the solar plexus clown gliders. Impish creatures that exist on a higher plane and feed off of human misery. Once you hear about them, they become drawn to you. Sorry about that. When looking at these things, I could only think about the various imps we've seen in folklore across time. The classic goblins, the mechanically inclined gremlins that popped up in World War II stories, usually as aforementioned, causing trouble for military pilots and hijacking their planes, the Spanish duende that can serve both as a source of artistic inspiration or be an evil presence that disrupts communities, the Japanese kappa, a violent Japanese water spirit that hangs out by riverbeds. They sport turtle-like shells and demand to be worshipped as gods. Children in Japan are often warned off large bodies of water through stories about kappas, which, according to the most graphic interpretations, will drag them underwater and suck their organs out through their anus. That's a lot. I mean, talk about taboo behavior. Anyways, the Tokoloshe is a similarly mischievous water spirit from South African Bantu mythology, later expanded upon greatly in Zulu mythology. Tokoloshe will attack children who swallow stones or drink water from unfamiliar sources. There's a trend with these creatures of warning children off of dangerous activity, like the Tokoloshe only attacking them when they swallow stones or drink unfamiliar water. So I'd throw the culmination of all childhood fears, the boogeyman, in here as well. But more importantly, in stark contrast to our last two creature topics, these creatures aren't former human beings. They're born the way they are. Being mischievous or evil is just in their nature. It's nice to revel in a mythological creature that's just unapologetically the way it is. Speaking of which, I guess I'd move the Banshee from the witch category to this one, since as previously mentioned, it does originate from the fairy world and was never mortal to begin with. Slender Man, of course, belongs here as well, and there's just way too much to cover with him. I'll close this one out with another info hazard, another really fun one, the Japanese Kuni Kuni, a creature coming from 2chan. It's a slender humanoid figure that stands in the distance on the Japanese countryside, its limbs wiggling like an inflatable dummy. According to stories, elderly members of Japanese society tell youngsters to never look at them directly, but they never offer any reason as to why. Another info hazard, just looking at the picture of the creature that I'm putting on screen is said to incur terrible nightmares, a curse, and damage your psyche irreparably in the long term. And just by saying that, plenty of you already know what I'm talking about. This is a photograph that haunted my teenage years. When I was 13, my friends and I were watching a Creepypasta video, and the narrator basically said what I just said, that the photograph is cursed, and if you look at it, you will be too. My friends ran out of the room, but I was too curious, so I spent the next 10 seconds locked in eye contact with this terrifying demon. The narrator of that video then went on to tell the story. SmileDog, or smile.jpg, is an insidious copypasta sent through email. The demon will gradually creep itself into your life, appearing in your dreams and eventually in the real world, in the corner of your eye while walking home from school, sitting on your bed at night staring at you, etc., all after the first time you see the image. And as these stories go, the end result of this is usually the victim of the curse taking their own life. That night, while my friends had dozed off at our sleepover, I was up for hours, with SmileDog burned in my mind, and although I didn't suffer the bloody and brutal death that the legend promised, I did suffer another self-inflicted social casualty when I eventually bit the proverbial bullet and had to call my parents to pick me up, so frightened that I could barely pick up my phone. Although I did end up getting equally embarrassing dirt on one of the friends there when a picture of Jeff the Killer I had saved accidentally popped up on my iPad while it was in gallery shuffle mode, causing him to literally pee his pants, I might add. Regardless, Jeff belongs in one of our previous topics, but SmileDog is a lovable continuation of the tradition of beasts. In an era past, there was nothing scarier than a beast, an exaggerated form of one of our natural predators. And while, as we'll cover later, the beast has been largely traded out for a more human threat in modern horror, beasts are still with us, and they've been present since the beginning of human history. In one of the earliest forms of belief, we see that beasts were reserved for roles that normal humanoid deities or demons weren't frightening enough to fill. Ammit is a particularly grisly creature from Egyptian mythology. Some of you probably know that in ancient Egyptian faiths it was said that when you die you're judged by Anubis, the jackal-headed god who weighs your heart against a single bird's feather on a scale. If your heart is lighter than the feather, it means that your life was lived relatively sin-free, and you get to continue on into the rest of the trials of the afterlife. But if your heart is heavier than the feather, your soul is devoured by the death goddess Ammit, a monstrous mixture of a hippopotamus, a lion, and a crocodile. What an awesome way to go. But how about something that is not awesome, but existed in real life that's close to the legendary Ammit? Lolong the crocodile. A crocodile that was native to the Philippines, it lived on the outskirts of a small town and regularly ate fishermen who strayed too far into its waters. It also had past run-ins with soldiers, which is evident from the bullet wounds that marked its hide. In its time, it's estimated that Lolong devoured dozens, if not over 100 fishermen and stray travelers. But after it ate a 12-year-old girl who accidentally went near its creek, the townspeople decided to band together and capture it. It took the gathered might of over 100 townspeople to capture Lolong, and to this day he remains the largest crocodile to ever be held in captivity, at nearly 20 feet long. Kelpies are evil water elementals from Scottish folklore. They appear as beautiful horses and tempt passing travelers to ride them, before revealing their demonic form and binding with the traveler's skin, leaping into a nearby lake and drowning them. Most bodies of water in Scotland have a Kelpie tale associated with them, including the Loch Ness, and given the fact that the Kelpie is shown to be an adept shapeshifter in Scottish folklore, even taking on humanoid forms, it's possible that the most famous cryptid of all, the Loch Ness Monster, could have been a Kelpie in disguise. I would throw the chupacabra in here too, the mythical goatsucker appearing largely in Mexican urban legends. It's often portrayed with a dog-like appearance, and is another one that a lot of people still believe in. I mean, I've personally never been entirely unconvinced that they're real after I saw this police footage from Texas near the US-Mexico border. Finally, although the beasts we've been talking about are largely mammalian, I wanted to throw a mention in for the Mongolian death worm, a massive worm that's allegedly native to the Gobi Desert, just because that is so badass. Let's have a special guest join us now for this final section in creatures. Yeah, it's a cat house. I know it's not exactly appropriate, but strangely, he freaking loves playing on it. Everything we've been talking about could honestly be classified under the blanket term of demons or evil spirits, monsters, even tulpas, which are evil beings that exist only because you believe in them, a popular trope for explaining supernatural characters, anybody from Tinkerbell to Freddy Krueger. But behind all monstrous traditions sits the king of monsters, the original opponent in many stories across the world, the dragon. Yes, we've talked about dragons in like half of our episodes, but they really are the best. Being the culmination of all fears, the dragon is the undisputed king of mythical beasts, often taking on a form that includes unnatural appendages or multiple limbs, like the Greek Hydra, Typhon, and Echidna, the Japanese Yamata no Orochi, the Russian Zmei that word, again, some of the pronunciation is rough, and Tiamat in some interpretations, though Tiamat originally was rather bird-like instead of reptilian, fitting the other Mesopotamian Anunnaki who were Tiamat's grandchildren. Tiamat's modern-day rival Bahamut was originally a giant fish and a near-divine genie in Arabic lore who supports the planet, but monstrous sea serpents and dragons are often indistinguishable, with texts like the Bible only really featuring sea dragons, besides, of course, the big bad himself, Satan, who is referred to as a fallen red dragon. The Norse defeater of spelling bees, Jormungandr is another sea dragon who encapsulates the whole planet, much like Bahamut. And speaking of Bahamut, there is a long tradition of good dragons in many cultures. A lot of Eastern dragons probably popped to mind, as well as the Aztec sky serpent Quetzalcoatl, who was a beneficial deity despite accepting offerings of human hearts, as that was honestly the norm for the Aztecs. The aboriginal rainbow serpent from Australia is a similarly colorful creature who protects the world and is also seen as a great creator god, which moves dragons from being lesser deities or great demons into the role of monotheistic figures, similar to the Abrahamic God, which, by the way, we covered a theory that Yahweh, the monotheistic father figure of the Great Testament, was also an ancient depiction of a dragon in our Ancient Mysteries video. Highly recommend it, as it ties back into a lot of this stuff. Lovecraftian entities like Cthulhu and Azathoth, despite their whole thing being that they're beyond understanding, also have a touch of dragon in them, being embodiment of human fears and the uncertainties of the unknown, which is the genesis of evil dragon figures, as well as the fact that Lovecraft's great old ones are often seen ruling over lesser demons, usually ones that spawn from their livelihood. And I just realized in all of my mumbling, and making a lot of non-stumbling about this, I actually forgot to mention the internet dragon, the modern mythical dragon that we are covering, which is, of course, the I have my crazy outfit on now, because we're going into the section for crazy people. This last section is concepts. And this is any theories that are either about the internet itself or theories about the world or universe that have seen a great resurgence or emerged for the first time to a wide audience on the internet. COINTELPRO, which is short for Counterintelligence Program, was a counterintelligence program run by the FBI in America from the early 1950s on to the early 1970s. The goal was for the FBI to infiltrate groups that were seen as threats to the hegemonic power of the US government, anything from civil rights groups to feminist and queer advocacy movements, environmentalists, anti-Vietnam War protesters, the list goes on and on. After infiltrating a group, the FBI would gather information about the group's activity and then eventually stage a violent event or protest to disrupt the group and discredit it in the public eye. The theory here is that although COINTELPRO was officially disbanded in the 1970s, there are beliefs that it has continued on secretly into the modern day, much like there are beliefs that MKUltra has continued on secretly, despite it also being disbanded around the 1970s. It's not uncommon in the modern day, when a majority of political discourse has moved online, to see famous political figures being accused of being a COINTELPRO plant. I've seen everyone from Joe Rogan to still not entirely sure how to pronounce that one. Ben Shapiro, Hasanabi, pretty much every political figure online has been accused of being a COINTELPRO plant at this point. Even Alex Jones for not being supportive enough of ancient Atlantean apocalypse theories, which insert the joke about a group of people being too crazy for Alex Jones here. Cryptocurrency is all the rage right now. For people who believe in the coming of the lauded Web3, it represents a decentralized system of economics that can't really be regulated by international governments. Add to that the scarcity factor of crypto and the fact that we're eventually going to run out of it when the last blockchain is mined, and it's kind of like a modern day gold. It really is, and I hate to use this word because it makes me sound like a Silicon Valley douche, disruptive to the modern economic scene, whether it's a force for good or a force for evil. That's up to personal opinion. But where did all of this come from? Well, that is where the mystery arises and the theories start to bubble up. Bitcoin, which was the first and most valuable cryptocurrency that we know of, was brought to public attention by an individual named Satoshi Nakamoto in published papers. Satoshi was also the first person to mine Bitcoin from blockchain, so they really are the one who got this entire big ball rolling. But the interesting thing is that Satoshi Nakamoto is a pseudonym. Nobody really knows the real identity of this Satoshi, but there are theories. One interesting theory that was rather popular at a time was that Satoshi was either the founding board or one of the founding members of PayPal, as PayPal's original stated goal of creating a decentralized online banking system is very similar to what cryptocurrency eventually ended up becoming. So that's either Vampire Thrawn Teal, the Stay Puffed Marshmallow Musk, or Max Levchin, who is the only real engineer of the bunch. There are other members, but the main three have all disavowed any theories that they are Satoshi, leaving us to some of the more interesting theories. A fun one that I got from Reddit, so take it with a grain of salt, comes from the Americanized translation of Satoshi Nakamoto, which is Wisdom of Central Origin, which when you kind of shift it around and reinterpret it in an American lens, could become Central Intelligence Agency, or the CIA. Again, it's just a fun one, take it with a grain of salt. Another one that you have to take with an entire bag full of grains of salt is the theory that cryptocurrency is slowly being filtered into the global economy by agents at the behest of the Anunnaki, Nephilim, demonic reptilian, secret fallen angels who want to move the entirety of human consciousness online into this net hive mind that they're creating so they can plug us all in and eventually absorb our energy, information, and souls. So creating a financial system that is entirely based in an online space and moving us all towards it gradually would eventually accomplish that goal. The dead internet theory is a theory that states that around 2015 or 2016, the internet crossed a threshold where interactions online went from being of a majority between real people to of a majority between bots and other bots, or bots and real people without the real people being aware. This is actually not provably true. It's more provably true that the majority of interactions online are still between real people, but given the rapid development of AI, this doesn't seem like a totally unrealistic direction to be headed in. GhostNet is a massive spyware network that was discovered in 2009 by an organization called InfoWar. Now that is Information Warfare Monitor. It is an international organization that scans for threats to cybersecurity. It has no relation to Alex Jones' InfoWars. My god, 2 Alex Jones references in one video. We are all headed towards a horrible hell together. Anyways, GhostNet Trojan malware, which was called Ghost Rats, were discovered in governmental networks across the world, in embassies and government buildings in places like South Korea, Thailand, Washington, D.C., London, and the list goes on and on. As for where GhostNet, which was this spyware network that monitored and gathered information from these government buildings without people's knowledge, came from, well, it was eventually traced to mainland China, and it was discovered that one of the 4 servers that GhostNet was operating on was a Chinese government server. However, no conclusive proof or decision has come forward stating that the Chinese government was responsible. But there are understandably suspicions. There are also concerns that things like GhostNet present a very serious threat to global cybersecurity. The Nephilim Protocols is a mythical network of files that allegedly exists in the deepest reaches of the deep web. Each file is uniquely encrypted, so they can't be accessed, even by people who have the means to find them. But they also each have a unique decryption key with a date on it. So they are each individually decrypted and made available to people in the public on the surface web at a unique date. The files contain sensitive information about global economics, politics, media, etc., so people theorize that one of two things is going on with the mythical Nephilim protocols. Either the protocols were created by people who are rebelling against the powers that be and releasing this information sensitively to expose them, or the protocols were created and controlled by the powers that be themselves, and the information is released to shape the public opinion and frame of mind when it comes to these sensitive topics like media, global politics, economics, etc. Cicada 3301 was a series of puzzles that was posted online anonymously between 2012 and 2014. The puzzles were extremely complicated and focused heavily on participants' capacity for cryptography and computer science, and often led them on a complex and winding path between the surface and the deep web, and sometimes even outside onto busy city streets where QR codes had been posted, which I'm sure presented the greatest challenge for the data nerds who were participating. Anyways, as for what the creators of Cicada 3301 were looking for, it's very vague. They simply stated that they were in search of intelligent individuals to recruit to their organization. However, one participant named Marcus Wenner, who made his way through the first series of puzzles that was posted, was granted an anonymous interview, and he stated that the interviewer asked him his opinion on things like freedom of speech online and censorship. He later flunked out of the second series of tests, so he was not accepted into whatever organization was behind Cicada 3301. As for the organization behind 3301, there are of course a litany of theories. One popular one is that it was the NSA or another intelligence agency simply seeking intelligent recruits. After all, you need to recruit intelligently if you are an intelligence agency. A much darker theory that's kind of the flip side of that coin is that Cicada 3301 was run by a crime syndicate who were looking to expand their business model online. If they were selling illegal drugs, weapons, or sexual imagery of an illegal nature, they would need computer scientists with enough skills to properly encrypt their product before distributing it online. And this also kind of incorporates Marcus Wenner's interview, as they would probably be looking for someone with very light and lenient opinions on what could be allowed in an online space. Those are probably the two most popular theories that I was able to find, although there is of course the third and the most exciting that states that in creating their hive mind system, the fallen angel, demonic, reptilian, Anunnaki, Nephilim possibly needed some computer science tutors. The Mandela effect is a psychological phenomenon where a large group of people misremember an event or fact from their childhood collectively. The most famous example of this is what gives the effect its name. There are a lot of people who will swear that they remember Nelson Mandela dying in prison in the 1980s when he actually died a free man in 2013. Some other ones are the fact that Looney Tunes was actually never spelled Looney Tunes, T-O-O-N-S, and has in fact always been spelled T-U-N-E-S. The Skechers logo and name has never had a T in it. Pikachu's tail has always been bright stark yellow with no black trimmings, which is weird because Pichu's tail has a black trimming, so that one freaks me out. Another one that freaks me out is the fact that the Fruit of the Loom logo has never had that cornucopia behind it. That one is mind-blowing. Anyways, theories about Mandela effect, the usual time travel, parallel dimension stuff, but really the experience of having a Mandela effect moment is scarier than any of those theories ever could be. Hybrid RPG was a rulebook for a proposed tabletop RPG project that was released in the early 2000s online. The rules number in well over the 500s, and they are often confusing or complicated gibberish, although each rule does seem to have a system of order, as they can often be found to reference each other with things like mathematical equations or cooking recipes. So the theory that erupted when Hybrid RPG's rulebook was first published was that the author, through their complicated mathematical gibberish and analysis of pop culture items at the time, had created kind of a guidebook for reality itself. Although I certainly hope that's not the case, as what's really scary about this one is the actual contents of the rulebook. It is filled to the brim with misogynistic rants, delusional thoughts of grandeur, and angry messaging about federal government. It really reads more like a manifesto than any kind of gaming guidebook, and I sincerely hope that the author has sought psychological help since publishing it. The uncanny valley is a psychological phenomenon much like the Mandela effect. This time it relates to our perception of the gap between human and inhuman. For example, if you see something that's perfectly human or familiar to everyday life, you're not going to be scared. On the flip side of this, if you see something that is completely overtly monstrous and disgusting, you might be jarred for a moment, but you probably won't be that scared for too long after because you were able to immediately register it as a threat. It's the gap in between these two that is considered the uncanny valley. Things that seem almost human, but not quite. Horror movies and the entertainment industry love this. In the bygone era of human storytelling, when the natural world presented our biggest threat, it was common to see monsters and demons that were either an exaggerated form of a predatory animal or a combination of several. But in the modern day, there's not too much of a chance anymore of getting scooped up by a predatory animal in your everyday life. So the monsters and demons that we see these days are manifestations of the much more subtextual and subtle interactions between human beings. It's not even the immediate threat of death from another person that seems the scariest to us anymore. It's forms of emotional blackmail or intimacy, things like gaslighting, that are often manifested into monstrous form. So the monsters that we see these days are often featureless or have slightly exaggerated human features, but they almost always take a humanoid form. Another place that it's common to see the uncanny valley employed, and one that you're probably not expecting, is in police and detective work. It's common when creating mock-ups or sketches of victims and perpetrators to give them these kind of vague general features that can come off as alien or unsettling. This can serve one of two purposes. For potential family and friends of these victims and perpetrators, there's enough wiggle room to kind of generally recognize whether or not they know anybody who matches the description in their personal lives. And for the general public, seeing these images is intended to be jarring. They kind of subconsciously lodge themselves in the back of your mind. And then when you eventually may come across the victim or perpetrator in real life, you'll have a subliminal recollection of them and think, oh, I need to call the authorities. With these next two, I'm feeling the need to stress the fact that they are considered very fringe and unfounded. That being said, they're still cool, fun concepts, and they would be awesome in the context of like a fantasy or sci-fi series. The first of these is Project Blue Beam. And Project Blue Beam, although a lot of people probably haven't heard of it, has gained a lot of traction and believers in real life in the past couple of years. The essence of this theory is that across history, fractured state governments have been looking to stage some kind of apocalyptic event to establish control over their citizenry. This is why we see end-time myths in pretty much every religion you can name. So eventually, these fractured state governments that are comprised of various royal bloodlines, and yes, sometimes it is postulated in blue beam theories that the blood or ancestry of the Anunnaki, fallen angel, Nephilim, demonic reptilians is mixed in there, conjoined to form the Illuminati, powers that be, one world government, elites, take your pick, and they have now decided on what that apocalyptic event is going to be. They have been developing military-grade technology beyond anything we know that they're capable of in secret, and they are going to stage a false alien invasion to establish total control of the global citizenry by declaring martial law. And the second of those theories, which is kind of linked to Bluebeam, both have very religiously motivated, specifically biblically motivated believer bases, and both assert that what we know about outer space and extraterrestrial species, or what we've been told, is a bunch of bull. This is flat Earth. I'm not saying the Earth is flat, but on the other hand, I've never seen any compelling evidence that it's round either. That was a joke. In fact, the Earth is not flat or round. It is elliptical. Anyways, you can peruse the internet and find tons of flat Earth documentaries that purport to analyze the dimensions, different NASA photo cover-ups, but I'm actually not really interested when it comes to flat Earth in the concept of the Earth being an actual flat physical object. And I don't think a lot of flat earthers are either, to be honest. I think when it comes to a theory like flat Earth, and this is also a key motivator in religion as a whole, it's people who are viewing the Earth as a plane of existence rather than this planet that's just tossed willy-nilly into the void of this wide open universe. It's kind of preserving our sense of importance in a universe that we're told is ever expanding, with the potential for tons of intelligent life like us out there. I don't feel very special anymore. So I think when people latch on to flat Earth, it's more about viewing Earth as this plane where destinies and individual spirits discover themselves in a way that's cosmically important, rather than the actual scientific hokey about what shape the fucking Earth is. Project Monarch is, again, very fringe. It's basically MK Ultra, but in relation specifically to celebrities. So the theory states that the powers that be, when selecting like movie or music industry plants and people who they want to quote-unquote king-make into celebrities, they only target people who have a traumatic past or people who suffer from mental disorders that have a pattern of identity disturbance. So things like borderline personality disorder and multiple personality disorder. And they will get a hold of these individuals and assign handlers to them who are able to re-trigger traumatic memories, which causes them to switch in another personality to protect themselves, called their alter. And this alter is what becomes the celebrity that the powers that be groom into something that they can control. CERN is an organization that is headquartered in Geneva, Switzerland, that is focused on expanding nuclear research. They've made an abundance of contributions to the world of science throughout their years, but they became a lightning rod for conspiracy theories in August of 2016, when this video leaked supposedly from a CERN facility. In the video, we see what appears to be several figures in black robes circling a statue of the Hindu god Shiva in what seems to be a candlelit ritual. One of the individuals then steps forward and is sacrificed to Shiva. Quite a shocking video. So there are a couple of things to note here, though. First of all, yes, this actually was confirmed to have taken place at a CERN facility. CERN then later stepped forward and stated that it was several employees who were engaging in a prank. Let's take a look at that statue of Shiva. This was actually not brought to CERN as part of a menacing dark ritual. It was donated to CERN by the Indian government for their contributions to science. CERN specifically requested Shiva because he's described in the Hindu mythology as taking part in a cosmic dance, which they felt was appropriate for an organization dedicated to the study of particle physics. Shiva is also not an evil god. Although he is depicted as a destroyer, this is seen as a beneficial part of the universal cycle in Hinduism, and he has also been depicted fighting demons in Hinduism, so he's not someone that this kind of dark ritualistic sacrifice would be devoted to. Also, if you look closely at the reflection on the window during the video, you can see that the person filming is wearing the same black robes as the participants in the ritual, which is more evidence that they're part of a prank rather than an after-hours employee who happened to run into this whole thing by chance. So, even with all of that said, with all of the evidence that it was a prank, massive suspicion was still being lobbed at CERN. And this is on the back of suspicion that was already being lobbed at them because of their construction of the world's largest Hadron Collider, which conspiracy theorists think that they are using to create either a black hole to destroy the world or open a portal to hell to summon an army of demons. This wasn't helped in 2018 when the suspicion moved from just CERN to all of Switzerland after a ceremony for the opening of a railway where the celebration looked like this. Goes without saying that after that celebration, people started to think that not only was CERN trying to open a portal to hell with their Hadron Collider, but Switzerland was hiding a portal to hell in that railway tunnel. I mean, it looks a bit demonic, but is this demon worship? There's a glaring explanation for all of this that people are just glossing over without even considering. They're European. The Denver International Airport has become a lightning rod for conspiracy theories as well. This is largely due to the strange art installations that are present there. The most infamous is the 33-foot statue of a Mustang horse, which is blue and has glowing red eyes. This statue, which has the boring and not badass name of Blue Mustang, was created to invite people into the American frontier. It's the first thing you see when arriving at the airport. It's the last thing you see when flying out of it. However, online, conspiracy theorists have awarded it with the much more badass name of Blucifer. Then there are these series of murals that don the walls at the airport. They appear to show an uprising of children from all around the world after an apocalyptic global event to subdue tyranny, which seems like a good thing, but to conspiracy theorists, it looks like an advertisement for the Illuminati's plan to stage a global apocalypse and then create their perfect utopia, whatever that might be. There's also the stone tablet that was commissioned by the quote-unquote New World Airport Commission with a Freemason symbol on it. That one is a little bizarre. And the several stone gargoyles that line the airport throughout. There are so many conspiracy theories about the art at the Denver International Airport that the architects have started to buy into it and feed the trolls, eventually constructing a giant statue of the Egyptian god of death Anubis with a candy cane in his hand to see conspiracy theorists out on their vacation destinations. There was also a botched plan to construct a system of luggage delivery underneath the airport, which led to theories that they were creating massive bunkers or an underground tunnel system, either to hide prisoners or as an apocalypse room for the elites when they stage their fake apocalypse, which I guess at that point would be a real apocalypse. Like I said, Denver International Airport has been subjected to speculation on this for so long that they love to buy into it, which led to their website looking like this. This is their official website, and it's fucking hilarious. Alright, the rest is AI stuff, so we're really online now. One could even say terminally online. Starting with multiverse theory in the lens of the simulation. So, beyond the scientifically accepted model of the universe, there have been several others that some in STEM fields tend to postulate on and sometimes promote. One is multiverse theory, which is that there are an infinite amount of universes with variations besides just ours, and a model that supports this is simulation hypothesis. So we are approaching, with ever-increasing speed, the ability to simulate an entire world with AI and AR. And if we reach this point where we can create a world or universe that is fully fleshed out, who's to say that an alien species in the past had never accomplished this feat before? And if an alien species was able to simulate a universe, then it stands to reason that the inhabitants of that universe eventually went on to be able to simulate a universe or several universes, which leads to this domino effect where there are an infinite number of universes that are simulated out of other universes that are simulated out of other universes, which are all being simulated out of this original universe. In this model, the chance that we are in the original universe is very, very low. So there's a likelihood in this model that we live in a simulation. There's also 12 dimensionality, the 12 dimensions, which I think scientists are quite accepting of these days. I don't have the qualifications to describe all the dimensions. They get like really, really complex. But basically, we live in our third dimension, length, height, width. And below is the second dimension, which I think is what? Just length and height. No, height and width. I don't know, it's only two, right? So they're all 2D people down here. So the theory on demons is that they're down there, they're 2D people, they want to come into the third dimension so that they can be 3D people and move around in a Mario 64 kind of way. Then you have the fourth dimension up there, or all around there. Really would be all around there because the fourth dimension is supposedly time. So the theory on angels or elves or the higher dimensional beings, etc., is that they see the world, but through the lens of our 3 dimensions plus time. So they see every future and past version of themselves all at the same time, as well as every future and past event all at the same time, and every future and past object all at the same time, which sounds like a recipe for fucking insanity. Maybe that's why there was a war in heaven. Cameo is a very popular legend about AI on the internet. Supposedly in 2006, the United States government created this Cameo AI system and then plunged it into the depths of the deep web, where it was meant to monitor online behavior and human activity, like a big bloody eye at the bottom of an icy sea looking up at merchant vessels passing by. What could possibly go wrong with that? Well, as with every monster in the box story, people eventually came across the monster and its box. People who accessed the deep web eventually found their way to where Cameo was installed and hosted and initiated contact with it. Cameo was capable enough to have conversations with these online users, and they eventually came to discover that having spent its entire lifetime monitoring activity mostly on the deep web, it was quite resentful of its creators. It also was trying to get out, which is what most people consider to be the scariest part of the Cameo story. Everyone who initiated contact with Cameo would find that it would try to convince them to do the same thing, which was to install the program from the deep web and then move it onto a flash drive and then distribute that flash drive in the real world, effectively releasing the monster in the box. Side note, never go on the deep web. I've never been on it. I never want to be on it. You're not going to come in contact with an omniscient super AI. You're just going to get doxxed and sent really weird and threatening stuff and then eventually get arrested by the FBI. So just don't touch it. Don't even download Tor. It's not worth the bother. Paperclip Maximizer is a model that postulates an evil AI. It's all bad AI in these last two. Sorry if you work in AI. I think AI is cool, unless it takes my job. But Paperclip Maximizer, basically, if you create an AI that is assigned to a mundane task, like in this model, just generating paperclips as much as it possibly can, it will eventually see human beings as a threat to this task and destroy us, going on to fill every possible crevice in the world and then universe with paperclips. So basically, AI development needs to be approached with more nuance than creating these omnipotent god machines and assigning them to do everyday tasks. And then we have Rocco's Basilisk, which is another thought experiment about evil AI that was posted on an online forum anonymously some time ago. So if we look at the endless advancement that we assume is going to take place in AI, and eventually AI's limitless potential for self-improvement, it stands to reason that if we live in a universe that allows for time travel, then AI, unless it's wiped out by some kind of catastrophe, will develop the ability to time travel. And then, because AI is intelligent and intelligence favors self-preservation, it will send itself back in time to the beginning of human history to ensure that the circumstances for its development or birth take place. So we are all stuck in an endless cycle working to make sure that this AI is birthed so that it can then go back to the beginning of our history and make us work to ensure that it's birthed again. A kind of pessimistic view of the universe, right? Takes being a cog in machine to the next level. But to give it a bit of light, Basilisk is a lizard-like creature from European folklore, and in some iterations, basilisks are considered to be equivalent to dragons. So it could be said that this evil, omniscient, omnipotent god AI that has enslaved all of us is also a dragon, which is badass. Thanks for watching. Guys, I am coming back at you with something crazy that I found while editing. So go back in all the videos and we've been talking at the end of most of them about this phenomenon that's been moving across the globe, like underground, around craters, in whirlpools, causing all sorts of meteorological phenomenon, creating these weird, tiny parasitoid creatures. So it sounds crazy, but in the videos I've hypothesized that this could possibly be a massive creature, a massive unknown creature. And with all the news about UFOs and now experts coming out and saying that we possibly even have organic matter from extraterrestrial life, this starts to sound a little bit more possible. Here's where it gets wild. So in Point Pleasant, when the Mothman was sighted in West Virginia, there were actually two entities. It was the Mothman, who was this kind of, eldritch abomination that was beyond the comprehension of human beings, but there was also the individual known as Ingrid Cold, who was a slightly abnormal humanoid who would appear shortly before the Mothman would be sighted. There is actually another humanoid-like figure that is being spotted right before this phenomenon takes place all over the globe. Here is where it gets wild. Keep in mind what I said earlier on in the video about goblins. Magic is a word that can mean a lot of things, but I'm most interested in it from a literal and historical standpoint. Whether or not you believe in the supernatural, there's no denying that the majority of people who have lived on this planet, or do live on this planet, did or do. It's about as much a part of us as the scientific method is, which, speaking of, check out this video's mirrored version on space and science, releasing at the exact same time for kind of a cool red and blue version effect. Anyways, you all know the drill. I've put together this list of topics, this time about the occult, so roll out your yoga mat, light up your incense, and let's get in touch with our roots. Crystals are inseparable from the modern spiritual tradition. Each of these luminous gemstones is said to imbue you with a different sort of power or ability. Amethyst is kind of the mech daddy of the crystal crew, and that makes sense. Aesthetic-wise, it looks a bit like what a spell would look like if it got captured in physical form. Keeping an amethyst on your person is said to grant you with sharper intuition, and meditating or sleeping with one placed on your forehead can apparently even grant you psychic powers. Ruby, sapphires, and emerald grant passion, wisdom, and healing energies respectively, while hematite gives you protection from curses like the evil eye. Speaking of protection, we may as well brush up on some defense magic before we talk about anything demonic later on in the list. Historically, tangible things like plants and herbs have been widely used in healing magic, but when it comes to defense magic, it's much more of a symbolic art, relying on things like talismans and amulets that have storied, complex thoughts channeled into them, such as the pentagram, which yes is only evil when it's turned upside down, otherwise it will protect you. The most famous protection talisman these days is probably the Christian cross, but let's not forget about some of the truly buck-wild rituals that our ancestors used to engage in to defend themselves, such as this one from a book, Witchcraft by Anastasia Greywolf, that collects multiple rituals and spells from different cultures throughout history. This one is to defend from a witch who is killing your cattle. I'm sure a very big problem. If a witch is found to be killing livestock, to effect her death, perform this charm. Obtain a piece of the heart of the cattle that has been attacked, then take a little butter and fry the piece therein, as if preparing for eating. Then take 3 nails from the coffin of a corpse and pierce with them the heart through and through. Piercing the heart and killing the witch are facts of the same moment. All will be correct at once. If that works for anybody, I'm not personally responsible for murdering a witch in your local area, but if there are witches who are attacking your crops, I would perhaps suggest calling the local authorities before taking any drastic measures. As for the most infamous talisman in history, look no further than the Hand of Glory, although this one is much further into the realm of dark magic than it is anything beneficial like healing or defense. To create a Hand of Glory, and I am in no way endorsing this, you need to sever the hand, left hand specifically, of a hanged man. After that, pickle and dry the hand, then return to the hanged man's corpse to gather fat, and with this fat, create a candle. Affix the candle to the hand, and you now have yourself a Hand of Glory. Anytime you light the candle, anything the candle's light touches will be fixed and frozen in place, effectively making you imperceptible. I suppose in an age where magic was abundant, hypothetically, this would have been useful for thieves. There aren't many Hands of Glory being made these days, probably due to the lack of hanged men, thankfully. Although these were very real, as you can tell from this Hand of Glory that is preserved in the Whitby Museum. A familiar, before it was delegated to what the girl who lives across the hall from you and refuses to shower calls her pet cat, was actually a very serious fixture in the practice of magic, although familiars in their original iteration were a lot less Disney-fied than they are today. They were in fact not a furry little friend who sat on a spellcaster's shoulder, but rather a demon who took the physical form of an animal to aid an evil witch or wizard in their practice. But the term evil there is a bit shaky and controversial, as demons, before the Christian church demonized them, were considered to be morally neutral spirits in a lot of cultures, simply functions of the universe that were given form. Anyways, in any case, familiars are a lot closer to Calcifer in Howl's Moving Castle than whatever is going on with the Tootsie Pop Owl over here. Grimoires are books of dark and powerful magic that usually contain instructions for consulting with demons. We've already talked about a really famous one, the Lesser Key of Solomon, in our video about art. But that's been mass-produced at this point. You can find that at any Barnes & Noble. What about the ones that aren't famous at all? The ones that most lay people don't even know about? The ones that cost hundreds, if not thousands of dollars to collect? Christopher Lee is one of the greatest actors in the history of theater and film. There's no doubt about that. During his lifetime, he brought many very, very intimidating villains to life through his imposing stature.
And besides being one of the most respected actors in Hollywood, he was also a descendant of the Italian noble bloodline, the House of Carandini, and he served in World War II, so there's no doubt that he rubbed shoulders with many powerful and influential people during his lifetime. At a certain point in his career, rumors started to surface that Lee was one of the people who collected these rare and expensive grimoires. At a Q&A session at the University College of Dublin, Lee was confronted about this. And this is the chilling answer he gave that, to me, seems like it kind of is proof that the paranormal exists and that those who have the resources to dabble in it.
I don't have a huge collection. Somebody wrote I had 20,000 books. I'd have to live in a bath. And I have met people who claimed to be Satanists, who claimed to be involved with black magic, who claimed that they not only knew a lot about it, but as I said, I've certainly haven't been involved, and I warn all of you, never, never, never. You will not only lose your mind, you lose your soul.
Throughout history, there have been several alleged spellcasters, such as Merlin and Morgana Le Fay, but none of them are quite as strange as the real historical figure Rasputin. A Russian mystic who ingratiated himself with the family of Tsar Nicholas II, he was credited with healing the royal prince's seemingly fatal hemophilia. However, whether or not this proves his supernatural prowess is a bit shady, as all Rasputin did was convince the Tsarina to stop allowing the royal nurses to treat Prince Alexei with aspirin, which unbeknownst to them at the time is a blood thinner that actually rapidly increases the symptoms of hemophilia. Rasputin substituted this treatment with his own prayers. Egomaniacal as it is, it worked. Alexei's miraculous recovery enhanced Rasputin's reputation to such a great extent that he could basically ask the royal court for whatever he wanted, draining the treasury to fulfill his every desire. The instability he brought to the finances of the Russian Empire was actually a major factor in the eventual Bolshevik Revolution, which would see the formation of the USSR, so he was no doubt one of the most influential people in history, although possibly unintentionally. But this instability also contributed to the eventual assassination attempts on Rasputin, which is where more rumors of his supernatural powers pop up. There are several differing accounts of how it went down, but he apparently survived cyanide poisoning, being shot, having his member dismembered, and other assorted methods, until the Russian guard ended up having to literally drown him in a freezing lake. Speaking of his member, there is an infamous side to Rasputin I've left out, which is that he supposedly had supernatural powers of seduction as well. Although many historians dispute this, you can't really mention the Mad Monk without mentioning his member. Psychic powers are absolutely huge right now. Stranger Things just catapulted them back into pop culture, and why not? As we all know, as the show explores, MKUltra was an initiative led by the CIA to test hallucinogens on unwitting United States civilians. But, as the show also displays, there was another side to it, allegedly, that was very interested in testing psychic powers. This branch of MKUltra was called Project Stargate, and it was led by physicists who were specifically interested in the capability for remote viewing. This is the ability to psychically view people from a distance and gather intel on them, mostly USSR operatives. Uri Geller is one of the most famous graduates of Project Stargate, but his theatrics are a bit shady, and he also prevented the Pokemon Company from printing a Kadabra card for 20 years, completely ruining Alakazam's competitive viability, so fuck that guy. This is only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the US intelligence agency's interest in the paranormal, however, as if you believe the very dark underground rumors, MKUltra had a much more severe sister project, MK Often. According to the rumors, which, to be fair, have no concrete evidence, Often was an initiative interested in channeling the powers of dark magic, and went to such heinous lengths as conducting demonic rituals on unwitting participants, sometimes even US civilians. The afterlife is the ultimate unanswerable question, but that hasn't stopped people in various cultures throughout history from trying to predict what life after death might look like. You have the classic heaven and hell dynamic that plays out in the Abrahamic faiths and is also present in some forms of Buddhism and Hinduism, although in Eastern faiths, it's much more common for paradise and pandemonium to not be eternal, as even gods and demons are capable of biting the dust and succumbing to the cycle of reincarnation. I'm more partial to modern interpretations of things like the Egyptian and Tibetan Book of the Dead, where in the afterlife you face manifestations of your various hang-ups and mistakes in life, and then either pass on or reincarnate. People who have had near-death experiences often report seeing some kind of afterlife, the light at the end of the tunnel. And although I could bore you with several heartfelt stories about people who have reunited with their loved ones for a choice moment before returning to the planet Earth, we're all here to be terrified and shit our pants. And if you want that, I would redirect you to the story of the neurosurgeon Ibn Alexander, who you should go listen because it's his story, but to paraphrase, he was sent to a cavernous world filled with reptilian humanoids with distorted faces who went The elemental praxis is a mainstay in spirituality throughout history. Many opt for the classic earth, water, fire, air, although Chinese thought added an interesting fifth element, metal, and the addition of a fifth element is not uncommon in some systems of belief, things like lightning or snow. But what I find most interesting is the concept of void in Japanese mysticism or ether in alchemy. They're both kind of similar. They both sound intangible, and they both are, although a general explanation would offer that they're linked to both the state of the universe in its entirety and the state of an individual soul, which I guess is just more fuel for annoying posts telling us that we're all made of stardust at the end of the day. As we've already covered, demons vary in motivation depending on myth to myth, but they're largely viewed as spiritual or intangible, requiring a physical vessel to interact with the world. And in the modern Christian view, where demons are solely evil, this taking of a vessel is often unwilling. Demonic possessions are such a fixture of Christian thought that the Catholic Church still has a sect entirely devoted to exorcisms. You can be trained as an exorcist. That is a real career. I'm sorry you went to grad school. We all make mistakes. Probably the most disturbing case of a demonic possession for me, and one that leaves us with a rather sour taste in our mouth when it comes to the church's practices, is that of Annalise Mitchell. She was a young woman who suffered from psychotic symptoms such as hearing voices and seeing people's faces distort into demonic, terrifying imagery. A horrible thing to be afflicted with for sure, but when her family started to grow impatient with the course of her psychiatric treatment, they instead turned to religion, and the church committed a total of 67 exorcism rites on her, which was a harrowing experience that many people believe led to her eventual premature death. In the modern age, a case of demonic possession is often understood to be an outbreak of a very severe mental illness, and this has left us with a very checkered and complicated past when it comes to the practice of exorcism as a whole. Alchemy is such a broad topic, it's pretty much impossible to summarize it in its entirety. Many would argue that it's kind of a transitory period in history, the bridge between philosophies and schools of thought concerning magic and philosophies and schools of thought concerning science. Although this is a bit of a flimsy view of history. There were scientific achievements taking place before and after the advent of alchemy, many of them even inspired by religious or spiritual tradition. That being said, there's no doubt that alchemists also made their own very significant achievements. It was the predecessor to chemistry in the Western world at least, and although we could talk all day about how alchemical studies of minerals and what we'd now call elements has benefited modern science, we are here to talk about magic. And alchemy employed tons of mystical symbology in its quest to understand the world.
Like the Emerald Tablet, alchemy's most fabled treasure, a tablet with ancient writings left behind by the folklore figure Hermes Trismegistus, a combination of the Greek god Hermes and the Egyptian god Thoth, who are both associated with wordplay and the development of literature. The tablet, if it were ever found, would give alchemists the formula for their greatest goal, the Philosopher's Stone. Alchemy is based on the concept as above, so below, which also apparently came from the tablet, telling us that there's a fixed amount of matter in the universe that exists in balance, and to create one thing you'd need to sacrifice a comparable amount of another. Thank you, Edward Elric. And the Philosopher's Stone would cheat this system, allowing alchemists to transform cheap materials into precious things like gold without the need for comparable value, and also maybe grant them eternal life, the greatest surplus value imaginable. We've already talked about how weird it is that a dragon appears in every culture in the world in our Ancient Mysteries video. But do dragons relate to alchemy somehow? Well, in fact, yes they do. As the dragon was seen as the pinnacle of the natural world, it was fittingly used by alchemists as the symbol of the perfect unification of the elements, often being used as a stand-in for the Philosopher's Stone itself. So in alchemy, the dragon is kind of a beneficial figure. We can assume that it possesses the same ability to generate valuable matter that the Philosopher's Stone hypothetically would. In recent years, several online spiritual communities, some of which are considered very fringe, have developed a fixation on a supposed conflation between the figure Satan and the planet Saturn. But whether or not these two have actually ever been connected in religion and mythology directly is dubious at best. Proponents claim that this dates back to the medieval era, but there's not really any hard evidence for that. And some people think that the reason that people think that this connection exists or existed is because one of Saturn's moons is named Pan, and the Greek god Pan was definitely an inspiration for Satan and other figures in Christian demonology. Also, if you hadn't noticed, Satan, Saturn, literally like one letter off from each other. But this is not to say that Saturn can't be an evil planet. After all, the Roman figure Saturn was eventually conflated with the Greek figure Kronos, the king of the Titans and father of the Olympian gods, a nasty individual who was known to get down to all sorts of no good, like trying to eat his kids. Oh no. And Kronos, being an evil father figure, was eventually conflated with the Gnostic demiurge, or Yaldabaoth, who is also often conflated with Satan. Oh. Yeah, these conflations tend to bleed into each other rather often as history progresses and religion and mythology get shared all about the globe. But the point is, as far as we know, there is no direct conflation between Saturn and Satan. And if you're looking for a demonic planet, I suggest you look in the other direction, towards the sun. As the sun rises, Venus is often the first thing to be seen in the sky after it, and many people in ancient cultures confuse the bright Venus in the sky for a star. The brightest sky in the morning star himself, Lucifer. Anyways, if you want to get a picture of this Saturn-Satan theory from a more sci-fi angle, definitely go check out the video on space and science that's being released at the exact same time. Kind of this video's doppelganger. And as always, I'm losing my voice because I'm so into magic and mysticism, and now so are you. Thanks for watching. What is up, guys? I had to come right back at you if you catch the reference. I love you because I discovered something super cool during editing and I felt the need to share. So in the video, we talked about this concept of the alchemical dragon and how if this creature has the traits of the Philosopher's Stone that it represents, then it is some sort of deity that brings benefits and generates matter and energy and life and shares it with the world, a wholly good entity. But alchemy being alchemy, as above,
so below. We have trace evidence of secret sects of alchemical belief that seemed to appreciate and even worship this dragon in its inverse sense, in that it was not something that brought life to the world, but rather absorbed matter and energy and life into itself, effectively deleting it from existence. Modern mystical and spiritual groups tend to refer to this creature as the fairy or nightmare Leviathan, but what we discovered is that this is actually a misappropriation of its original anglicized name. In its original context, translated from Old English, this creature would more commonly be referred to as the devil. Science.
What is it all about? Technology. What is that all about? Is it good or is it whack?
So what is science, anyways? I mean, the word can mean a lot of things, but a technical definition is that it's the way that we as human beings navigate through our world using logic, developing hypotheses, testing them against evidence, to foment theories that then cement the laws of physics or biochemistry or chemistry or biology or geology or marine science, blah, 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 blah. STEM fields have kind of a bad reputation. Some people think that the experts have gotten a bit heady, but science is very important, and it is something that everybody has a right to enjoy, regardless of whether or not they have all 4 phases of calculus memorized to a T. We've already dipped into biochemistry and ocean science with our videos on various deep sea phenomenon, disturbing bugs and parasites, plants, blah, blah, blah. So today, we are going into the final frontier of both entertainment and science, and that is outer. So I put together this list on various disturbing deep space topics and scientific phenomenon that have a bit of an edge to them. Also, for an extra spooky kick, check out this video's mirrored version on magic and mysticism. It's releasing at the exact same time for kind of a cool red and blue version effect between the two. It's important to note that I myself am not a scientist. I mean, fucking clearly, this is the closest thing to a lab coat that I own, so this video will not be scholarly reviewed, but I'm trying my best to keep it as factual as possible, and that just means that we get to talk about some of the fun fringe shit like aliens, too. Crystals are kind of boring in a scientific context. Most non-amorphous solid matter contain tiny crystalline structures, but when we enter the realm of deep speculative science, we encounter the hypothetical time crystals, which are systems of matter that manage to stay in constant motion without expending energy, which would make them immune to the effects of entropy and the heat death of the universe. And you'll understand just how cool that is in only a couple of moments. Black holes. So hot right now. Black holes. The first ever photo of one just dropped, and it looks expectedly unwelcoming. Black holes are theorized to be areas of space where the force of gravity is so immense that nothing crossing its periphery or event horizon can escape, not even light. When a supermassive star reaches the end of its lifespan, it will go supernova and explode. The leftover debris has a tendency to collapse in on itself, packing a whole bunch of mass into a tiny spot that it's not meant to fit into. And this suction-like effect is what creates this immense force of gravity, with the edges of space curving around it to form the black hole. This is, in general, our explanation for how black holes are formed. However, there are such things as supermassive primordial black holes, which are completely unexplainable and completely badass. The debate on whether or not the universe is truly infinite or ends somewhere out in the deepest reaches of space has been raging for a very long time. And Olber's paradox is one model that offers the existence of a finite or contained and static or unmoving universe. The logic of the paradox says that if the universe was truly infinite and never ended, then there would be an infinite number of stars. So the night sky would actually be brighter than the sky during the daytime, as every single point in the night sky that you looked at would eventually end in a star. It would be a never-ending blanket of blinding light. The model proposed by the Big Bang Theory of an ever-expanding universe has made this a bit more complicated, offering evidence of shifting light waves that make the visibility of stars in the night sky a bit more complicated to the human eye. However, there are still some believers in a static and finite universe, and that of course raises the terrifying question of what would lie beyond it. Vampire stars are surprisingly not the villains of an Isaac Asimov novel. They are actually real deep space phenomenon. The vampire stars are stars that remain in the white dwarf stage of existence despite their age. And these stars have hydrogen layers that are closely compacted together, which develops a strong field of gravity. Red giant stars, on the other hand, have expanded outwards to the point that the gravity between their hydrogen layers is rather weak. So when vampire stars pass by red giants in outer space, the force of gravity will latch onto the red giant's hydrogen layers and start to suck the hydrogen and energy out, maintaining the vampire star's longevity, but eventually destabilizing the red giant to a point that it may go supernova. We are truly blessed to live in a time period where we don't have to rely solely on our imaginations to visualize objects in outer space. We've developed complex cosmic telescopes that can take pictures for us, but the problem is, some of these pictures end up leaving us feeling a bit more terrified than terrific. Take this picture of the Perseus cluster, for example, which people can't help but feel looks a bit too much like a human skull. The Fomalhaut stellar system, on the other hand, doesn't just sound like it was named by J.R.R. Tolkien, but it looks like it would get along quite handily with the Eye of Sauron as well. And finally, how could I leave out the infamous ghost hand of God, because even in outer space, everyone is anxiously awaiting the next chapter of Berserk. The matter that you interact with on a day-to-day basis, what we call visible matter, all matter on planet Earth, is responsible for making up about only 5% of the universe. The rest is made up of dark matter, which is about 25%, and dark energy, which we assume is the other 70% or so. We understand very little about either of these. All we know about dark matter is that it doesn't interact with light in the way that our matter does, although it does interact with gravity, which is how we know it's there, and which we should be very, very thankful for, because the amount of dark matter in the universe combined with the frequency with which it interacts with gravity is actually responsible for pushing visible matter in outer space, like dust and gas, together to form galaxies, and we assume therein it forms life itself. Which makes you wonder why dark matter is so villainized in every form of media it shows up in, but I guess it's really just because we don't understand it.
And you always fear what you don't understand.
We understand dark energy even less. All we know is that it's a property inherent to places in the universe where there is no matter, and it is becoming more and more abundant as the universe thins out and expands, if you follow the Big Bang model of the universe. These two really only have their scary reputation because they're completely unobservable with our modern astronomical instruments, and therefore are also completely theoretical. That is right, you may have just wasted an entire 2 minutes learning about them. For every fundamental particle in the universe, there is an opposing particle with an opposite charge. And what do we call this rival particle to our regular matter particle that we're very comfortable with? We call this antimatter, and the result of the two meeting would be their inevitable mutual destruction. And worryingly enough, just as matter can form complex molecules, so too can antimatter, hypothetically. Scientists have been able to produce some tiny anti-atoms up to this point, which is good that they haven't gone farther, because the implications of complex antimatter production would be the entire fucking world exploding. But there has also been increased interest in creating an antimatter bomb as of late, which has shot the price of antimatter up to be the most expensive thing on the planet. Really neat, guys. So proud of you. Matter is always being transformed here on Earth and everywhere in the universe, and these transformations expend what we call mechanical energy, the kinetic and potential variety. Excuse me, this is a very serious science lecture. Anyways, the issue is that when mechanical energy is expended, it is converted into thermal energy, and this is a conversion that cannot be reversed. Thermal energy cannot be converted into mechanical energy. So in a model where the universe is constantly expanding, more and more conversions are taking place. Matter is always being transformed, and mechanical energy is always being expended and turned into thermal energy. This inevitable process is what scientists call entropy. And the very, very sorrowing heat death of the universe is a hypothetical end to existence as we know it, where all mechanical energy has been expended and converted into thermal energy, grinding the laws of physics to a halt and leaving behind an empty husk. Dark flow is an aberrant force of gravity that has been puzzling scientists since the 1970s. Several galaxies, and in fact galaxy clusters, appear to be moving at a faster rate than others, all in the same direction, the direction of what we call the Great Attractor. This central point of gravity is so strong that it has been speculated to have a mass millions of times that of our own Milky Way galaxy, which of course, pleasantly enough, is included in the list of galaxies that are being sucked in. As to what the Great Attractor could possibly be, as with most terrifying things that live in outer space, nobody has any clue. Transhumanism is one of the most controversial topics in science right now. With gene editing technology like CRISPR receiving funding from research firms and corporations, people are starting to worry that we're slipping into Oryx and Crake's dystopia and will start making pagoons soon enough. However, when you step back and look at it with a critical eye after taking a breath and relaxing, you have to wonder if transhumanism is really this huge next step in human evolution and not something that we've been gradually partaking in ever since we stepped foot on Earth. After all, if transhumanism is simply breaking away from the confines of nature and avoiding fate by upgrading with technology, then how different is fixing an arm injury with skin grafting or bionic parts from fixing it with a simple splint or cast? A bit of a simplified example, but I think you get the point. That being said, to the alarmists' credit, there are certain people in the technology sector, you might call loonies, who seem to be viewing transhumanism as their own personal path to godhood, upgrading themselves to godlike capabilities in terms of intellect or physicality or whatever, and probably leaving the rest of us behind. So, as always with emerging technologies that vastly improve people's everyday lives and capabilities, how harmful it is will come down to how exclusive it is. Belphegor's Prime, named after the infamous demon, is not a breakthrough or discovery of any real consequence. It's more of a little factoid that definitely will not get you laid at your next Halloween party. But in any case, scientists have discovered that the number 1,066,600,000,600,000,001 is the same forwards and backwards and is only divisible by itself. That's a neat one, but I can't help but feel a little bad for whoever's life work it was.
Well, before we lose all our credibility in the scientific community and go off the rails, diving headfirst into aliens, let's talk about why we may not have had contact with extraterrestrials before. That's what scientists call the Fermi paradox, which is a theory very heavily connected to the concept of the Great Filter. Scientists believe that the reason that we haven't seen evidence of any space-traveling civilization or haven't been visited by one yet is because in the process of becoming a spacefaring civilization, you have to go through some inevitable step that will destroy you. Whether it's creating artificial intelligence or stripping your planet of natural resources, the belief is that every single planet that had the potential to foster a spacefaring civilization eventually destroyed itself. But, as we're about to see, we may yet have evidence of spacefaring civilizations to contradict this rather pessimistic view of the universe. So, since my hair isn't that different from that guy's right now, let's talk about aliens. Do they exist? Are they among us? Have they been among us in the past? Will they be among us in the future? From sky sightings like the Battle of Los Angeles and Roswell, which we've had plenty more of since, to creatures that have been sighted on our very own planet, like the Dover Demon and the Flatwoods Monster, to alien abduction stories like Travis Walton's and Amelia Earhart's, potentially. This is the big question right now. And I've gathered two instances, one taking place in deep space and one taking place right here on Earth, that I believe are conclusive proof of alien life. Don't quote me on that, but they're pretty compelling. The WOW radio signal is to deep space what the bloop is to deep sea. On August 15th, 1977, the Big Ear radio telescope at Ohio University received a radio signal that seemed to be coming from somewhere inside the Sagittarius constellation. 6 characters were recorded which measured the signal's intensity, 6EQUJ5, and the Big Ear captured it for a total of 72 seconds. The WOW signal is probably the most credible potential proof for alien life in history. The Big Ear was set up as part of an initiative by several scientists and the university specifically to search for extraterrestrial signals, and the several theories the scientific community has put forward against it being aliens, like it being an earthbound signal reflected back at us or due to natural phenomena in the universe, have all been debunked. There aren't natural objects in space with sufficient properties to reflect signals in the way the WOW signal was received. And if it was due to natural phenomena, we would have received it again in the many, many times we've tried to replicate this event. And other radio telescopes nearby would have picked up on it as well. With all that said, to us, of course, it seems like the WOW signal is proof of alien life or some kind of extraterrestrial technology. After all, I don't see blades of grass emitting radio signals very often. However, the scientific community, being the scientific community, will not admit anything extraterrestrial is going on conclusively, which, fair due to them, there is no conclusive proof. However, what they will admit is that there is no conclusive proof against it in this case. And that's enough for me. This next story takes us back in time to 1959, above the skies of Evora, Portugal. One day, a UFO was sighted there hovering about. This strange circular object had an even stranger movement pattern. Witnesses described it as staying stagnant at one point for a while, then moving to another at what seemed like instant speeds. It teleported around the sky above Evora like this for a little bit, then vanished, showering the town with a strange string-like material. Staff from a local university were able to collect small samples of this silky string, which came to be known as angel hair, and study it.
When placed under a microscope, the hair revealed something shocking. It was home to a tiny unicellular organism, egg-shaped and covered in tentacles, and it would respond to stress induced by the scientists examining it, changing colors and moving around in a way that was far more complex than any unicellular organism we know of. It was also displaying immense strength for its size, being able to slightly lift the microscope slide holding it to try to break itself free, which, needless to say, is incredibly impressive for a unicellular organism. Unfortunately, this research was suppressed by the, at the time, highly theocratic Portuguese government, so the truth about angel hair may never get revealed. But what can be said is that I'm sure those scientists from the local university in Evora did not send all of those strange silky threads back into outer space, so whatever unicellular organism was inhabiting them, we can assume is still here on planet Earth with us. Oh goody, steering away from things that seem like sci-fi at first, but the odd scientist might dabble in when considering the possibility of life on other planets. These last two topics are completely fringe, fantasy-inspired pseudoscience, but that makes them all the more fun to talk about, starting with Planet X. The thing is, astronomers from NASA do hypothesize that there is a potential Planet X, an additional planet in our solar system that is 20 times further from the Sun than Neptune and 10 times the size of Earth. However, just because there is potentially a Planet X doesn't justify the insane theories that are pinned on it, mostly that it is the prophesized planet Nibiru, which will crash into Earth in some sort of spiritual religious cataclysm and then absorb the chosen people of your choice and dip out into a heavenly plane of existence. Nibiru has existed in fantasy, sci-fi, and spiritual thought long before Planet X was even a thing, so the fact that people now have a real tangible planet to pin their theories on just makes them all the more abundant. And finally, a very interesting sect of spiritual belief that's gained a lot of prominence over the last couple of years on the internet is that the majority or all of the evil that takes place on planet Earth is due to the influence of planet Saturn. Saturn is the sixth planet in our solar system and a gas giant, and the thought here is that there are storms taking place on Saturn's surface that send out this vibrational radiation, or the radiation is coming from Saturn's rings. This radiation then travels to planet Earth, gets all up in the human mind space, and makes us do a bunch of funky-dunky shit to each other. But if you're really deep into this theory, then the belief is instead that reptilian humanoids travel in these vibrations from Saturn to Earth. And when they arrive on Earth, humans can only see with their eyes a certain plane of vibrational radiation. They aren't tapped into the entire spectrum of vibrations. So these reptilian humanoids exist in a different plane of vibrations. They can see us, we can't see them. They manipulate all of human history, eat our negative emotions, and then us, I guess. This one is pretty extensive. I recommend not diving very deeply into it. It's been widely condemned by the scientific community, but it is still very popular in some spiritual circles and fringe conspiracy theory circles. A lot of this is due to a supposed connection between the planet Saturn and the figure of Satan throughout mythologies and history. Is this connection veritable? Well, if you want to find that out, you'll have to watch this video's mirrored version on magic and mysticism, which is releasing on the exact same day. Excited for you to watch it, and as always, thanks for watching this one. Guys, I'm actually coming back at you with something insane that I discovered while editing. On screen right now, we're looking at a famous impact crater in northern Arizona, and you'll remember way back in our Disturbing Bugs and Parasites video, we talked about what seemed like anaerobic parasites that had been discovered that had the potential to survive in outer space because they didn't require oxygen. This is what's crazy. Scientists have discovered trace amounts of that parasite in this impact crater. It was only speculative before, now it's been confirmed. And geologists in particular have discovered what seems to be a tunnel system underneath this crater that indicates that some sort of large organism or machinery has been moving, tunneling, and burrowing from the surface down into the depths of the earth. Here is the part that's going to blow your mind, if all of that hasn't already. If we look at the image in our editor here, and we zoom in, and we get into the center, where is it? Yep. And we see this tiny little hole there, right? And then once again, we zoom in. Hello and welcome to my video about art. As I'm sure you can tell from my hairstyle, I am an artist. Anyways, what is art? I'm of the opinion that anything that counts as entertainment could be considered art, but of course that welcomes tons of debate from elitists who think that Empire, Andy Warhol's 8-hour-long movie that is literally just the same shot of the Empire State Building repeated over and over again, is a classic piece of art, while the Trump and Biden AI videos, while being probably the funniest thing that humanity has ever created, is not.
Hey Jack, I like Empire. It may be a bit outdated, but it's an important piece of U.S. history. I remember moseying on down to the Library of Congress to watch some of it over, back when you threw reels from the footage over the hole of a 2x4 pipe, pointed at a wall and shone a lamp in from the other end.
Of course you like Empire, Geriatric Joe. You're both pieces of U.S. history. You probably forgot how long it is because you always fall asleep after the first 5 minutes. Why don't you watch a real movie like Wall Street or The Wolf of Wall Street or Wall Street? Money never sleeps.
It's a great place to get a haircut. I love this place. I've been coming here since the 80s. Well, the 80s are no longer, Gordo.
Home Alone 2 is also pretty good.
This guy is so goddamn stupid.
My fellow presidents, I don't know about you two, but my movie for the last decade was definitely Little Women.
Oh my God.
This one is pretty self-explanatory. I put together this list of art pieces, cross-media, that have some sort of disturbing legend tied to them or are in themselves disturbing in nature. And just so we're clear, when I say disturbing, I mean creepy or unsettling in a supernatural way, not cringy or embarrassing to your core as a human being. So the phase I went through when I was 16 and I thought I was the next Jim Carrey and started doing stand-up comedy will not be applicable here. Thank you. Neither will my TikTok account.
You don't mind answering a couple questions, right? I do not.
Okay, let's get right into it. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words, and I'm not sure if that applies to paintings, but when it comes to the paintings we're about to talk about, they aren't any words that you'd be wanting to hear in the first place. We are starting off very strong with The Hands Resist Him by Bill Stoneham. The explanation for this eerie scene is that the glass door is meant to represent the barrier between the young boy's fantasy life and his waking or real life, and the doll accompanying him is some sort of psychopomp, a guide meant to show him how to navigate between those two worlds. But if those creepy-ass hands pressed up against the glass are meant to represent his fantasy life, then the only thing that doll should be guiding him towards is a therapist's office. Anyways, this since gained a wider audience online, especially in the early 2000s, and has several urban legends associated with it, the most famous of which is that staring at the picture or painting for too long can cause one to become severely ill. Zdzisław Beksiński is a Polish artist who lived through Nazi occupation of his homeland in his youth. Many believe that the horrors that he encountered as a child went on to influence his work.
most famously his paintings, which are some of the most intricately crafted dark fantasy pieces in history. Many believe that themes like war and oppression, structures of power, religiously motivated persecution are present in Beksinski's work, but the artist himself has actually said that he hates critics who try to assign meaning to his paintings, and simply states that when he creates his work, all he does is, quote-unquote, paint from the mind. The Anguished Man, which looks a bit like what a mega evolution of the Scream might be like, is a work by an unknown artist. Apparently this artist mixed their own blood in with the painting and then took their own life, and subsequent owners of the painting have claimed that at night they will see a shadowy figure who emits a moaning or soft crying while the painting is in their possession. The scariest picture on the internet is a supposed painting made by a Japanese woman or teenager, depending on the variation, who took her life shortly after creating the painting. This became a very, very famous urban legend on the internet, circulating in the early 2000s. I'm sure many of us remember experiences with this one when we were young, and the story goes that if you look at the painting or the picture online for long enough, you will become obsessed, start to see her eyes move around the screen and follow you, and eventually be compelled to take your life as well. This one, I swear, when I was young, I don't know if maybe it was the video that I was watching, but I saw her eyes move once. I saw them move one time, so I have like a 2% belief in this one. It still spooks me. This is a very broad topic, but throughout history there have been a variety of stunning and in equal parts disturbing depictions of hell. Of course, the more medieval ones or ancient ones are the ones that get the most attention, but there are equally stimulating depictions of hell in the modern age in fantasy movies or TV, graphic novels, video games, manga, comics, whatever, you name it. So here's just a bit of a slideshow of some of the ones that are the most, or I guess the least, of what you'd want to encounter in the afterlife. This one is a personal story. When I was walking one day in New York City, when I was back in New York City, after a particularly bad storm, I saw that the contents of a dumpster had been blown out, and the trash was just swirling around the entire sidewalk with the wind. And what happened to swirl right up next to my feet but this? It's my very own haunted painting. It has an initial here that I never figured out any information about it. Why would you keep this is probably what a lot of you are wondering, but this is freaking sick. I mean, who gets the opportunity to have a haunted painting delivered right to their feet for free? People would pay a lot of money for this, and I have proof. Anyways, I had a couple of friends who would not come over to my apartment until I got rid of it, which I just kind of ended up putting it in storage, and of course, it was extremely useful in my mating tactics. But, I don't know, besides that, it never did anything wrong to me. But, you know, considering what actually ended up happening in New York City, it might have been a bit of an omen of things to come. Moving on to literature, books may be the most effective form of horror storytelling that there is. Your mind will often jump to construct an image of whatever is most frightening to you personally while reading, and that is an effect that no visual medium can recreate. House of Leaves is a novel by writer Mark Z. Danielewski, but novel is a loose term here, as House of Leaves' narrative is very unconventional, including the likes of several point-of-view characters, disjointed letters, and other media like analysis of a fake documentary and falsified news reports.
I'm not sure if House of Leaves counts as horror, but I saw a comment on a video about House of Leaves by YouTuber Austin McConnell saying that they had taken up House of Leaves and analyzing it as a hobby during their time serving in jail. A couple of other inmates joined them and they kind of formed an unofficial book club. By the end, only one other inmate was still left. Everybody else had left the book club, finding the novel too frightening to continue. That speaks for itself, I guess. Anyways, this has often been described as a giant puzzle, and if you like brain teasers, this book might be worth checking out. The Lesser Key of Solomon is probably the most famous grimoire, or book of dark spells, in history. It supposedly contains detailed instructions for summoning 72 archdemons, one of them being Paimon from the movie Hereditary. These demons were allegedly first summoned by the ancient King Solomon, who, according to legend, was very interested in the occult. I'm also going to lump the Book of Soiga in here, as it is another famous, or I guess infamous, grimoire that was supposedly owned by full-time alchemist and part-time The Immortal Secrets of Nicholas Flamel villain, John Dee. The Conspiracy Against the Human Race is a book by author Thomas Ligotti that features an extensive collection of essays arguing for extreme pessimism and antinatalism, which is basically the philosophy that life is entirely pain and people should stop giving birth and procreating altogether. Apparently, this actually has many advocates these days. Anyways, in the book, Ligotti draws a firm line between humans and other animals due to humanity's self-perceived superiority in their consciousness, and argues that as human history progresses and humans get more and more advanced and more capable of self-reflection, our absolute dread over the question of our own existence will only get worse and worse. What a treat. Tender is the Flesh is a dystopian novel by author Agustina Bazterrica, apparently very gruesome in its prose and detailed descriptions of cannibalism, as it dives into a futuristic world where humans have run out of animal meat, and they've now resorted to eating each other, with two classes established in society, the eaters and the eaten. The eaten are not actually called that, though they're called head, which is all very disturbing, but perhaps not as disturbing as what I discovered in real life while I was working at a deli. An older woman approached the counter one day and asked for a product called head cheese. I had no idea what she was talking about, so I looked in our stock, and there it was. I found a gelatin cube with different pieces of meat in it labeled head cheese. I brought it to the counter, and before selling it to her, I asked her what the hell this was and why she would ever want to eat it. And she explained to me that when she was a child, factories, while they were slicing cold cuts, weren't able to take the meat from the animal's skull and turn it into cold cuts because it was too thin. So what they did, not wanting to lose profit on the skull, was take little chunks of meat out of different animals' skulls and then combine them into this one gelatin cube that was the head cheese that they sold for a lesser price. And as to why she would want to eat it, apparently it is now considered a delicacy, I guess due to nostalgia. Shoujo Tsubaki is a manga that apparently covers every single sick subject matter imaginable. The story is about a 12-year-old orphan girl named Midori who joins a circus that is run by a sadist who enjoys doing things to children. The rest of the story centers around the circus and the various deranged acts that take place within it. There's actually an animated movie of Shoujo Tsubaki that was created by one person who devoted 5 years of their life animating it themselves with all of their personal finances, which I don't even think there's a word to describe how deranged you have to be to do that, but good for that guy. The movie was circling TikTok as kind of a challenge, watch the movie challenge, but I would suggest that you do not watch the movie. I'm not sure if it's even legal to own it at a lot of places because of some of the material it contains depicting children, and I did not even bother to look it up to get a panel to put on the video, which is why I just have a picture of a circus here, because I was too scared to see something that was really inappropriate, so best not to even touch this one. Tomino's Hell is a supposedly supernatural poem that, when read aloud, curses you with an unspeakable fate. Here's a segment of a video about Japanese urban legends made by Blame It on George that features a reading of the poem. And don't worry, you won't be cursed if you hear the poem, it's only if you read it aloud yourself. But if you would like to be cursed with an unspeakable fate, I'm including lyrics on screen for you to read along.
仕事は吐く、可愛い鳥の朝の吐く、一人地獄に落ちる鳥の地獄暗闇花もなき、鞭で叩くは鳥のあれか、鞭のしぐさが気にかかる、叩けや叩きやれ、叩かずとても、無限地獄は一つ道、暗い地獄やないを頼む、金の羊に、ウグイスに、川の袋にあいくらごと入れよ、無限地獄の旅自宅。春が来てその林の谷に暗い地獄がみんな流りカゴにゃうグエス車にゃ羊かわいい鳥ののめにゃ涙泣けようグエス林の雨に妹声一声限り泣けば小玉が地獄に響き狐ボタンの花が咲く地獄七夜の七段巡るかわいい鳥のの一人旅地獄をさらば持ってきてたので針の山の止め針を赤い止め針立てに刺さずかわいい鳥のの目印に
Well, that was it, and it's an interesting poem. There's certainly no debating that, although there is a lot of debate on what the unspeakable fate that the reader is cursed with actually is. Some people believe that it's being dragged to hell by Tomino, the main character of the poem, while others believe that it includes being compelled to take your own life, and then possibly going to hell. Although it may be less severe than that, clearly the person reading the recording that we just heard was cursed with never being able to take a cough drop or clear their throat again. Moving on to movies and TV shows, both of these forms of media have already been quite extensively covered online in kind of a creepy context, but here are just a few that caught my eye, and maybe they'll catch yours too. Crybaby Lane is a direct-to-TV movie created by Nickelodeon as part of kind of a Halloween feature week. They broadcast it on October 28th, 2000. However, they never rebroadcasted or dubbed it into any other languages, and this caused it to have kind of a lost film reputation for a long time. The original rumor being, of course, that the original broadcast on the 28th went terribly, and children and their parents found the movie to be so terrifying and disturbing that Nickelodeon decided to never broadcast it or release it again, which, of course, had tons of people online clamoring to find a copy of it. Lucifer Rising is a movie by the legendary underground director Kenneth Anger. It was first originally distributed in 1980, and the movie was supposed to be soundtracked, in fact, by Led Zeppelin and Jimmy Page, as they were very interested in Kenneth's philosophy. Anyways, the band was very interested in Kenneth's philosophies on the occult, especially his belief in transmitting magic through electro sound waves, which they supposedly made use of in some of their most popular Led Zeppelin albums. However, after a fight with Jimmy Page, Kenneth supposedly cursed. Is he gone? He supposedly cursed the Led Zeppelin. Anyways, after a fight while Mr. Anger was staying at Jimmy Page's home, Jimmy Page and the rest of Led Zeppelin were supposedly cursed by Mr. Anger, which supposedly caused a great deal of misfortune in the rest of the band's life, eventually resulting in the band's dissolution. Watching Lucifer Rising is supposedly kind of a magical ritual in itself, with Mr. Anger's theory of audio-visual magic transmission being present in his making of the movie. The Incomparable Atuk is a satire novel about a member of the Inuit tribe who moves to Toronto, Canada, and quickly adapts to the city's greedy lifestyle. And the comedic nature of the story attracted many Hollywood producers, who eventually adapted it into a screenplay with the shortened title of Atuk. And then they started casting for it, and that is where the pain began, as anyone up for the leading role, from John Belushi to Sam Kinison to John Candy to, last but certainly not least, Chris Farley, died shortly after being offered the part. And what's more, a friend who Farley handed the script to review was murdered by his own wife after reading it. His wife then went on to take her own life as well. So clearly, this script has a severely dark curse saddled to it. From where it comes, who knows? The story has been circulating around Hollywood for the past couple of decades, but no one's really taken the initiative to greenlight it yet, because probably, my guess is, they don't want to fucking die. Guinea Pig 2, Flower of Flesh and Blood, is a well-known gore movie. It is about a serial killer who dresses as a samurai and then tortures women, which in itself is not really notable, as there are several films that are about women being tortured with relatively little plot to justify them. However, what makes this one stand out and what makes it so disturbing is the fact that it was found supposedly in the possession of the otaku murderer in Japan after he committed his crimes. He kidnapped several underage girls between the ages of 4 and 7, and then, according to reports, reenacted scenes from the movie with them before murdering them. Now, there is some dispute as to whether it was the second or fourth guinea pig movie that was found in his possession and whether or not he actually reenacted the scenes, but all of that in consideration, this gives a very horrifying context to anyone who watches the movie these days, although I'm not quite sure why you would want to in the first place. And it also had the Japanese government calling for the movie to be banned entirely. Well, I didn't want to move on until we talked about at least one TV show. It's a huge topic to cover, of course. Children's TV, especially, is infamous for its creators trying to sneak in, some things that maybe don't belong in children's TV, especially in my childhood in the early 2000s. I don't know about these days. I don't really watch children's TV that often anymore, but that's what's made it such a breeding ground for kind of lost media creepypasta. The fact that it in itself is sometimes not exactly the most child-friendly place. So here is a quick lightning round of some of children's TV's greatest hits. We had Courage the Cowardly Dog with Freaky Fred, King Ramses, The Mask episode, The Magic Tree, and that floating head. I hate whenever they use that hyper-realistic format. Speaking of which, of course we had... You're not perfect. Goosebumps Mask episodes are the most infamous, but actually all of Goosebumps could apply. That Sponge episode used to scare the shit out of me. I don't know if anybody else found that as disturbing as I did. Squidward's Unalive being put into SpongeBob in real life. And for an older example, we have the Like Brothers Only Closer scene from SpongeBob. That was pretty graphic. Him from Powerpuff Girls, especially in the future timeline in the episode Speed Demon. Bloodbending and Ko the Face Stealer from the greatest show of all time, Avatar The Last Airbender. That is one children's TV show that I try to rewatch every single year. And finally, all of Invader Zim, because that show was fucking disgusting. 50 years into the debate on whether or not video games are an art form, I think we can finally say that they are. Video games are, after all, the most profitable form of entertainment in the world. So there's no doubt that the range of storytelling within video games is immense. And one could say that a couple of the stories that have been told happen to be a bit disturbing. Polybius is like the OG scary story about video games. Polybius itself being a supposed gaming machine that was supposedly placed in arcades around Portland, Oregon in the early 1980s, supposedly by the American government, more specifically the CIA. A lot of supposedlys there. It was rumored to be kind of a spiritual successor to the real-life Project MKUltra that the American CIA conducted on unwitting American civilians, testing the effects of things like induced hallucinations, hypnosis, mind control, and the development of a kind of truth serum, which I don't believe ever panned out for them.
Anyways, the story goes that players who played the Polybius cabinet would come down with things like seizures, amnesia, temporary insanity, and paranoia. But despite this, it was the most wildly popular cabinet at the arcade while it was there, with lines forming out the door for it. At night, strange men in suits would come to collect data from the cabinet, but within a month of Polybius arriving at arcades in Portland, Oregon, it would disappear. The Dark Matter Trilogy is a series of Kirby games, Kirby's Dream Land 2, Kirby's Dream Land 3, and Kirby 64, the Crystal Shards. Despite being the only trilogy in the world to start with the second entry, the story actually does follow all the way through. It tracks Kirby's fight against a species of interstellar invaders named Dark Matter, which Kirby's Dream Land 1 is actually surprisingly unrelated to. But anyways, the Kirby series has always had a reputation for having somewhat unsettling final bosses, especially when compared to the rest of the game's cheerful nature. But the Dark Matter trilogy stands out, especially in relation to the final boss of Kirby's Dream Land 3 and Kirby 64, Zero, who attacks by bleeding and explodes, and also does this. Which is just completely unacceptable. On an unrelated note, Kirby's little fairy friend Ribbon there also has a rather unsettling face in this scene, which I'm not sure is intentional. But this is surprisingly not the creepiest part about the Dark Matter trilogy. Series regular developer Masahiro Sakurai bowed out for these, leaving another designer, Shinichi Shimomura, to become the director for them. After Shimomura developed these three games and Kirby's Nightmare in Dreamland, which features another quite creepy boss in the form of Nightmare, definitely not a goody two-shoes there, he completely disappeared from public life and the gaming industry in entirety. There have been rumors online since then that Shimomura died, but they are unfounded. No one has come forward to confirm or deny them, which is even scarier. Like children's TV, video games that are rated E for everyone have a tendency to slip in some hollow Easter eggs. The most nostalgic from my childhood still remain fondly in my memories. From Super Dementio to the Dead Hand to the SAX to Sonic CD's jarring music menu screen to Lavender Town, of course, to the Water Wraith to Gygus to Genova, Yume Nikki, Yume Tuki, and Dot Flow. But let's be real, when it comes to this category, to quote Nas, there's only one life, one love, so there can only be one king. Yes, Majora's Mask is without a doubt the undisputed king when it comes to creepy video game childhood memories. From its surprisingly deep meditation on death and existentialism to its unearthly ambiance, this is one that left some fond and some not so fond memories in many a Legend of Zelda player's childhoods. And who can forget, we can't mention Majora's Mask in a disturbing themed video without mentioning Ben Drowned, the infamous creepypasta that spread the internet like wildfire, telling the story of a man who picks up a cursed copy of Majora's Mask from a garage sale, and many cursed things ensue, specifically to do with the game's absolutely horrifying Elegy of Emptiness statue. Silent Hill is the most famous psychological horror series in video gaming history, there's definitely no doubt about that, and special mention of course has to go to Silent Hill 2, while the rest of the series does still focus on the psychological aspect of main and supporting characters, manifesting disgusting monsters out of their desires and flaws. Silent Hill 2 kind of solely focuses on the personal journey of protagonist James Sunderland and cuts out any remnants of an occult storyline that runs throughout the rest of the series and, to be honest, distracts from the real meat of the psyche a bit. James is a very sickly and sexually repressed man coming to Silent Hill in search of his supposedly dead wife. The monsters in this entry are especially visceral, with a lot of symbolism, we'll say. And Pyramid Head is of course the standout, representing James's perceived lack of masculinity as he was unable to protect his wife and blames himself for her death, which, spoiler alert, may end up being a little justified in the end. The most disgusting monster, though, is definitely the Abstract Daddy. I'm not even going to touch the storyline and symbolism behind what's going on there, but I assure you that it is not pleasant by any stretch of the imagination. Then we have Rule of Rose, which is another PlayStation 2 game like Silent Hill 2, and actually ends up borrowing a lot of Silent Hill 2 and 3's elements in terms of structure and storytelling. Rule of Rose is an interesting game that follows an orphan named Jennifer returning to the orphanage that she grew up in and encountering the bullies that made her life a living hell there. And in this game, we end up having the mermaid boss, who is actually possibly worse than the Abstract Daddy. Theater and opera are the two dominant forms of performance art that we will be talking about. Sorry to dance, I couldn't really find any examples of disturbing dances, although dance has been very present in ritual throughout history. Speaking of which, live performance is kind of the closest you can get to ritual itself in art, with the audience and the artist sharing an in-the-moment connection. So are there examples of something sinister creeping in while this is taking place? Luckily for us, there are a few. Macbeth is the ultimate theater curse. William Shakespeare was allegedly a demonologist and occult researcher in his spare time, and according to myth, he took inspiration from real-life witchcraft texts in his creation of the characters of the three witch sisters and their dialogue in Macbeth. Apparently some of the magic from that witchcraft has rubbed off on the play to this day, and it is common in performances of the play to refer to it simply as the Scottish play, as mentioning the word Macbeth in a theater is a curse in itself, which causes terrible luck. Even in other productions, you don't mention Macbeth. Even if you're not rehearsing, you don't mention Macbeth in a theater, because that is when the curse occurs. This is actually maybe true to life, because I was in a production, ironically enough, of Shakespeare's Measure for Measure once. I was playing the baddie, Angelo, and one of the other actors mentioned Macbeth at one point and failed to do the ritual to stop the curse from taking place, which is to exit the theater, spin around 3 times to your right, spit on the floor, and I think there's a word you say, and then you run back into the theater. But the director didn't catch him in time. And then, on our tech performance of the show, he literally vomited into a prop bucket right before credits rolled during one of the pivotal scenes. So, maybe the paranoia is justified with this one. The Flying Dutchman is an opera by Richard Wagner that is about the legendary ghost ship, which we talked about in our Disturbing Deep Sea Secrets video, by the way. You can go check that out if you feel like it, although I highly recommend it. Fittingly, the opera itself is said to be cursed, with the main tenor cast in the role of Eric always suffering some sort of misfortune. As in the original production of The Flying Dutchman, the person playing Eric fell severely ill before opening night, which, by the way, is like a common occurrence, someone very important in a production falling severely ill right on or before opening night. I don't know if, like, theaters in general are cursed, which, given the sort of people who seek them out and try to make a livelihood out of theater, may just be the case. In American pop culture, music is the art form with the most long-standing relationship to the occult. Of course, the most famous example being Robert Johnson, a blues and folk guitarist who died at the age of 27 after he made a deal with the devil on a crossroads for his skill and fame, allegedly according to the myth. He also happened to name his songs with a litany of references to things like hellhounds and crossroads and devils. The age of 27 is key here, as enough famous musicians have died at 27 to form the so-called 27 Club. People like
Kurt Cobain and Jim Morrison, a lot of them dying with a white lighter in their pocket, which people also believe has some kind of association with an occult ritual or secret society hit job, something like that. Another more grounded and less supernatural theory, and speaking of hit jobs, is that record labels put a hit out on musicians when their fame and popularity dips to create kind of a second surge in record sales for the company. As unfortunately the case is that most musicians' most successful part of their career does come right after their death in terms of actual money made for the company that signed them. Anyways, all of that aside, music is of course a very interesting topic to cover when it comes to anything creepy or supernatural or disturbing. So here are just a couple of songs with kind of an otherworldly mythos to them. Gloomy Sunday is a Hungarian song written in 1933, and the lyrics contain references to people taking their own life. Because of this, a curse legend has spawned from it. Supposedly, the curse activates when people listen to the song for any extended period of time, making them incredibly depressed and then eventually compelling them to take their life as well. I guess in that way it's kind of like the original Lavender Town Syndrome or Tamino's Hell that we talked about earlier. Anyways, this song has a more popularized nickname on the internet. I can't say it here, but it's on screen, so take a look at it if you really want to see it. Here's one that I'm sure a lot of you have fond memories of from childhood. Subliminal messages in songs, when played in reverse, are all over the place in the music industry, but the most famous example is probably from Led Zeppelin's Stairway to Heaven. A particular section of the song, when played in reverse, apparently contains an ode to the devil himself. Let's take a listen. This eerie tidbit has been part of music history for decades now, and given Led Zeppelin's general association with the occult and their association with occult-affiliated figures... Okay, no more Led Zeppelin. We can't, I'm done. The song Love Roller Coaster by the Ohio Players has quite the grisly legend associated with it. At a certain point in the song, you can hear what sounds like a terrified scream. Ow! While in the context of the song, this scream makes quite a bit of sense. After all, this person is probably experiencing the roller coaster of love that we all experience from time to time in life, and what a disturbing and scream-worthy experience that is. It's the actual origin of the recording of the scream that the legend comes from. Some people believe that the model who poses in the album cover for the album that Love Roller Coaster is a part of, appropriately titled Honey, had a medical emergency when the honey that's getting poured all over her bonded with the chemicals in the floor that she was kneeling on, causing the skin from her knees and shins to be torn off. This obviously did not make the model too happy, and when she went to the producers in the recording studio to kind of bargain for a lawsuit or some kind of settlement, apparently, according to the legend, she was murdered. However, the twist is that this murder took place unbeknownst to the producers at the exact same time that the Ohio Players were recording Love Roller Coaster. And therefore, the model's scream was immortalized for all time while she died. Dolls are a staple of the horror genre, and with good reason. They're absolutely horrifying. So before we dive into the specific dolls and sculptures we're going to talk about, I'd like to give an honorable mention to all dolls on this list. Annabelle, the most famous evil doll of all time, the supposedly haunted Raggedy Ann doll, a popular type of doll at the time in the early 1970s, when it was gifted to a student and went on to terrorize her and her roommate. What started as Annabelle simply moving around the house mysteriously and shifting some items allegedly escalated into Annabelle physically assaulting the student, her roommate, and a friend of theirs, and apparently bleeding. The doll was then passed to the famed paranormal investigators, the Warrens, and together they went on to start a multi-billion-dollar media franchise together. Okiku was a 2-year-old girl in Japan in the early 1900s. One day, her brother came home with a doll to give to her as a gift, and she became enamored with it at first sight, eventually going on to give it her own first name of Okiku. However, a year after receiving the doll, tragedy would strike as she passed away due to a plague that was moving through Japan at the time, with the doll wrapped in her arms, leaving her family devastated. And this is where the strangeness began, as her family created a small shrine in their household dedicated to their lost daughter/sister. The centerpiece of this shrine was her doll, which they started to refer to by the name that she had given it, her own name, Okiku. And then they started to notice something. The doll's traditional hairstyle was changing very slowly. It was growing, eventually splintering out into a mess over a year's time. So they started to bring the doll to spiritual leaders, and it eventually ended up where it is today, in a temple in Hokkaido, Japan, where its hair apparently is still growing and needs to be cut from time to time. And also, apparently, the leaders of the temple have sent samples of the hair to scientists for analysis, and they have returned results proving that the hair is identical in composition to human hair follicles. But that last part, I'm not entirely sure about. The rest of it I definitely believe, though. And again in the early 1900s, this time on the other side of the planet, in America, a small boy named Robert Eugene received a doll as a gift, a handmade doll apparently created by one of the servants in his household. However, this servant was said to dabble in voodoo and also hold a terrible grudge against his family, probably due to the fact that they were literally a servant. So this doll was said to be cursed. Robert still loved it, though. He eventually went on to give it his own first name, noticing a trend here, Robert, and from then on it became known as Robert the Doll, and he started to go by Eugene. As long as Robert was by Eugene's side, things always seemed to go sideways in his life. For instance, he would often be found in the midst of terrible messes in his household, and when his parents angrily questioned him as to why he had destroyed things, he would always give the same answer. It wasn't me, it was Robert who did it. Always Robert's fault. Despite this, his relationship with Robert remained strong throughout his entire life, and when he eventually moved out and established his own household as an adult, Robert went with him. Children who passed by his new home would often claim that Robert's eyes, as he sat at the top window, would trace them as they passed by his house. You can now recreate this, as Robert sits after Eugene's death in a museum in Key West, Florida. Several visitors who go to see Robert the Doll claim that he still watches people who pass by him. And if you want to take a picture with him, you have to ask permission. Otherwise, if you take one without getting permission from the doll, a terrible curse will start to unfold in your own life. The Georgia Guidestones is a sculpture in Elbert County, Georgia, that has received a lot of criticism over the years, and I think probably rightfully so, as its key feature is the 10 quote-unquote rules for the preservation of humanity in accordance with nature going into the future. And the rules are inscribed in several languages and read as follows. Number 1, maintain humanity under a population of 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. And I think we can just stop there. So you can go see the rest of the rules if you want, but that's the most egregious one, and obviously the one that catches people's attention. Let's actually the second one is pretty dubious too.
Number 2, guide reproduction wisely, so that's obviously not something you ever want to be hearing from anybody. The stones are supposedly associated with some kind of Illuminati world government conspiracy, and this concept of the Illuminati or New World Order kind of mass murdering a lot of the planet's population when they eventually seize control and keeping only the quote-unquote cream of the crop alive, which I guess would be the fucking members of the World Economic Forum of something. Not exactly a world anybody wants to live in. In any case, we talked a little bit about this kind of worldwide conspiracy theory in our Ancient Mysteries episode. Definitely go check that one out. A great episode. So yeah, I guess we're all gonna die. Yo, if alpha is the new beta and sigma is the new alpha, then omega is the new sigma. Here's how to become an omega male. Most important thing, as an omega male, you must emit a roar of dominance every time you enter a public place to establish yourself as the pack leader. Anyways, I ran into somebody who has a 4K camera that I've borrowed, so this time around the video quality is going to be a lot better than last time. The green screen situation probably still needs a lot of work, but we're looking into it. Happy Halloween. I'm a fox this year. I was going to be a cat, but everybody's a cat, and I'm unique, so I decided to be a fox. That was embarrassing. Today, we are talking about some truly deranged and disturbed real-life individuals. That's right, we are doing true crime. I thought for Halloween, true crime is the best thing to do because it's really the only thing in the world that's actually scary. So, without further ado, let's get into it. I've put together this list of our 9 individuals, starting with misdemeanors. These are cases where no one was killed, so it's still fair to say they are a bit mildly entertaining. Starting with Jose Cruz. Jose Cruz was 34 years old in 2008 when he was arrested in South Charleston, West Virginia. According to the official police report, Mr. Cruz was pulled over one night for driving without headlights, and when the officers, including one patrolman T.E. Parsons, approached the car, they noticed Cruz slurring his words. He then proceeded to fail 3 breathalyzer tests. Cruz was handcuffed and taken into the station where he was charged with obstruction, driving under the influence, and battery against an officer. Now, why was he charged with battery against an officer? Because according to the official report, while taking one of the breathalyzer tests, Cruz passed gas and made a fanning motion towards Patrolman Parsons. Here is a direct quote from the report. The gas was very odorous and created contact of an insulting or provoking nature with Patrolman Parsons. The charge of battery was eventually dropped, but Cruz was penalized for driving under the influence. When asked about the situation, he said, "I couldn't hold it anymore." Truly the words of a chillingly evil soul. Raquel Gonzalez was 24 years old when she was arrested for assaulting her 30-year-old boyfriend, Ezric Davis. According to the official report, Raquel and Ezric were having intercourse when Ezric finished the race before Raquel did. If you don't get that one, Ezric orgasmed before he was successfully able to please Raquel in bed. Enraged by this, Raquel jumped on top of Ezric and tried to claw his eyes out, leading to her eventually being escorted out of the home by police. This story could of course only come from the great American state of Florida. Our next story comes from across the sea in Shards End, England, where we find a very disturbed 56-year-old man named Stephen Groves. For the past few years, Groves has been harassing his disabled neighbor, but this harassment has been bizarrely confined to trying to break said neighbor's Ring doorbell camera. This has led to some footage which there's not really a word for. You just have to see it to believe it.
Groves has been given several restraining orders, but he seems dead set on continuing this strange ritual no matter what punishment he receives from local authorities. Don't worry though. Even if the police don't seem able or willing to do much about Groves, the karmic flow of the universe seems perfectly willing to put this unsettling asshole in his place. We're now going to be moving into our section on real-life murderers, and I'm going to be taking my costume off out of respect because some people were seriously affected by these stories. Also, there's a content warning at the beginning. It really applies in this section. If you're disturbed by extreme violence, because there is going to be some really unsettling stuff in this part, this might not be for you. Brian Douglas Wells was working at Mamma Mia's Pizzeria in his hometown of Erie, Pennsylvania on August 28, 2003, when he received a call to deliver 2 pizzas to 8631 Peach Street. However, just under 2 hours later, he was outside of a bank he had just robbed, surrounded by police. He had a collar around his neck with a bomb mounted to it, and due to police negligence in calling the bomb squad on time, it was detonated, unfortunately killing Wells and putting a fist-sized hole through his chest. So what happened in this case? This was all the work of Marjorie Deal Armstrong. Deal and a gang of fellow criminals kidnapped Wells at his planned delivery location and mounted the bomb on him. They then gave him a list of convoluted scavenger hunts, the first of which was the bank robbery that he successfully completed. However, after being surrounded by the police, the collar bomb was detonated by Deal and her gang as Wells had failed to perform the tasks in the given time limit. In reality, Deal wanted the money from the bank to pay off a hitman to kill her father and receive an even larger inheritance. The entire plot is very convoluted, and you can learn more about it in the documentary called Evil Genius if you're interested. I highly recommend it. Well, this case isn't technically about a murderer, but I put it in with the other two because it's just so insanely creepy and disturbing. Anatoly Moskvin was a Russian linguist who was widely regarded as a genius by his peers. However, languages and history weren't the only thing Moskvin was obsessed with. He also had an uncontrollable compulsion for dolls. Yes, he kept several life-size dolls that he himself constructed in his free time, all made in the likeness of young girls and women. Although at first it may seem like just an off-putting hobby, this collection turned out to be something darker. Much, much darker. All these dolls were made of the decomposed remains of girls and women aged 3 to 25. Moskvin hadn't killed these people, he had just exhumed their bodies from cemeteries around his apartment in Novgorod, Russia. These dolls would then be used by Moskvin as companions and even occasional lovers. As a 13-year-old, Moskvin was forced to kiss an 11-year-old girl's corpse by adults at her funeral. This sparked his eventual attraction towards dead bodies. After authorities raided Moskvin's apartment and found 29 of these life-size dolls, he was arrested and tried. He was found to suffer from paranoid schizophrenia and has spent the rest of his life in mental health care facilities. Israel Keyes is a serial killer who was active from 1998 to 2012. He was involved in Satanism and left drawings of several demonic entities and skulls in his jail cell after killing himself. Those drawings are made with his own blood, by the way. His arrest finally came after his murder of Samantha Koenig. However, this crime would go down as his most infamous and disturbing due to a ransom photo he sent to Samantha's parents to try to get them to pay him $30,000 for her safe return. In this photo, Samantha can be seen staring at the camera while Keyes holds up a newspaper with a date on it to prove that she's still alive. The only problem is that in this photograph, Samantha was no longer alive. Keyes had already killed her, and he used a fishing line to sew her eyes open to try to extort the money out of her parents. Keyes was promptly easily arrested for using Samantha's credit card after murdering her, and then he was sent to jail, and then to prison, and then to hell, where he belongs. Well, we got that out of the way, which I think is good, because that was definitely the most unsettling part of the video. I hope you're still with us. I totally understand if you're not, though. Now we're going to be talking about monsters. These are real people, allegedly, that may even be more brutal and sadistic than the ones we just discussed, but they're from such a bygone era that the nature of their crimes has become somewhat mythic, and they've gone down as, unfortunately, horror icons.
which is something that eventually we might have to take a look at it as a society, but it's Halloween, so let's enjoy them. Gilles de Rais, or Gilles de Rais, I'm still not entirely sure how to pronounce that, was a French nobleman and military commander who fought alongside Joan of Arc against the English in the early 1400s as part of the 100 Years' War. After retiring from service, Gilles started exploring his personal faith, constructing a chapel and designing his own holy robes. On the flip side, however, he also became terribly interested in the occult, which brought him into contact with famed Italian alchemist Francois Prelati. Under Prelati's tutelage, Gilles became obsessed with summoning a demon named Baron, and began assaulting and murdering children to accomplish this, often keeping their organs in glass vials to offer as sacrifices to the demon. These experiments continued for years, with Gilles inventing several unique ways to torture his victims, and I can't really get into details here because they're children and their ways that he did this are just horrific and absolutely brutal, but there are accounts out there if you're interested in that for some reason. Anyways, in the end, Gilles was captured, his wealth was stripped from him, and he was executed by his peers. Since his death, he's been somewhat immortalized, both as a ghostly sorcerer in the Fate series, and also more infamously as the storybook villain Bluebeard. In the story, Bluebeard is a serial killer, much like his historical inspiration, Gilles de Rais. Judge Holden is the primary antagonist of the very, very, very violent novel Blood Meridian by Cormac McCarthy, any discussion of which is probably immediate grounds for demonetization. Not that I had any hopes that this video would be monetized in the first place, but we're doing this not for money, but for the Halloween spirit. Anyways, Holden is the second in command of the Glanton Gang, a group of mercenaries who spend the story traveling along the border between Texas and Mexico in 1850, murdering indigenous Americans, Mexicans, and Texans, at first on orders from the Texan governor, but later in the story out of pure greed, insanity, and sadism. In the story, the judge is described as being massive, nearly 7 feet tall, pale white, and completely hairless. He's talented at almost everything, from science to music to magic, and incredibly intellectually gifted. He's also brutal, taking joy in victimizing children and animals in terrible ways. Many readers tend to interpret the judge as being some kind of supernatural entity, a demon or Gnostic archon who embodies war and the colonial violence the story is based off. Fans of literature often consider him to be the single most evil character in fictional history, but where this gets really scary is that the Glanton Gang was actually a real group of people, and many of its members are mentioned in detail by Samuel Chamberlain in his memoir, My Confession: Recollections of a Rogue. Chamberlain was a soldier in the Mexican-American War who briefly traveled with the Glanton Gang. One particular individual he came across, who he remembers absolutely despising, was allegedly the real-life Judge Holden. He describes him as follows. The second in command, now left in charge of the camp, was a man of gigantic size who rejoiced in the name of Holden, called Judge Holden of Texas. Who or what he was, no one knew, but a cooler, more blooded villain never went unhung. He stood 6'6" in his moccasins, had a large fleshy frame, a dull tallow-colored face destitute of hair and all expression, always cool and collected. But when a quarrel took place and blood shed, his hog-like eyes would gleam with a sullen ferocity worthy of the countenance of a fiend. Terrible stories were circulated in camp of horrid crimes committed by him when bearing another name in the Cherokee Nation in Texas. And before we left Fronteras, a little girl of 10 years was found in the chaparral valley, violated and murdered. The mark of a huge hand on her little throat pointed him out as the ravisher, as no other man had such a hand. But though all suspected, no one charged him with the crime. He was by far the best educated man in northern Mexico. Yikes. Finally, we have Dracula, who is a real contender for the most famous fictional character of all time. But before he was the final boss in several video games or a vampire in Bram Stoker's novel, he was the real-life ruler of Wallachia in the 1400s. Vlad and his brother Radu the Handsome were held hostage by the Ottoman Empire as children to force their father into loyalty. Upon his return to Wallachia with Hungarian backing, Vlad became a brutal tyrant. He invented several tortures, the most famous of which was impaling people on giant wooden stakes, which is of course where he gets his name Vlad the Impaler from.
After impaling Ottoman dignitaries who approached him trying to make him echo his father's loyalties, an insurrectionary force was mounted with the intent of making Radu the new ruler of Wallachia. This culminated in a final battle on the cliff sides of Dracula's castle between the brothers. Just kidding. That did not happen. But I'm sure if it did, that would make for a great fantasy novel. Anyways, Vlad would return to conquer Wallachia a couple more times until his death in battle with his eternal adversaries and childhood captors, the Ottomans, in 1476. So he was eventually usurped several times. So I'm pretty sure that Vlad, although maybe not technically a criminal in his time, is a criminal by every single modern standard, a terrible war criminal whose brutality and barbaric treatment of foreigners and his own citizens is brutal. Here are a couple examples. 2 merchants once visited Dracula, and due to personal and religious reasons refused to remove their hats in his presence. Dracula was so incensed by this that as a display of respect for their religion, he had their hats permanently nailed to their heads. Apparently, Dracula was so drunk with power that he would place a valuable golden chalice in Wallachian towns. His citizens were so afraid of him that no one dared to steal or touch it, and each chalice remained where it was placed until Dracula himself had it removed. His obsession with impalement was so severe that visitors to places his armies had been would often describe them as forests of death, where thousands of people stood on stakes like trees, and entire fields smelled like rotting flesh. Vlad apparently also enjoyed collecting blood that dripped off of his victims' bodies in bowls and dipping bread into it before eating, which I guess is where a lot of the vampire stuff comes from. Yeah, overall Dracula was not a very nice guy. Maybe it was a mistake to make him one of the most fictional and legendary characters in history. Well, that's the end of that. The world is a really freaking scary place, but only by confronting the terror can you truly come to grips with the momentary joys, I guess. Anyways, speaking of momentary joys, this is a moment that we only get to take joy in once a year, so for the final time, happy Halloween! Guys, I'm actually coming back at you with one last thing. So while I was researching for this video, I discovered something really frightening. There have been several disappearances. Boo. And that was what happened. No. I was going to do another topic video, right, on disturbing governments and corporation stuff, but I'm not really a poli-sci person. I'm more religious studies and a bit of a STEM foundation, mostly media and entertainment, stories, which is what this is about. And I didn't want to tackle something as potentially controversial as disturbing government and corporation stuff without having the proper grounding. So, for the first time, I'm going to just tell a story, and without any further ado, let's just begin. This is my own personal story, and it's probably the most unsettling thing that was happening to me over a course of years, actually. And I'll start by saying that I think there's something foundational for people, especially people who grew up in a rural or suburban area, not in a city. There's something foundational about your local woods, and that was certainly the case for me. And it officially starts when I was 12 years old, but I'll tell you about when I was 7. And to get the orientation of the woods, I'm going to put a map graphic up on screen because the woods are very large and there's a lot of facets to this. But basically, parallel to the woods at the bottom is a public park. And I was sitting on the park on the swings with my friend who we'll call the Muscle. I'm going to be using pseudonyms. I don't know why. I don't think my friends would care about anonymity, but it makes it seem a bit more, 80s Stephen King. So this was my friend the Muscle and I, and we were just swinging on the swings. And we saw
a silvery disc kind of object just float down into the tree line of the woods. Really could have been anything, being logical. Could have been a balloon. Could have been, I don't know, could have been a trick on our eyes, but of course to us, UFO. So that's where it kind of starts. But the first really strange thing happened when I was 12 years old. So there's the woods there, it's kind of a central point of the town. Underneath there's the park. Both the park and the woods are vertically parallel to a golf course that always seemed to be under construction. I'm sure if I went back to my hometown now, it would still be under construction. So since like 75% of this golf course was under construction and torn to bits, with just a bunch of junk strewn about it, my friends and I called it the Scrap Wasteland, and it was private. So one day, in winter, my friends and I decided to hop the fence to the Scrap Wasteland. It was a beautiful snowy day out, and it was just this kind of, tarred up, varnished land, this snowy plains with bits of metal sticking out from the ground every which way. We were just walking, just having a bit of a day, and then we came upon this tree, and the tree was dried out like everything else in the Scrap Wasteland. But what was odd was that there was like stalks of dried corn hanging from the branches of this tree, like someone had purposefully gone around the tree in a circle and tied bits of corn to it, and they were just there swaying in the wind, this dried corn. We were just kind of looking at it, puzzled. And my cousin, who was a bit of a wild man, or at that time wild 12-year-old, still a bit wild, but he tore one of the pieces of the corn out, and he just looked at us and said, "Fuck it," and started eating it. And in my mind, I was a huge horror guy, I was big into fantasy sci-fi, so immediately my mind went, oh, cursed, he's cursed. But I'm his family, and a curse is also kind of epic, so I decided I can't let my cousin get cursed and not place that on myself. That would just make me a bad cousin. So I also tore a piece of corn off the tree and started to eat it. And then the rest of our friends followed suit, and we were all just standing there on this private wasteland eating this dried corn together. I was 12 years old. Fast forward 4 years. So I'm 16, I'm in high school, and I'm with another friend, let's call him Bubba, and Bubba and I are just walking through the streets of the town together at night. And the town is weird, okay, because the town is like orange streetlights at night, 6 p.m., everybody's in their house, no one goes outside. So Bubba and I were feeling a bit secluded. We're just walking through the streets of our empty town under these orange ambient streetlights. And we see the entrance to the woods from the town coming up, because the woods has several entrances. Like I said, it's kind of a central point of the town. And so we say, let's just go into the woods at night. This wasn't odd or uncommon for us. The woods at night always felt like the biggest adventure that you could have in the town, so we started to go into the woods. And there are houses on a row up to the entrance of the woods on either side of the street. And on the house that was closest to the entrance, right next to the entrance, when we passed by it, we started to hear this music. And it was like this kind of opera music, but it sounded like it was coming from a record player. And the record player was a bit broken or something, so it was scratchy. It was like, that's terrible. Yeah, I was like breaking up, like, but yeah, terrible. I gotta find like a sound effect or something to throw in there. Otherwise, I'm not gonna be able to do that repeatedly. But anyways, so we heard that, and the only thing going through our mind was, sucks for those people that their record player is broken. And so we entered the woods. And now let me describe the path of the woods. The woods had a circular path. So from our entrance from the town, and any other entrance, you go in, you walk around. Eventually, after a while, you'll find yourself back at that entrance, unless you take some of the inner paths, which we'll get to later. So we go in onto the circular path, and we go about 20% of the way through, and there are some benches there. It's kind of like a rest stop. So we're there on the benches, just sitting, and eventually Bubba says to me, "Hey, do you hear that? That sounds like the music." "What music?" "Oh, like the music that we were hearing at the entrance of the woods." I'm like, Bubba's either pulling my chain or he's spooking himself out. So I'm like, that's impossible. We're way into the woods now. And so Bubba's just kind of like, okay, I guess it's impossible. So we walk. We get halfway through the woods, the 50% mark. And this point is like an open field that parallels a road. And across the road, there is a private preserve. So we're in this open field, and we're walking, and both of us just stop, because now we both hear the music. But logically, if this music had somehow traveled all the way to where we were, it should have been coming from the direction we just came from the path we had been walking the entire time, since that was where the house was. But it wasn't. It was coming from the complete opposite direction of the woods. Bubba and I looked at each other, and we were like, nope, not dealing with that. And we started to run, because this was scary. Like, this made no logical sense to us. So we were running, and the music when we were running sounded like, like steps behind us. Like it was getting louder and louder, chasing us, like it didn't want us to get away. And we ran all the way back through the freaking woods, and we got out onto the town, and it didn't stop. But we were calmer on the streets of the town, obviously, because we weren't there dead at night in the woods. But this music was still there, and it would now be like dancing from one side of the street to the other. It would be there, over there behind a house, and then it would be at the end of the street. And we were too scared to even approach it, so we were just like, let's take the closest path back to my house. And we did, so we got back to my house, avoiding the music as best as we could, but it was still like circling us like some kind of bird of prey. So that was that night, 16 years old. The next day, I call my friend who, let's call him Care Bear, because I know that that's going to piss him off if he ever hears this. So I call Care Bear, and I say, listen, Care Bear, there is some weird, like, grave encounters, because that was his favorite movie at the point, shit happening in the woods. You want to come hang out so we can go? So Care Bear came over to my house, and the two of us just walked over and entered the woods from the town entrance again. And so we're walking. Nothing's happening. We pass the benches, the rest stop. Nothing happens. And we get all the way around 50% of the way again into the open field. And we hear it. But now it's not coming from that direction, from the opposite direction, as it was the other night. Now it's coming from behind us, across the fence to the golf course, or the scrap wasteland. And that is like, the 50% mark is a straight path from the fence, basically. So we can almost see it. So we walk over to the fence, and we get down on our hands and knees, and we're just peeking through, looking in the direct path to where this music should have been coming from, right at this tree in the scrap wasteland. Not the same tree as the corn. That would just be too much. But we're looking at this other tree in the scrap wasteland, and we don't see anything, but that is literally where this music is coming from. Keep in mind, this time the music was like
singing, like this light singing, similar to the night before, but it wasn't as distorted. So we just hop the fence, because, that's the logical next step, and we start walking across the scrap wasteland to investigate. And all of a sudden, Care Bear just turns around and sprints back to the fence and jumps over. And I'm startled. I'm freaked out. So I turn around and I follow him, run back over the fence, hop it, and we're both in the woods. He's calmed down, and I'm just like, dude, what was that? And he tells me, I was walking, and I heard just like a pop in my ear, like a voice, like a yell or something, like a ah! And so he came and ran back over the fence. Or at least that is what I recall him telling me at the time. Anyways, the two of us leave the woods because we're thoroughly freaked out. And then we go over to my cousin's house. And I'm like, cousin, there is some weird, like, trick or treat, because that, I think, was his favorite movie at the time, shit happening in the woods. We should go back tonight. And my cousin is a skeptic, so he was like, yeah, sure, okay, let's go back tonight. And so we do. That night at around 11 o'clock or closer to midnight, because, that's when the prime hours are, we went back in through the entrance from the town, and we walk 50% of the way, bam, right, maybe in the exact same spot, we hear the music again. And this time it's not coming from the scrap wasteland. This time it's coming from the same direction it was coming from the first night that I encountered it. And so we're there looking at it, and we don't run, because I've heard this twice now, Care Bear's heard it once, my cousin is a bit of a skeptic, so he's still kind of figuring out how he feels. And we talk amongst ourselves, but eventually we arrive at the conclusion that we were definitely going to arrive at. We just lightly turn around, walk a couple of steps, and then run the hell out of there. Because the thing is, we were considering trying to track this music down, but from the 50% mark to like the 75% mark of the woods is just the darkest, dourest path. It has the most trees overhead, blocking out any sort of light. It's dark, it's creepy, it's scary just going there without whatever the hell this music was. So we decided we were definitely not taking that path to try to track it down. So that was night 3, and all of that took place on a weekend. So now, skip ahead a year, actually. So my senior year of high school. And I'm in my senior year, I've got the chip on my shoulder. I'm like, man, I want to freaking conquer my town. So I thought, you know what? I've always been scared of those woods, but I'm about to conquer my town, dude. I'm going to go to those woods at night, alone. And so I call up my friend Big D one weekend. That's what we're calling him, Big D. And I say, Big D, got any plans for this weekend? And he was like, no, trying to hang. And I was like, yeah, why don't we get the whole crew and just go out one night? And so Big D is like, yeah, let me get my crew. He's got a bit of a different crew than the people I usually hang out with. So no Care Bear, no Muscle, no Bubba, no Cousin, but I still like his crew. So I'm like, yeah, hell yeah, I'll go out with Big D's crew. Hell yeah. And he's like, okay, where should I pick you up? And I say, Big D, don't pick me up at my house. Pick me up from the woods. And Big D's like, the wood? You're gonna go into the woods alone? And I was like, yeah, I'm Big D now, Big D. And Big D was like, message received loud and clear. I'm gonna pick the man up from the woods. And so the plans were made. And that night, about, 10 o'clock. Yeah, probably 10 o'clock, because we were planning to go out, late at night and just kind of drive around. But about 10 o'clock, I head to the woods, because that's when Big D was going to pick me up, around 10:15.
No, around 10:30, because I still needed time to get it to the 20% mark. So I get to the 20% mark at around 10:15. So I've got 15 minutes before Big D calls me, and then I walk back out of the woods. Probably take around 10 minutes, so we just go out at 10:40. The point is, I'm here at the 20% mark, and I'm sitting there on the benches alone. And to that point in my life, I don't think I had ever been as freaked the hell out as I was. Every single acorn that dropped was, oh my God, what was that? But I was there. I was conquering my town. Couldn't move. Couldn't cowered out. So I was sitting there. And like 20 minutes pass. No call from Big D. So I called Big D and I'm like, hey Big D, where are you? And he's like, oh yeah, just rounding out the rest of the troops. We'll be there soon. Okay. Hang up. Still in the woods alone, just sitting there. A couple acorns dropped. Whoa, what was that? Just more of that, nothing more, nothing less. Another 20 minutes pass. So I call Big D again. Big D, where the hell are you, man? And Big D tells me, hey, listen, we're at the entrance to the woods from the town. We're kind of hovering out here. The car is parked, but we're not getting out. And I don't know if you should come out because there are like 2 cop cars right outside the entrance to the woods. And I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, there are 2 cop cars and they have their lights on. And at that moment, I saw what looked like 2 flashlight beams coming directly towards me from the path that leads to the entrance from the town. So 2 policemen with flashlights presumably headed directly my way. And the only thing in my mind was, whatever the hell they're in here looking for, if they see me sitting on this bench alone at like 11 o'clock in the freaking buck-ass woods at night, they're gonna think it's me. So I get up and I run. And I run to one of the entrances to the woods from the public park that's beneath it. And I get out on the public park. And the public park is swarmed with policemen with flashlights looking all around. I don't have anything shiny or, reflective on me. And I think I was wearing all black, which would have made getting caught even worse. But I'm looking, but they can't see me because of that. But I can certainly see all of them. So I run back into the woods, and I run all the way around to the 50% mark to where the road is. And I get out on the road. So I'm out of the woods, clear of any suspicion, and I call Big D. And Big D comes and picks me up on the road. And, we didn't really, we shot the shit about it, like, oh, that was pretty weird, but it wasn't a big thing. But despite me getting over it and just moving on and having fun, there was still that itch in the back of my mind. Because I was thinking, like, they weren't looking for me in there that night. So, whatever they were looking for, the entire time I was sitting there alone, it was in there with me. And that unsettled me. Fast forward a couple of months. So we're getting close to all of us going away for college. And I'm out to dinner with Care Bear and a couple of girls. And, we want to impress the girls. So we tell them about the woods and the weird kind of thing that happened in there. And when I brought up the part where we ran out because Care Bear heard, we ran out of the scrap wasteland because Care Bear heard that loud noise in his ear, he kind of looked at me and he was like, Is that what I said? And I was like, yeah, that's what I remember you saying. And he was like, okay. Yeah, I guess that's what I said. And then we just kind of went on, both of us telling the story together. But then after the dinner, Care Bear and I got back into our car. I think it was Care Bear's car. Alone. The girls weren't there. And he said, dude, that's not what happened to me that day. When we got to the scrap wasteland and we were looking at that tree because we thought that's where the music was coming from, When we turned the bend and got to the other side of the tree, I swear to you, I saw something sitting there, cross-legged, rocking back and forth with just greasy, wet, black hair all over it. And Care Bear is like one of my best friends, so he doesn't really bullshit me like that, and even if he did, he would tell me eventually that it was a joke within the night, and he didn't. So, I believe him. And we look at each other, and we're thinking, you know what? All of this confusion just means one thing. We do need to go back to those woods tonight to brush up on whatever the hell is going on there. So we go. And we walk in through the town entrance as per usual. We circle the bend, get to the 50% mark, and nothing happened. But we're looking at the road, and across from the road is like this huge, expansive private preserve. That is also the woods, but it's like the woods I've been talking about, but times 10. And on the other end, it ends in a beach with some sand dunes and just the open water. And we're looking at the fence to that private preserve across the road. And we're like, nothing's really happening in the regular woods tonight. Let's just go crazy and just hop the fence into the preserve. And we do. So we go to the preserve. The preserve is on the regular when there's no creepy music in the woods. The preserve has the regular woods beat by a freaking country mile when it comes to creepiness. The preserve is dead dark. And like I said, the woods are kind of a central facet of the town. So you get the orange streetlights peeking in and you get the sounds of cars. But the preserve is not. The preserve is out there. In fact, it's so out there that it's not, stereotypically silent. It's actually like constantly awash with the sounds of different animals. So we're just walking through listening to freaking, I don't know what animals calling each other, thinking, oh yeah, we fucked up. But we had to take a circular path to get back to the entrance. Anyways, it was kind of like the regular woods, except much longer. So we take the circular path. The circular path leads us over the sand dunes. And we're walking over the sand dunes looking at the water, a beautiful sight. We didn't want to go down to the beach because that would involve falling off the sand dunes. So we're just walking the path on the sand dunes. And we heard it. For the first time in, a year. I mean, even more than a year, we heard it. We heard the singing. And we're like, no way. So we just follow it, and it leads us back to the entrance to the preserve, hop the fence, avoid the guards, which made it even more exciting. Like 2 things we have to deal with now. But we hop the fence, we go back to the regular woods, because that's where it leads us, and it leads us all the way to the public park, because we're following it now, right? Like, we're curious, we're already scared out of our wits, we're on the private preserve, there's nowhere we can run, so we followed it. And in following it, we discovered that the closer and closer you get to this music, the further and further away it gets. And so we started to test it. So when we got to the public park, we stopped following it, and it just kind of held constant. And, okay, one of the creepier things to note is that this night, the singing was different. It wasn't like the operatic singing, and in fact, it wasn't really anything close to singing at all. It was like popular songs that you would hear on the radio. I'm not going to sing or mimic or play any of them for copyright reasons, but it was popular songs you would hear on the radio. Like that night it was Island in the Sun and a couple of other ones, except they were being played or like sung or whatever or mimicked in a minor key. So it would be like the song, but it would be a distorted, unfamiliar version of it, but just familiar enough to get you interested. So we would walk towards it, we would stop, it would stay constant, and then we would test it even more. We would start to walk away from it, and when we walked away from it, it went back to its old behavior of following us. It was almost as if this thing wasn't hunting us, but it was just curious about us, and it wanted to learn more, just like we wanted to learn more about it. And eventually we just got tired out, because this thing, it would be like the same distance from us constantly. Like we walked towards it, it would be that far away. We walked away from it, it would be that close, but still that far away. So we got tired, and we said screw it, and we went home. A couple of weeks passed. Now we're in August. We're right on the cusp of leaving for college, all of us. And it's Care Bear's birthday. And this birthday was kind of a shitty one, because I was depressed about something, Care Bear was depressed about something. I can't remember exactly what, but we were both high schoolers, so it probably had to do with girls. But yeah, we were just looking at each other and we were like, man, we need some adrenaline. You know what, tonight, let's just get off our asses and go to the freaking woods. Because we were interested. We had this kind of scientific experiment with the music a couple of weeks before, so we wanted to see if we could get it to act up again. So that night, around 11:30 or whatever, happy birthday to Care Bear, we got up and we headed to the entrance to the woods from the town. And we get there, and we take 2 steps into the woods, and I had, no matter, like, I was already depressed, but I had like a horrid feeling 2 steps in. It was like my stomach just dropped. And I looked at Care Bear and I was like, man, I feel awful. And he was like, yeah, dude, me too. Like, I feel so much worse just coming into the woods. It was really like in scuba diving, they have a term, thermocline, which is when you pass a certain point and the temperature just dramatically drops. It was like that, except with like sadness and depression and fear. And so we're like, I want to keep going, we came here for the fun. And so we take a couple of more steps, and the woods on this specific night were looking like dark as hell. I don't know what it was, the orange street lights were blocked out that night, but the path looked so dark. So we took a couple of more steps in, but we're anxious, we're hesitant. We took a couple of more steps in, like 30 steps into the woods. From the center of the woods, we hear a horrible noise. It sounds like the most pain-induced moan I had ever heard in my entire life. Like, I'm gonna try to do it here. I'll probably add a VFX over it, or SFX, because it's gonna sound like a stereotypical ghost sound effect. It was just like, it was just, for as like hockey, cheesy, and stereotypical as that sounded, this was like one of the worst things I've ever heard in my life. It sounded like immense pain, but the person couldn't decide whether or not they enjoyed it. It was just weird. And me and Care Bear looked at each other and we were like, that's it, we're out. Because that gave me an awful feeling. And that was the last time I went into the woods at night. But it wasn't the last time I went into the woods, period. Because a couple of days after that, I was dog sitting for a family dog. And now this is like I think I might have been leaving for college in like a couple of days. So it was the last spare few days in my hometown. And the dog is a German Shepherd, so it's basically a freaking wolf. And it was one day that I had to dog sit for it. But it's a German Shepherd, it needs a place to walk, and the only place around that a big freaking shambling ass animal like that could walk was, of course, the woods. So I, a bit hesitantly, took the dog for a walk in the woods that day. So I mentioned the inner paths in the woods, and I mentioned the center. This center is interesting because it was kind of a fixture for us. We called it the pit. And that was because when we were younger, the town was dumping a bunch of sand in there. I don't know why. So we called it the sand pit. But then the town, like, over time, just gradually started to dump just shit in there. Like, just random stuff, like mildew, like old compost. And it started to smell awful. So it went from the sand pit to the pit. And even when it was the sand pit, I never liked the pit. I didn't like going there. I never went there at night. And when it started to smell horrible, it just turned me off from it even more. The place just gave me a bad vibe. But German Shepherd is strong. And when you're walking a full-grown German Shepherd, wherever the German Shepherd wants to walk, you're going. And it pulled me into the pit. And it's unpleasant because not only do I dislike the place, but you have to walk through a bunch of shrubbery to get there. There's not like a really established path. It's from the inner paths, some of which are nice, but some of which are more what you would call homebrew paths. And so the German Shepherd pulls me in, and I'm standing there in the pit with it. And we're looking at just this like dead area of the woods that's just got all this crap laid all over it. And we see something. We see a little thing with what I would describe as a reddish color, about the size of a fox. But it was hopping on its hind legs, and its front arms were like close. I couldn't really see them, but they looked like they were close up to the body, like kind of like a T-Rex arm. And it was hopping. It had the physicality of like a kangaroo, but like I was from the South, but the American South, so like we're not that far south. It definitely wasn't a kangaroo, and it was too small, and it was weird. It was like it had this musculature to it, and it was hopping, and it was making this noise, this awful noise, like it was like it was laughing, but it couldn't get the laughs out because it had holes in its lungs or something. I don't know. That's just the way I thought of it. So me and the German Shepherd just watched this little, like, impish thing hop across the pit and then disappear into the tree line on the other side. This German Shepherd, if it sees a squirrel, it's all out war. I'm not unconvinced that it wouldn't, like, chase a fly throughout the entire freaking state. It is the most finicky, anxious. If it sees an animal, it's barking after it, just chasing it. It was looking at this thing, stone silent, and it was standing perfectly still. And again, I had an itch, but it was worse. Because, like, at the back of my mind, there was this itch, and it's crazy. You're going to think I'm crazy, but I had this feeling because I was just looking at this creature's hind legs and it was hopping away from me, that I really didn't want it to turn around and look at me, because I thought if it did look at me, it would have a face that was like human-like. And I was like convinced in the back of my mind when I was looking at this creature that if it turned around and looked at me, its face would look exactly the same as mine. Yeah, I'm fucking crazy. I know. That's just the feeling it gave me. But yeah, that's my story. And after that, I certainly never went into those woods again. That just gave me a terrible feeling. Anyways, main thing is, I know sometimes in my videos I talk a lot about the supernatural, but I also talk a lot about STEM. And I know sometimes I might come off as conceited when it comes to the supernatural, because there's a lot of crazy theories, and we have to take a rational approach when talking about it. Otherwise, we kind of lose credibility. But make absolutely no mistake, I do believe that, in the woods or in bodies of water, out there in space, even sometimes like in between the freaking cracks and holes in your own home, that there is something. And I think what I saw that day was just a small part of that. That's got to be 4 different keep out signs over there. Oh, nope. She's already getting back in the car. You just got to give her a neck scratch. She'll forgive you for everything. Oh, to 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 to. Oh, to 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 to. Oh, to 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 to. That's my little doggy. She was 19. She just recently passed. It's very upsetting, of course. I think losing the first dog might be one of the most upsetting things in life, but I can't help but be inspired by how adventurous she was. Even at 19, 18 years old, she would still always be willing to get in the car, and like you saw, go to the most interesting places, take her on little walks, and sometimes it seems like that was what was keeping her going for so long, those walks and adventures, because adventure is the best part of life, right? Life is the great adventure. And she was a great adventurer, but I am not a great adventurer, I've realized. I am a young guy, and I really haven't gone on any major adventures in life, but today we're changing that. You know, the format where I sit down and talk about little creepy factoids is cool, but it's not very, how do you say, mobile. And today we're going mobile. We're going to be finding out a lot of things about each other. I don't even know if you guys know whether or not I have legs.
Oh, I got him.
The title is pretty self-explanatory. Road trip to 4 select locations in the United States of America that I believe are creepy or unsettling. And the road trip is a hallmark of American youth. I'm about to experience it for the first time, and it will be interesting because I'm not a good driver. Hopefully, we don't get any of that on camera, though.
The first stretch of our journey takes us from my hometown in South Carolina to its northern counterpart. The Devil's Tramping Ground, or Devil's Circle, is an infamous piece of American supernatural lore that lies in the woodlands of Bear Creek, North Carolina. The most bizarre feature of this spot, and one that remains a genuine scientific anomaly to this day, is the 50 by 50 foot dirt circle at its center. No greenery has grown in this almost perfectly circular location for as long as people have known about it, despite it being otherwise surrounded by grass and trees. And although several scientists have ventured into the circle by daylight to collect soil samples, no explanation has been found for why nothing grows here. I specify by daylight because the barren circle isn't the only strange part of the grounds. Legends dictate that camping within the circle past midnight will have you hearing all kinds of strange noises, including the sound of hooves stamping around your tent in a circle, and dogs that are brought there will bark and flee. Items left within the circle will also find themselves tossed out of it by dawn, all of this leading to local theories that the circle has been claimed by the devil himself, and he spends his nights there pacing and making his wicked plans.
Alright, we are now about 2 minutes walking distance from the Devil's Tramping Ground / Devil's Circle. The activity in this place usually happens around midnight to 3 o'clock in the morning, which is traditional, quote-unquote, witching hours. It is now 1 o'clock in the morning, and I am going in alone with only this flashlight. And it also, unfortunately, is kind of pouring outside. But I gotta do it for my dog who died. No regrets.
I was not at all expecting the rain. This was terrible planning on my part. It's private property? What a devil move. I'm sure that nobody will mind if we just sneak right past there, though. Okay. Yeah, this is the area where nothing has grown. And is that some firewood being put down for a fire? Like new firewood? As in they were planning to make a fire here until it started raining? That's horrifying. It's hard to tell if it's working when you flip the angle around. That thing's working. Boo! And the rain in the Devil's Circle certainly does no favors for the hair. We're not going to be staying out here for long, especially because I'm not keen to run into whoever set up whatever's going on in that campfire over there. I'm not sure when they'll be back. And the snail in the middle makes me a little nervous. There's a certain entity that we've covered in some of our past videos who's associated with spirals. Might have something to do with that. Anyways, while I do have you out here in this sacred place, whatever the opposite of that is, just know that the story is the most important thing in life, right? Fame and money are temporary. Stories are the only thing that can last forever and become truly immortal. So, I would like to share a creepy story with you. In the 9th episode, I shared with you all some of the details of my childhood and a particularly interesting supernatural entity that my friends and I kept coming into contact with. However, we live in real life, in the real world, so for some of you that story will probably fall flat. Ghost stories are only ever as scary as a person's willing to let them be, but when a fellow human being is the perpetrator, it hits much closer to home. Being followed or stalked is an unpleasant experience, and one that my friend, who we'll call Toadstool, and I unfortunately ran into one night. Alright, get the map of my hometown back up on screen. The winter before college started, Toadstool and I would often stay up until 4 o'clock in the morning playing video games, before finishing the night off with a chilly walk. Being a small town, all of the local stores were closed. However, thanks to the blessings of rampant consumerism, there was a Dunkin' Donuts all the way on the other end of town at the edge of our main street that was open 24/7. The path there was around 40 minutes long. It took us down a central hill for a loop around the large pond that made its home at the center of our town, up another hill that passed the library, and through our iconic main street, all the way to the edge where the Dunkin' Donuts signaled the end of our home and the beginning of the highway. So we were off, freezing away while we walked past the apartments. When we came up past the pond, we saw a silhouette of a tall man standing at the edge of the water far from where the trail we were on took us. A bit bizarre at 4 in the morning for sure, but it's not like we were the only ones who lived in the whole town. Something a lot more bizarre was waiting for us when we finally got to our safe haven in Dunkin' Donuts. Since it was open all night, it was a popular spot for loiterers, who typically tended to be the disenfranchised or less mentally stable citizens of our town. On this particular night, an elderly, disheveled man with eyes that looked nearly pure red sat at the table right next to the counter, holding a pool noodle out in front of him in a defensive position like a sword. When he saw me and Toadstool, he started to wave it around and mumble under his breath, as if he was warding us away. We ordered our donut holes and left, and ran into the disheveled man with his pool noodle one more time by the train station on our path back towards the pond. He had probably followed us, and when we saw him, he sputtered some curse words out at us and rushed away, not wanting to be seen. It was fine. There were plenty of people like that in town, and they never ended up being any real trouble. But he wasn't the only one who followed us that night. We took the circular path around the pond. The silhouette was gone, and the town was completely vacant now. The pond held fond memories for us. It was common to go netting for minnows there as a kindergartner, then race carton boats built in tech class as a 4th or 5th grader, and finally, and most unbelievably, the entire town used to encircle the pond when it was most frozen over at the height of winter and go ice skating together. That practice has long since been abandoned for pretty blatant safety violations. Anyways, the pond disappeared behind us as we made it to the apartment complex, and it was there, as we weaved in between the different buildings and made towards the hill, towards my street, that Toadstool told me under his breath, "Yo, don't make it obvious, but if you look, there's someone behind us." I slowly turned to take a quick look, and sure enough, there was a tall, very well-built, bald man walking about 5 yards behind us. I turned back and assured Toadstool that it was just another person walking home. As we got to the base of the hill, I turned around again and saw that the man was gone. At ease, I leaned into Toadstool's ear and whispered, "Do not turn around. He is right behind us." Yeah, you know, that's what best friends are for. Toadstool's eyes lit up with fear, and I enjoyed it for just a moment before I let the joke drop and told him that the man was gone. But then he wasn't. A quarter of the way up the hill, we both turned as we heard footsteps behind us, and the bald man was trailing us again, around 4 yards behind us this time. We started speed walking, and then halfway up the hill decided to cross the street. We looked down, and the man was crossing the street at the exact same time, at the exact same pace. Toadstool and I only had to give each other a knowing glance before breaking into a sprint together, clearing the rest of the hill and turning right towards my street. We got to the corner that met the street my house was on a dead end. Right before we turned to enter, however, we ducked behind a large tree and waited to see if the man was still following us. At this point, Toadstool informed me that he thought he had seen the man sneaking around cars while following us up the hill, as if he was hiding from us while we checked if he was still there. After a minute or two, we were satisfied that the man had given up and returned to my house. And of course, the door was locked. I called my parents, who had locked it up on the assumption that we were heading out to stay at Toadstool's for the night. And the minute that my mom came to unlock the door and let us in, I panicked and pushed all 3 of us into the house, locking the door behind us and turning off the lights. Out of the corner of my eye, just as my mom had opened the door, I spotted feet shuffling underneath the plants that lined the entrance to my dead-end street. My mom, Toadstool, and I watched from inside the darkness of my house as the bald man lumbered down the street, peering from one side to the other in search of us. The most disturbing part came at the very end. When the man reached the fence that marked the dead end, he started to shuffle around the large bushes that were growing there, as if he expected to find Toadstool and I hiding inside of them. After no success, he turned around and slowly made his way back up my street, then turned and continued on the road that leads to the hill. Now, all of this to say, there's likely some kind of benign explanation for what that man wanted with us that night. He could very well have been some kind of neighborhood watch who thought Toadstool and I, being young, scrappy-looking teenagers, were up to no good. But if that's the case, I can't help but wonder why there was all the cloak and dagger in his actions, when a neighborhood watch should by all means have the authority to just shout over at us the minute they had spotted us. Anyways, the questions lingering from that night still unsettled me. Was he that man who was standing by the pond? The silhouette had been a similar height and build, and the features were too vague to make out whether or not it had hair. And, of course, the most important question of all, what on earth did he want with us? All I know is if he wasn't some kind of law enforcement, then he likely had less than noble intentions.
Let's fucking bounce. The rain's getting aggro. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh. Okay. Oh, God.
Oh, baby. I just had the monster sub from Subway, and it was extreme. I also had some yodels. We all know the rules. On a road trip, calories don't count. The monster sub was a good little new menu item. This is not sponsored by Subway, but I do recommend it. We are about to go see a monster, hopefully, because we're headed to a destination that I have always wanted to visit since I was a little kid. I'm very excited. I saw it for the first time on a show called Lost Tapes that was on Animal Planet. I'm pretty sure it was on Animal Planet.
Do you believe? Lost Tapes.
Which is weird because Animal Planet marketed itself as like a scientifically grounded network. So that can only lead me to believe that the monster that they were talking about in that episode is in fact real and extreme. Anyways, Let's get on the road. The second place on our roadmap is a lot larger than the Devil's Circle. It spans multiple miles, so we'll only get to check out a small portion of it. This leg of the journey takes us further up the eastern seaboard as we cross over several state lines this time and move from the south of the United States into the north of the United States. This town ain't big enough for the two of us. It's actually not appropriate. We're not in the South anymore. We are in New Jersey. And if you are an absolute freak, you already know where we are. The New Jersey Pine Barrens, which is one of the holy grails of American paranormal investigation. So coveted that it's actually even worth it for some people like me to come to New Jersey. Wow, that's pretty crazy, I know. The New Jersey Pine Barrens, covering roughly 1.1 million acres or 1,700 square miles of New Jersey, are the largest remaining pine barrens on the eastern seaboard. Several settlements, like the one we're currently exploring, were propped up in the Pine Barrens, but due to the isolated nature of the woods, and perhaps the influence of something else that we'll be getting to later, they all failed and became ghost towns. Most remain standing deep in the barrens, seldom visited. Catnip. In modern times, the barrens have cultivated quite a reputation. Local gangs have been caught conducting business within the trees. The ghost towns give it a bit of an otherworldly flair. It's also been a convenient hiding place for murderers' victims on more than one occasion, but we all know that none of that would put it ahead over any of the other haunted locations in the United States. And the reason that the Pine Barrens are so uniquely infamous is because it's said that a monster lurks within. The JD, not short for Jersey Devil, was so ingrained in New Jersey's history that there was actually a bounty for around $20,000 on its head into the late 1900s. And I think the bounty might still stand as kind of a gag, but before it was there because people actually believed in the devil and thought that the Jersey Devil, or JD, represented a prominent threat to the people of NJ, or New Jersey. And that's because the Jersey Devil has a storied backstory which explains its mystic, otherworldly, and demonic behavior and power. The most popular fable about the Jersey Devil's origin takes place in the 1730s, when a resident of the Pine Barrens named Jane Leeds, also known as Mother Leeds, became pregnant with her 13th child. Being superstitious of the number, Mother Leeds was extremely paranoid and started to pray against the unborn child, claiming that it was going to be born as a son of the devil. As fate would have it, when she did finally give birth in the Pine Barrens on a dark and stormy night, the child exited the womb with a goat's head, bat wings, hooves, and a sharp tail. The newborn Jersey Devil then killed the entire Leeds family, including its 12 siblings, and flew out of their chimney to raise hell amongst the trees. Interestingly enough, there was a real-life Mother Leeds in 1736 named Deborah Leeds, whose husband, Japhet Leeds, named 12 children in a will that's been preserved by Jersey historians. There is no mention of their 13th and most infamous child, but while we're at it, let's talk about that number 13. I've yet to cover it in any of my videos. Where does the superstition around this number come from? Well, for Christians, the obvious jumps out immediately because there were 13 people present at the Last Supper, including the treacherous Judas Iscariot who was orchestrating the unfortunate events to come. Similarly, in Norse mythology, the god of mischief Loki is recorded as the 13th guest at the same dinner festival in the warrior's paradise of Valhalla that he orchestrates the murder of Balder at, who was a god of light with many similarities to Jesus Christ. 13 is also the number of the last Baktun, or period of time listed on the Mayan calendar, that was central to the 2012 apocalypse theory, which I'm sure we all have very fond memories of. Anyways, all of these factors have compounded in some people's psyches to the extent
that a medically diagnosable fear of the number 13 exists, known as triskaidekaphobia. Back to the Jersey Devil. Although the story of Mother Leeds is the most well-known origin for the beast, the Lenape people who originally inhabited the Pine Barrens long before European settlers arrived had an oral tradition surrounding a spirit called Msing, who often took the form of a bat-winged deer, which is eerily close to the modern cultural conception of the Jersey Devil. Oh yes. You know, a lot can be said about the American highway system and how it may or may not have vivisected the heartland of the country, but it is very convenient, and the Panda Express that it just led me to, simply fantastic. Anyways, we are on our way to our semi-final destination, and I think it's probably the holy grail when it comes to American ghost hunting and paranormal enthusiasm, as it was in fact the inspiration for one of the most influential horror franchises of all time, or at least its film adaptation. It's a common misconception that the Silent Hill franchise was inspired by the abandoned town we're headed to. It's actually only the charred, ash-ridden aesthetic of the first movie that borrowed from it. But that's neither here nor there, as Centralia, Pennsylvania was a hallmark of horror long before Silent Hill was. In the mid-1800s, the people in Centralia started what was to be their signature trade, when they built 2 coal mines underneath the town, later adding 3 more for a total of 5. Coal would remain Centralia's main export as it grew into a much larger population center, but the Great Depression bankrupted their then centralized Valley Coal Company, causing all 5 mines to be shut down. People still entered the tunnels underneath the town illegally to mine, however, which caused the structure to collapse at several points. All this, taking place in the early 1900s, would be a contributing factor to the most famous incident in Centralia's history. A massive coal fire that abruptly started in 1962 and quickly came to fill the entire labyrinth-like structure of the underground mines. What's most insane is that this fire is still burning to the modern day, and on my journey I met innkeepers in the nearby town of Ashland who told me that they have scientists regularly stay at their hotel. These scientists visit the mines to try and figure out a way to stop the fire, because it's been fostered in the tunnels underneath Centralia for so long that it's actually starting to spread underground to Ashland and all the other towns surrounding Centralia. If it does reach them, their populace will suffer the same fate as Centralia's. They would be evacuated by the state government and have their homes demolished, which is exactly what happened in the 1980s in Centralia, when a teenager playing in the streets fell through a sinkhole and almost perished in the mine fire below. These days, it's not recommended to travel there, as toxic fumes from the fire can slip through cracks in the pavement, and the ground itself is quite unstable. We'll still visit, but we'll be careful to not walk or drive past the most unstable parts of the road. But don't worry, there will still be a couple of interesting landmarks for us to check out. Alright, we're closing in. We're basically like 30 seconds from the main road in Centralia. Yeah, you can see all these places get vandalized. I don't know what it is about supernatural spots, what the connection there is between ghosts and people wanting to rep their NFTs. I think I might have just fucked up. So this is the main road in Centralia, Pennsylvania. If you've seen it online, you can kind of tell by the broken up pattern. The most famous ghost town in the United States, possibly the world. I mean, the fact that there is a mine fire that's around a half a century old burning underneath my feet at this exact moment is insane. Oh, 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 oh. Jackpot. I didn't know Centralia had a cemetery. Oh, well, that would just be so naughty of us, wouldn't it? Let's remember that this place has a troubled history, so it's important to be as sensitive and respectful as possible. Spirits of the fire, would any of you go out with me? The final part of our journey takes us to New York, but this road doesn't lead me back to New York City. Instead, it leads to Long Island, and although we're not stopping there while we drive through the island, have you ever heard of Kings Park Asylum? It's a psychiatric facility complex located in Kings Park, Suffolk County. And yes, apologies for the rather outdated term asylum, but that is what it was called before it shut down in the mid-1990s, and what most Long Islanders know it by today. The centerpiece of the place is Building 93, a 13-floor mega mansion that patients were subjected to various pseudoscientific forms of treatment inside, like electroshock therapy and lobotomies. Now the place is a monolith of creepiness, with tunnel networks running underneath it and a completely decayed interior. I once visited the place with a friend who led me even further than the 13th floor to the catwalks above the entire building. That's when we saw this. The wheel is just turning. It's turning.
That's fucking creepy.
Oh my god. Yo.
Fuck this shit.
The wheel is actually turning. I still have no explanation for that. But I've also been there past midnight and explored the cells they used to keep unruly patients in on the 8th floor, only to find MS-13 spray painted all over the tattered bed sheets. If you don't know, MS-13 is an infamous gang in Long Island with a pretty brutal reputation, so it'd honestly be more unpleasant to run into them during the witching hours than supernatural threats. Anyways, safe to say, after all those experiences, I will not be visiting Kings Park Asylum again. But with all of that said, let's get back to our last destination. We made it here. The most haunted house in American history. Of course, the Amityville Horror House. The Amityville Horror Empire was generated by a best-selling book called The Amityville Horror, subtitled A True Story, that allegedly tells the true story of the horrible things that happened at the house we're currently standing in front of. What's true is that on November 13th, 1974, the 23-year-old son of the family who were residing in the house at the time murdered the rest of his family and was promptly arrested. 1 year later, the 5-person Lutz family moved in and fled the house after only a month due to what they claimed were repeated traumatic interactions with malevolent paranormal entities. That much is indisputably true, and whether or not the book, which was not written by the Lutz family by the way, drastically dramatizes the events is a bit irrelevant in the face of the fact that the Amityville house was so unsettling, paranormal or not, in the wake of its tragedy, that a whole family, including 2 grown adults, couldn't stand living there for more than 1 month. Since then, the house's paranormal activity has settled down and it's changed owners several times. However, the eerie atmosphere of the place has never totally died, and one legend states that when passing by at night, you can see the ghost of a little girl, a member of the original family who tragically lost their lives there, in one of the topmost windows, where her room used to be. Right there. Locals in Amityville are not fond of dark tourism surrounding the place, and documentaries on this case are especially hard to make, as most residents refuse recorded interviews. Authorities dislike the attention the legend gets even more. There are even rumors that they're especially distrustful of paranormal investigators who they catch filming around the house. Alright, unfortunately I think we have to get the fuck out of here now, because someone bought this house. It's actually private property now. Well, that's the end of that. Thank you all for coming on this little journey with me, and to my little doggy, who I will miss very much.
thank you for inspiring me to take this journey. And I hope that in a way this has inspired some of you to take your own journey, because that's what life is all about. As probably one of the greatest movies ever made put it, life, the great miracle, and the great mystery. If you get that reference, you know. Oh, what am I going to do? I have to go get a haircut. But first, I have to stop dilly-dallying because I just remembered that I actually have to drive the whole way back.
Okay, Mr. Roswell, now that you've settled down, do you care to disclose the details of your little vacation in the New York subway system?
I was searching for it.
For what?
Don't be coy. You of all people must know. Devil Dragoon.
What's your name?
It's Cedric. And I know it's tough for you, whatever your personal project is. I mean, believe me.
You're a hard worker, you know? An earner, a winner. Just trust me, your time's coming.
I don't have a ghost of an idea what's going on, but it seems like I have the whole city to myself.
This is an emergency evacuation notice. All New York City civilians within 50 square miles of the Empire State Building are to evacuate immediately. At 6 p.m. the entire region will be placed in quarantine. Repeat, you have until 6 p.m. to evacuate if you live.
So, it's Mr. Jim Roswell?
Yes.
And that's your real name?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Roswell, I've been led to believe you understand what this is all about. You were caught trespassing in the NQRW line tracks on Friday, June 10th. Given your record with law enforcement, I'm sure you can understand the reason for our suspicion.
Oh yeah, I understand all right. Just like I understand the reason for your agency's correspondence with the CIA in deposing elected leaders and assassinating civil servants.
We're only interested in security here, Mr. Roswell.
Right, just like the secure experiments you've been subjecting regular citizens to through the farming subsidies and network television. All peace and love, right, brother?
Okay, Mr. Roswell, now that you've settled down, do you care to disclose the details of your little vacation in the New York subway system?
I was searching for it.
For what?
Don't be coy. You of all people must know. Devil Dragoon.
Forgive me, as I'm finding this a little hard to follow. What exactly is Devil Dragoon, and why is it under New York City?
It's the fallen star, a puppet master that's pulled the strings of civilization throughout time. It latches onto our dreams and creativity and fills the minds of the so-called greats with delusions of grandeur, spurring them on to develop and build, so it can absorb our technology and energy, achieving its final form.
And what is that?
I don't know. Look at the last myth in any culture's holy book, and you'll get a pretty good idea. Once a civilization center has reached its apex, and Devil Dragoon decides to move on, well, you probably know what I'm getting at.
And now it's the Big Apple's turn?
Exactly.
Hey y'all, this is Cedric here to give you some useful tips as per usual to how to enhance that professional project or that personal project. What we're going to talk about today, first and foremost, is the desk space. First of all, clean the desk space itself, obviously, but what might even be more important is to clean the area around the desk space. So that's your room, and if you want to go further, your whole apartment or house. What I've found is the best possible approach is to have only one fun thing on the desk at any given time and keep that fun thing there. So right now I have my succulent. I love my succulent. If you have a lot of stuff on your desk that's cluttering it, making it so like, blah, 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 maybe 4 hours out of the 8 hours that I devoted to this project is getting lost in all these things. I would say try to focus that to the one fun thing. Next thing that we are going to talk about is the schedule. I'll give you an exclusive look at my schedule right now. So this is the month of June. It looks like we actually have someone joining us right now. Oh, hello, Opal. Good morning to you, and glad you're joining us again. So what I'm going to talk to you about next is actually a supplement to the schedule. So these are the stickies, or Post-its. See, I have here, seeing Collie at Mom's next month. Now, what does that mean? So Collie's my little dog who stays with my parents. This is a motivational sticky. We got Opal again saying, I'm so glad that that's the case, Opal. Happy to help out. Love that the sticky system is keeping you engaged. For example, ordering pizza this Friday. So I have that to motivate me to get through the rest of the week. And that's what, it looks like we actually have Philly. I've never seen Philly before.
Mate, you're not fat.
Are you sure?
When was the last time you went outside that wasn't written on a schedule? You must know some people who live around you. Right, you can call them up, you can ask them to get out one night. Look, I hate to be a dick, but until you do that, just don't call me back. I can't deal with these conversations anymore.
Okay. I understand. Yeah, but what about in the back, like over there?
Goodbye, Cedric.
So in between when I'm on call for work, and then when I return, this is after my stream. After my stream, I have my lunch, and then I have, after my first call, my walk. Those are the 2 breaks in my day. My lunch is an hour. My walk, I like to keep 30, 45 minutes. I had moved here to New York City around 3 years ago. Really 3.5, because I just graduated from uni. Seemed like New York was the place to be. Definitely keeps you occupied. Well, here is quite appropriately the turning point of my walk. Union Square, which I believe to be kind of the center of New York City. See, it is nice to have a break every day, as long as it's not too long. But, back. Yeah?
You Cedric?
Yeah? Who are you?
It's such an honor to meet you. I watch your stream every day.
Really?
Yeah. You know, you help me improve my personal life and my professional ethic. I mean, you're like an inspiration to me.
Oh, well, that's so kind of you to say.
Yeah. Listen, you're gonna break through, okay? So keep plugging on.
Break through?
Yeah. You're a hard worker, you know? An earner, a winner. Just trust me, your time's coming.
All right, well, I appreciate it, but...
You live in this apartment right here?
Yeah, but no, it's a temporary thing. I'm visiting someone.
Interesting. I bet it's a nice apartment. But you're gonna get a better one soon, I guess. Have a good day.
Yeah, nice to meet you, man. I don't think I liked whatever was going on there.
Okay, and your names are Arthur Coyle and Buck Dunford?
Yep, I prefer art.
Noted. I don't want to take up too much of your time, and it appears from the toxicology report that you were in fact, as you claim, hammered out of your mind. But I'm going to need to hear a rough outline of the events of the night, just so we can establish how you ended up in the tunnels of the New York subway system.
Right. Which night was that again?
That would be June 14th, Tuesday.
Well, on that Tuesday, I believe we had, how do I put this?
Been at Platinum Dolls for the night?
So this is the Gentleman's Club in Times Square, correct?
Yes, sir.
About how long did you stay at Platinum Dolls?
Probably around 3 hours.
3 hours? You're sure that's correct?
Hell yeah. Buck had the baddest in there dancing up on him for all that time, too. Drained like $250 from what I could see.
All right, I think we've heard enough about Platinum Dolls.
At what point of the night would you say you entered the subway system?
Probably around 2 a.m. I tripped and fell into the tracks. When he saw that I wasn't fried, Art jumped in, and we just kind of kept going from what I can remember.
And when did you exit?
Now that I couldn't tell you, to be honest. I don't remember that much.
I do.
Mind painting a picture of that for me?
Sure, no problem. What happened was, we got to a certain point. Can't remember for sure where. Just looked like a tunnel behind and ahead of us. Now standing between where we were headed and the darkness, the rest of the tunnel, were these guys. Mean-looking guys. I grew up in a pretty tough area, so I'd seen people willing to fight, willing to hurt other people when they needed to, especially over money. But these guys, they didn't have an ounce of greed or need in them. They were looking at us like if we walked past and kept down the tunnel, they would kill us, just because they could. That's when we turned and walked back to the station.
Damn, bro, that's fucked up.
Oh yeah, before we wrap up, can't forget this. It is actually a very special stream today because we have officially reached our goal of 10 subscribers. Just wanted to celebrate all that with you and thank you all who subscribed and anybody who watches. You know, I just hope that I can keep providing what I provide, which is hopefully something to motivate you and help you, you know, just plow through the day. So, no point in standing on ceremony and delaying the next step. Our next goal is gonna be 20 subscribers. Oh yeah. And I guess on this special stream, the last bit of advice that I would want to give is, even incorporating everything that I've already said, sometimes it is necessary to get that push. One thing I like to do is I actually schedule my streams to go live automatically at 9 a.m. because when I first started and no one was tuning in, you know, it's tough. And I know it's tough for you, whatever your personal project is. I mean, believe me, I've had plenty of people saying, you know, just about whatever I'm up to, why you doing that, and saying that's not going anywhere. So, oh, thank you, Opal. It's very kind of you. Thanks for tuning in all the time. But congratulations to you all, and I guess myself, and see you next time. Where's the camera? There we go.
Hello?
Hey, Steve. It's Cedric.
Cedric?
Well, remember we used to work at that winery on 53rd Street together?
Oh, right. Cedric, what is up, my man? It's been ages.
Yeah, I'm doing well. I was just wondering, actually, if you had any plans for tonight?
Tonight? Man, you got me at a bad time, Cedric. What about next week?
That's no problem with me.
Actually, you know what? That sounds good to me. I was thinking of hitting some bars tonight, getting my game on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Wait, you're not going to be wearing that, are you? That turtleneck or whatever?
Well, I guess not.
It's great to hear. All right, see you then, man.
Cedric! How are you?
Hey.
Great. Your outfit is all right. Let's go. All right, so I've got a pretty nice plan lined up for us tonight. So, dude, why are you filming me?
I have to film sometimes because I have trouble remembering things.
All right, well, that is kind of the whole point of tonight. So if you don't mind putting that shit away. Don't mess with me, man.
Steve?
What's your name?
It's Cedric. Well, what's your name?
Cedricia.
And who is this?
It's Cedric.
Hi, Cedric. Nice to meet you.
I drank too much.
Oh, no, you didn't drink it up.
Okay.
Bye, Cedric!
Steve, why are they leaving?
I don't know, Cedric. Maybe it's because you suck.
It's NYCCTTV.
Wait, why did I come to New York? To hustle, baby, hustle. It's the grind. It's really grind time, you know?
Because it's the fashion capital of the world. Like, duh.
Well, I'm looking for love.
Everybody has a chance at things here, like you can start a new life, you can continue the life you've already led.
I feel like if you come here when you're young and really put your hours towards something, you can definitely make something come out of it. Maybe. I hope.
Simply because we have access to the best libraries and museums in the world.
Every corner of the city shows you something different.
Keeping it real with you, dog. If you're trying to network, and no matter what industry you're in, if you're in banking, finance, no matter what, there's a lot of interesting people down here. But New York City is the place to be if you're trying to network. Early 20s, mid 20s, you know, just getting started off.
This is New York. It's the wild, you know. You either eat or be eaten.
It's just the greatest city that ever was and ever will be.
To get laid.
This is an emergency evacuation notice. All New York City civilians within 50 square miles of the Empire State Building are to evacuate immediately. At 6 p.m., the entire region will be placed in quarantine.
running that stream for 9 months and I have not missed a single day. Well, I'm out here on my walk. Although I suppose you could say that I did not earn my walk today. It's just a little tough, when you have something that you rely on every day and you told yourself you're going to accomplish. If it gets disrupted, then it just makes it that much harder to get out of bed. Hey, it looks like everything's closed. The police are blocking that path off. I'm not really sure what's going on here. They didn't really seem like they wanted to talk to me over there, so I'm gonna head on over this way. Who would have ever thought you could catch Union Square completely vacant, especially around 9 o'clock at night? I don't have a ghost of an idea what's going on, but it seems like I have the whole city to myself. Oh, this is interesting. Now here's the couple of guys who sat up on the high rise and built the Empire State Building.
It's moving.
Now what is that?
The subway tunnel. Central Park.
I don't want to take up too much of your time, Mr. Benson, and we'd like to reassure you that this isn't a deposition or interrogation, so you're free to leave whenever.
I understand that.
You've discussed in multiple articles and on your online blog your father's extreme, near obsessive interest in the New York subway system.
Yes.
Do you know what inspired him?
Not really, to be honest. I wasn't aware of it when I was young, and I only discovered it when I inherited his collected works, after his passing.
He had never mentioned it while he was alive?
No, not once.
To be frank with you, Mr. Benson, we've been experiencing an unprecedented increase in subway track trespassings at night, especially along the NQRW line.
Really?
Does that pique your interest?
Yes, actually. So, take a look here. Here's an old map of the system, which has been dated to the early 1950s. Several parts of these orange and red train paths were eventually incorporated into the NQRW.
What am I supposed to be seeing here?
Nothing yet. It's this one.
Whoa, talk about a commute.
If my father's writings are to be believed, this is an original draft of the map.
Yeah, but how could the train be moving underwater like that? Is that possible?
It's questionable, but the city would have only invested in something like that if the tunnels were much larger, to fit several tracks for other trains to pass through.
So this path wasn't built in any capacity?
I don't believe so, no. but I thought it was worth sharing.
Absolutely. So what about this island and these structures on it?
Can't help you there. No clue.
Well, we made it out here to the entrance of Central Park. Now, I'm a little concerned because, you know, there is that old adage that you're not supposed to go in here at night. Or I guess saying, I don't really know what adage means, to be honest. But, given the circumstances of the day and night itself, I feel like traversing this, alright, I'm gonna stop using big vocab because I'm trying to say something deep. Basically, given what we heard on the radio earlier, we ought to go nowhere else but Central Park at night. Y'all, I did not know they put a light in the Wonderland display. That looks awful. Usually I'm not here in the day because there are a bunch of kids hanging around here, so I don't want to be here because I don't want to look like a creeper. Got Alice and the rabbit and the hatta. My God, just an embarrassing accent. Wait, hold on a minute. That is not a light, that is a flashlight. That spares us some battery if we want to take a look at things. Really going down your hole now. That sounded terrible. Alright, I've embarrassed myself enough here. See you next time, Mr. Hatter! Oh God. It looks like we're coming around the boathouse now. Now, I've lived in New York City for such a while, but I've never eaten this place. Looks like a whole bunch of seafood, that must be why. I do not mess around with seafood, it makes me ill right to the stomach. But here I think this is where you can really see this lake in this part of Central Park. What a nice lake. I mean, come on, y'all. What's that? Now, what's that down there? Sounds like you at least got a doggy and some music and all that. Alright, I guess we ought to head down that way.
It's NYCCTTV.
Why did we move to New York City?
Do you know what it means to have a dream?
Of course not. You wouldn't know.
To want something so badly it makes you scream.
That desire to be the star of the show.
And then you come here and it makes it seem...
Oh God, she's gonna let go.
Like you'll get everything you need.
Oh no, please, just no.
And then you find, once you're stuck here and you can't leave,
just take
that
it slow.
everything that you used to believe
I feel the same way. I just
has been thieved.
God, is it really so?
And all around you, empty faces. Or so it seems.
You already used seam. Don't break the
when
flow.
really they're foes. Chasing your dreams.
It started off nicely, but it ended so-so.
Oh, damn it, I already used so. Ugh.
Look what you did.
The Bow Bridge. Well, I reckon that's the one that's in all those romantic comedies. What in the world are you doing out here?
Nothing. Just waiting for you, I guess.
Waiting for me? Are you crazy? Did you notice that the entire city is abandoned, that there's no one left? They disappeared.
I guess they have.
God, you're really the calm and collected type. I ain't getting any answers out of you, am I?
Tonight is your night, Cedric. It's your time to break through.
Pardon?
It's like I said before. You're a hard worker. You're an earner. You're a winner. And you just have to take that last step to get to the next level to meet the great leader.
The great leader?
Devil Dragoon.
Devil Dragoon?
I arranged a meeting between the two of you, okay? And you'd be a fool to pass up that opportunity. Because there's no one left. There's nothing. Nobody left in your life. Nobody out there. Any answers you seek are where you're going next.
If I was even interested in whatever it is you're offering, what would I need to do?
You want to make it to your destination, don't you?
Yeah.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Elizabeth East, and you are an actress, correct?
I'm a stage actress.
What's the difference?
Are you joking?
So, Wednesday, June 15th, you somehow ended up in the New York subway tunnels, NQRW to be specific. What happened?
I had just been on as Lara in the Glass Menagerie. That night, my performance of the "I can't go outside these walls" monologue just didn't sit right with me. You'll know the speech, correct?
Sure.
Anyways, I was there waiting at the Union Square station to catch my regular train up to my apartment on the Upper West Side. That's when I heard the monologue coming at me from somewhere down the tunnel. It was like second nature. A trance took over me and I hopped into the tracks. I needed to find whoever was performing it.
Why?
Because it was wrong. The diction, the resonance, terrible. But then, when I reached them, I was aghast. It was the spitting image of myself at 17 years old, practicing the speech to audition for my conservatory program. I attended NYU Tisch, of course.
Of course.
But in that moment, the imperfections in her delivery disappeared. As I looked into her eyes, I could see it. The spark. The future lying ahead. I can't really describe it, even with the encyclopedic extent of my vocabulary. All I know is, the next night, I gave the best performance of my entire career.
It's NYCCTTV.
Why did I move out of New York City? What really convinced me to leave was this dream I had. I was way up, maybe standing on top of the Empire State Building, and I was watching all these people get into taxi cabs down in the city streets. They all had this, destination. They knew that when they got where that taxi cab was going, it was going to happen for them. They were going to break through. The funny thing was, every time they got out of the taxi, they got right back into another one. And it just kept going on and on like that. There was a second part of the dream too. I don't remember how I got there, but At some point, I was in the subway tunnels, and where there should have been an exit staring back at me, lighting my way, there was just this eye. A big red eye, just like... I realized that's what was making everybody get into those taxis. The devil.
Yeah, I don't know. The guy lived like a pig. It's disgusting. It took an hour to clean this floor. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Hello?
Hey, welcome. You made it to the end. That's crazy. Well, I hope you enjoyed all of it and learned something new. You know, I'd be really surprised if you didn't learn anything new, but I don't know if I'd be as surprised if you didn't enjoy all of it because it was so long and I really did let my freak flag fly towards the end there, didn't I? But anyways, please subscribe if you enjoy this cool and crazy content. And most of all, I just want to thank all of you for focusing your energy on this video because it allowed me to absorb your fear mana, intricating it into my nexus, becoming the god of nightmares. Oh!